Question 137 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 137 of Perseverance in 4 Articles. We must now consider perseverance and the vices opposed to it. Under the head of perseverance there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether perseverance is a virtue. Second, whether it is a part of fortitude. Third, of its relation to constancy. Fourth, whether it needs the help of grace. First article, whether perseverance is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that perseverance is not a virtue. For according to the philosopher in Ethics 7:7, continency is greater than perseverance. But continency is not a virtue, as stated in Ethics 4:9. Therefore, perseverance is not a virtue. Objection 2 further. By virtue man lives aright, according to Augustine in On Free Will 2:19. Now, according to the same authority, when Augustine says in On Perseverance 1, no one can be said to have perseverance while living unless he persevere until death. Therefore, perseverance is not a virtue. Objection 3 further. It is requisite of every virtue that one should persist unchangeably in the work of that virtue, as stated in Ethics 2:4. But this is what we understand by perseverance, for Tully says in the Art of Rhetoric 2 that perseverance is the fixed and continued persistence in a well-considered purpose. Therefore, perseverance is not a special virtue, but a condition of every virtue. On the contrary, Andronicus says that perseverance is a habit regarding things to which we ought to stand, and those to which we ought not to stand, as well as those that are indifferent. Now, a habit that directs us to do something well, or to omit something, is a virtue. Therefore, perseverance is a virtue. I answer that, according to the philosopher in Ethics 2:3, virtue is about the difficult and the good. And so where there is any kind of difficulty or goodness, there is a special virtue. Now, a virtuous deed may involve goodness or difficulty on 2 counts. First, from the act's very species, which is considered in respect of the proper object of that act. Secondly, from the length of time, since to persist long in something difficult involves a special difficulty. Hence, to persist long in something good until it is accomplished belongs to a special virtue. Accordingly, just as temperance and fortitude are special virtues, for the reason that the one moderates pleasures of touch, which is of itself a difficult thing, while the other moderates fear and daring in connection with dangers of death, which is also something difficult in itself, so perseverance is a special virtue, since it consists in enduring delays in the above or other virtuous deeds, so far as necessity requires. Reply to Objection 1. The philosopher is taking perseverance there as it is found in one who bears those things which are most difficult to endure long. Now, it is difficult to endure not good, but evil. And evils that involve danger of death, for the most part, are not endured for a long time, because often they soon pass away, Wherefore it is not on this account that perseverance has its chief title to praise. Among other evils foremost are those which are opposed to pleasures of touch, because evils of this kind affect the necessities of life. Such are the lack of food and the like, which at times call for long endurance. Now, it is not difficult to endure these things for a long time for one who grieves not much at them, nor delights much in the contrary goods, as in the case of the temperate man, in whom these passions are not violent. But they are most difficult to bear for one who is strongly affected by such things, through lacking the perfect virtue that moderates these passions. Wherefore, if perseverance be taken in this sense, it is not a perfect virtue, but something imperfect in the genus of virtue. On the other hand, if we take perseverance as denoting long persistence in any kind of difficult good, it is consistent in one who has even perfect virtue, for even if it is less difficult for him to persist, yet he persists in the more perfect good. Wherefore, such like perseverance may be a virtue, because virtue derives perfection from the aspect of good rather than from the aspect of difficulty. Reply to Obj. 2. Sometimes a virtue and its act go by the same name. Thus Augustine says in his commentary on John, number 74, "Faith is to believe without seeing." Yet it is possible to have a habit of virtue without performing the act. Thus a poor man has the habit of magnificence without exercising the act. Sometimes, however, a person who has the habit begins to perform the act, yet does not accomplish it. For instance, a builder begins to build a house, but does not complete it. Accordingly, we must reply that the term perseverance is sometimes used to denote the habit whereby one chooses to persevere, sometimes for the act of persevering. And sometimes one who has the habit of perseverance chooses to persevere and begins to carry out his choice by persisting for a time, yet completes not the act, through not persisting to the end. Now the end is twofold. One is the end of the work, the other is the end of human life. Properly speaking, it belongs to perseverance to persevere to the end of the virtuous work, for instance, that a soldier persevered to the end of the fight, and the magnificent man until his work be accomplished. There are, however, some virtues whose acts must endure throughout the whole of life, such as faith, hope, and charity, since they regard the last end of the entire life of man. Wherefore, as regards these, which are the principal virtues, the act of perseverance is not accomplished until the end of life. It is in this sense that Augustine speaks of perseverance as denoting the consummate act of perseverance. Reply to Obj. 3. Unchangeable persistence may belong to a virtue in two ways. First, on account of the intended end that is proper to that virtue, and thus to persist in good for a long time until the end belongs to a special virtue called perseverance, which intends this as its special end. Secondly, by reason of the relation of the habit to its subject, and thus unchangeable persistence is consequent upon every virtue, inasmuch as virtue is a quality difficult to change. Second article: whether perseverance is a part of fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that perseverance is not a part of fortitude. For according to the Philosopher in Ethics 8:7, perseverance is about pains of touch. But these belong to temperance. Therefore, perseverance is a part of temperance rather than of fortitude. Objection 2. Further, every part of a moral virtue is about certain passions which that virtue moderates. Now, perseverance does not imply moderation of the passions, since the more violent the passions, the more praiseworthy it is to persevere in accordance with reason. Therefore, it seems that perseverance is a part not of a moral virtue, but rather of prudence, which perfects the reason. Objection 3 further. Augustine says in On Perseverance 1 that no one can lose perseverance, whereas one can lose the other virtues. Therefore, perseverance is greater than all the other virtues. Now, a principal virtue is greater than its part. Therefore, perseverance is not a part of virtue, but is itself a principal virtue. On the contrary, Tully, in On the Art of Rhetoric 2, reckons perseverance as a part of fortitude. I answer that, as stated above in question 123, Article 2, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 61, Articles 3 and 4, a principal virtue is one to which is principally ascribed something that lays claim to the praise of virtue, inasmuch as it practices it in connection with its own matter, wherein it is most difficult of accomplishment. In accordance with this, it has been stated in question 123, Article 2, that fortitude is a principal virtue, because it observes firmness in matters wherein it is most difficult to stand firm, namely, in dangers of death. Wherefore it follows of necessity that every virtue which has a title to praise for the firm endurance of something difficult must be annexed to fortitude as secondary to principal virtue. Now, the endurance of difficulty arising from delay in accomplishing a good work gives perseverance its claim to praise. Nor is this so difficult as to endure dangers of death. Therefore, perseverance is annexed to fortitude as secondary to principal virtue. Reply to Objection 1. The annexing of secondary to principal virtues depends not only on the matter, but also on the mode, because in everything form is of more account than matter. Wherefore, although as to matter, perseverance seems to have much more in common with temperance than with fortitude, yet in mode it has more in common with fortitude, in the point of standing firm against the difficulty arising from length of time. Reply to Objection 2. The perseverance of which the philosopher speaks in Ethics 7, 4 and 7 does not moderate any passions, but consists merely in a certain firmness of reason and will. But perseverance, considered as a virtue, moderates certain passions, namely fear of weariness or failure on account of the delay. Hence this virtue, like fortitude, is in the irascible. Reply to Objection 3. Augustine speaks there of perseverance as denoting not a virtuous habit, but a virtuous act sustained to the end, according to Matthew 24:13. He that shall persevere to the end, he shall be saved. Hence, it is incompatible with such like perseverance for it to be lost, since it would no longer endure to the end. Third article. Whether constancy pertains to perseverance. Objection 1. It seems that constancy does not pertain to perseverance. For constancy pertains to patience, as stated above in question 137, Article 5. And patience differs from perseverance. Therefore, constancy does not pertain to perseverance. Objection 2 further. Virtue is about the difficult and the good. Now, it does not seem difficult to be constant in little works, but only in great deeds, which pertain to magnificence. Therefore, constancy pertains to magnificence rather than to perseverance. Objection 3. Further, if constancy pertained to perseverance, it would seem nowise to differ from it, since both denote a kind of unchangeableness. Yet they differ. For Macrobius condivides constancy with firmness, by which he indicates perseverance, as stated above in question 128, Article 6. Therefore, constancy does not pertain to perseverance. On the contrary, one is said to be constant because one stands to a thing. Now it belongs to perseverance to stand to certain things, as appears from the definition given by Andronicus. Therefore, constancy belongs to perseverance. I answer that perseverance and constancy agree as to end, since it belongs to both to persist firmly in some good. But they differ as to those things which make it difficult to persist in good, because the virtue of perseverance properly makes man persist firmly in good against the difficulty that arises from the very continuance of the act, whereas constancy makes him persist firmly in good against difficulties arising from any other external hindrances. Hence perseverance takes precedence of constancy as a part of fortitude, because the difficulty arising from continuance of action is more intrinsic to the act of virtue than that which arises from external obstacles. Reply to Objection 1. External obstacles to persistence in good are especially those which cause sorrow. Now patience is about sorrow, as stated above in question 136, Article 1. Hence, constancy agrees with perseverance as to end, while it agrees with patience as to those things which occasion difficulty. Now the end is of most account, wherefore constancy pertains to perseverance rather than to patience. Reply to Objection 2. It is more difficult to persist in great deeds, yet in little or ordinary deeds it is difficult to persist for any length of time, if not on account of the greatness of the deed which magnificence considers, yet from its very continuance which perseverance regards. Hence constancy may pertain to both. Reply to Objection 3. Constancy pertains to perseverance insofar as it has something in common with it, but it is not the same thing in the point of their difference, as stated in the article. Fourth Article. Whether perseverance needs the help of grace. Objection 1. It seems that perseverance does not need the help of grace. For perseverance is a virtue, as stated above in Article 1. Now, according to Tully, virtue acts after the manner of nature. Therefore, the sole inclination of virtue suffices for perseverance. Therefore, this does not need the help of grace. Objection 2 further. The gift of Christ's grace is greater than the harm brought upon us by Adam, as appears from Romans 5:15 and following. Now, before sin, man was so framed that he could persevere by means of what he had received, as Augustine says in On Rebuke and Grace 11. Much more, therefore, can man, after being repaired by the grace of Christ, persevere without the help of a further grace. Objection 3 further. Sinful deeds are sometimes more difficult than deeds of virtue. Hence it is said in the person of the wicked, in Wisdom 5:7, "We have walked through hard ways." Now some persevere in sinful deeds without the help of another. Therefore, man can also persevere in deeds of virtue without the help of grace. On the contrary, Augustine says, in On Perseverance 1, "We hold that perseverance is a gift of God, whereby we persevere unto the end, in Christ." I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, second reply, and in Article 2, third reply, perseverance has a twofold signification. First, it denotes the habit of perseverance, considered as a virtue. In this way, it needs the gift of habitual grace, even as the other infused virtues. Secondly, it may be taken to denote the act of perseverance enduring until death, and in this sense it needs not only habitual grace, but also the gratuitous help of God sustaining man in good until the end of life, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 109, Article 10, when we were treating of grace. Because, since the free will is changeable by its very nature, which changeableness is not taken away from it by the habitual grace bestowed in the present life, it is not in the power of the free will, albeit repaired by grace, to abide unchangeably in good, though it is in its power to choose this, for it is often in our power to choose, yet not to accomplish. Reply to Obj. 1. The virtue of perseverance, so far as it is concerned, inclines one to persevere. Yet since it is a habit, and a habit is a thing one uses at will, it does not follow that a person who has the habit of virtue uses it unchangeably until death. Reply to Obj. 2. As Augustine says in On Rebuke and Grace 11, "It was given to the first man not to persevere, but to be able to persevere of his free will, because then no corruption was in human nature to make perseverance difficult. Now, however, by the grace of Christ, the predestined receive not only the possibility of persevering, but perseverance itself. Wherefore the first man, whom no man threatened, of his own free will, rebelling against a threatening God, forfeited so great a happiness and so great a facility of avoiding sin. Whereas these, although the world rage against their constancy, have persevered in faith." Reply to Obj. 3. Man is able by himself to fall into sin, but he cannot by himself arise from sin without the help of grace. Hence by falling into sin, so far as he is concerned, man makes himself to be persevering in sin, unless he be delivered by God's grace. On the other hand, by doing good he does not make himself to be persevering in good, because he is able by himself to sin. Wherefore he needs the help of grace for that end. End of question 137. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 138 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 138. Of the vices opposed to perseverance, in 2 articles. We must now consider the vices opposed to perseverance, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, of effeminacy. Second, of pertinacity. First article. Whether effeminacy is opposed to perseverance. Translator's note. Effeminacy is here translated from the Latin mollities, literally softness. Objection 1. It seems that effeminacy is not opposed to perseverance. For a gloss on 1 Corinthians 6, verses 9 and 10, "Nor adulterers, nor the effeminate, nor liars with mankind," expounds the text thus: "Effeminate, that is, obscene, given to unnatural vice." But this is opposed to chastity. Therefore, effeminacy is not a vice opposed to perseverance. Objection 2 further. The philosopher says in Ethics 7:7 that delicacy is a kind of effeminacy. But to be delicate seems akin to intemperance. Therefore, effeminacy is not opposed to perseverance, but to temperance. Objection 3 further. The philosopher says, again in Ethics 7:7, that the man who is fond of amusement is effeminate. Now a moderate fondness of amusement is opposed to eutropelia, which is the virtue about pleasures of play, as stated in Ethics 4:8. Therefore, effeminacy is not opposed to perseverance. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 7:7 that the persevering man is opposed to the effeminate. I answer that, as stated above in question 137, Articles 1 and 2, perseverance is deserving of praise because thereby a man does not forsake a good on account of long endurance of difficulties and toils, and it is directly opposed to this, seemingly, for a man to be ready to forsake a good on account of difficulties which he cannot endure. This is what we understand by effeminacy, because a thing is said to be soft if it readily yields to the touch. Now a thing is not declared to be soft through yielding to a heavy blow, for even walls yield to the battering ram. Wherefore a man is not said to be effeminate if he yields to heavy blows. Hence the philosopher says in Ethics 7:7 that it is no wonder if a person is overcome by strong and overwhelming pleasures or sorrows, but he is to be pardoned if he struggles against them. Now it is evident that fear of danger is more impelling than the desire of pleasure, wherefore Tully says, under the heading, "True magnanimity consists of two things. It is inconsistent for one who is not cast down by fear to be defeated by lust, or who has proved himself unbeaten by toil, to yield to pleasure." Moreover, pleasure itself is a stronger motive of attraction than sorrow, for the lack of pleasure is a motive of withdrawal, since lack of pleasure is a pure privation. Wherefore, according to the philosopher in Ethics 7:7, properly speaking, an effeminate man is one who withdraws from good on account of sorrow caused by lack of pleasure, yielding, as it were, to a weak motion. Reply to Objection 1. This effeminacy is caused in two ways. In one, by custom, for where a man is accustomed to enjoy pleasures, it is more difficult for him to endure the lack of them. In another way, by natural disposition, because, to wit, his mind is less persevering through the frailty of his temperament. This is how women are compared to men, as the philosopher says in Ethics 7:7. Wherefore those who are passively sodomitical are said to be effeminate, because womanish themselves, as it were. Reply to Objection 2. Toil is opposed to bodily pleasure, wherefore it is only toilsome things that are a hindrance to pleasures. Now the delicate are those who cannot endure toils, nor anything that diminishes pleasure. Hence it is written in Deuteronomy 28:56, "The tender and delicate woman that could not go upon the ground, nor set down her foot for softness." Thus delicacy is a kind of effeminacy. But properly speaking, effeminacy regards lack of pleasures, while delicacy regards the cause that hinders pleasure, for instance, toil or the like. Reply to Objection 3. In play, two things may be considered. In the first place, there is the pleasure, and thus inordinate fondness of play is opposed to eutropelia. Secondly, we may consider the relaxation or rest which is opposed to toil. Accordingly, just as it belongs to effeminacy to be unable to endure toilsome things, so too it belongs thereto to desire play or any other relaxation inordinately. Second article: whether pertinacity is opposed to perseverance. Objection 1. It seems that pertinacity is not opposed to perseverance. For Gregory says in his commentary on Job 31 that pertinacity arises from vainglory. But vainglory is not opposed to perseverance, but to magnanimity, as stated above in question 132, Article 2. Therefore, pertinacity is not opposed to perseverance. Objection 2 further. If it is opposed to perseverance, this is so either by excess or by deficiency. Now, it is not opposed by excess, because the pertinacious also yield to certain pleasure and sorrow, since according to the philosopher in Ethics 7:9, they rejoice when they prevail, and grieve when their opinions are rejected. And if it be opposed by deficiency, it will be the same as effeminacy, which is clearly false. Therefore, pertinacity is nowise opposed to perseverance. Objection 3 further. Just as the persevering man persists in good against sorrow, so too do the continent and the temperate against pleasures, the brave against fear, and the meek against anger. But pertinacity is over-persistence in something. Therefore, pertinacity is not opposed to perseverance more than to other virtues. On the contrary, Tully says that pertinacity is to perseverance as superstition is to religion. But superstition is opposed to religion, as stated above in question 92, Article 1. Therefore, pertinacity is opposed to perseverance. I answer that, as Isidore says in his Etymologies 10, a person is said to be pertinacious, who holds on impudently, as being utterly tenacious. Pervivacacious has the same meaning, for it signifies that a man perseveres in his purpose until he is victorious, for the ancients called vitia what we call victory. These the philosopher, in Ethics 7:9, calls ischirognomones, that is, headstrong, or idiognomenes, that is, self-opinionated, because they abide by their opinions more than they should, whereas the effeminate man does so less than he ought, and the persevering man as he ought. Hence it is clear that perseverance is commended for observing the mean, while pertinacity is reproved for exceeding the mean, and effeminacy for falling short of it. Reply to Objection 1. The reason why a man is too persistent in his own opinion is that he wishes by this means to make a show of his own excellence, wherefore this is the result of vainglory as its cause. Now, it has been stated above, in question 127, Article 2, first reply, as well as in question 133, Article 2, that opposition of vices to virtues depends not on their cause, but on their species. Reply to Objection 2. The pertinacious man exceeds by persisting inordinately in something against many difficulties. Yet he takes a certain pleasure in the end, just as the brave and the persevering man. Since, however, this pleasure is sinful, seeing that he desires it too much, and shuns the contrary pain, he is like the incontinent or effeminate man. Reply to Obj. 3. Although the other virtues persist against the onslaught of the passions, they are not commended for persisting in the same way as perseverance is. As to continence, its claim to praise seems to lie rather in overcoming pleasures. Hence, pertinacity is directly opposed to perseverance. End of question 138. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 139 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 139 of the Gift of Fortitude, in 2 articles. We must next consider the gift corresponding to fortitude, and this is the gift of fortitude. Under this head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether fortitude is a gift. Second, which among the beatitudes and fruits correspond with it. First article, whether fortitude is a gift. Objection 1. It seems that fortitude is not a gift, for the virtues differ from the gifts, and fortitude is a virtue. Therefore, it should not be reckoned as a gift. Objection 2 further. The acts of the gifts remain in heaven, as stated above in the Prima Secundae, question 68, article 6. But the act of fortitude does not remain in heaven, for Gregory says in his commentary on Job 1 that fortitude encourages the faint-hearted against hardships, which will be altogether absent from heaven. Therefore, fortitude is not a gift. Objection 3 further. Augustine says in On Christian Doctrine 2 that it is a sign of fortitude to cut oneself adrift from all the deadly pleasures of the passing show. Now, noisome pleasures and delights are the concern of temperance rather than of fortitude. Therefore, it seems that fortitude is not the gift corresponding to the virtue of fortitude. On the contrary, fortitude is reckoned among the other gifts of the Holy Ghost in Isaiah 11:2. I answer that fortitude denotes a certain firmness of mind, as stated above in question 123, article 2, as well as in the Prima Secundae, question 61, article 3. And this firmness of mind is required both in doing good and in enduring evil, especially with regard to goods or evils that are difficult. Now man, according to his proper and connatural mode, is able to have this firmness in both these respects, so as not to forsake the good on account of difficulties, whether in accomplishing an arduous work, or in enduring grievous evil. In this sense, fortitude denotes a special or general virtue, as stated above in question 123, article 2. Yet furthermore, man's mind is moved by the Holy Ghost, in order that he may attain to the end of each work begun, and avoid whatever perils may threaten. This surpasses human nature, for sometimes it is not in a man's power to attain the end of his work, or to avoid evils or dangers, since these may happen to overwhelm him in death. But the Holy Ghost works this in man by bringing him to everlasting life, which is the end of all good deeds and the release from all perils. A certain confidence of this is infused into the mind by the Holy Ghost, who expels any fear of the contrary. It is in this sense that fortitude is reckoned a gift of the Holy Ghost. For it has been stated above, in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 68, articles 1 and 2, that the gifts regard the motion of the mind by the Holy Ghost. Reply to objection 1. Fortitude, as a virtue, perfects the mind in the endurance of all perils whatever, but it does not go so far as to give confidence of overcoming all dangers. This belongs to the fortitude that is a gift of the Holy Ghost. Reply to objection 2. The gifts have not the same acts in heaven as on the way, for they exercise acts in connection with the enjoyment of the end. Hence, the act of fortitude there is to enjoy full security from toil and evil. Reply to objection 3. The gift of fortitude regards the virtue of fortitude not only because it consists in enduring dangers, but also inasmuch as it consists in accomplishing any difficult work. Wherefore the gift of fortitude is directed by the gift of counsel, which seems to be concerned chiefly with the greater goods. Second article. Whether the fourth beatitude, "Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after justice," corresponds with the gift of fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that the fourth beatitude, "Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after justice," does not correspond to the gift of fortitude. For the gift of piety, and not the gift of fortitude, corresponds to the virtue of justice. Now, hungering and thirsting after justice pertain to the act of justice. Therefore, this beatitude corresponds to the gift of piety, rather than to the gift of fortitude. Objection 2 further. Hunger and thirst after justice imply a desire for good. Now this belongs properly to charity, to which the gift of wisdom, and not the gift of fortitude, corresponds, as stated above in question 45. Therefore, this beatitude corresponds not to the gift of fortitude, but to the gift of wisdom. Objection 3 further. The fruits are consequent upon the beatitudes, since delight is essential to beatitude, according to Ethics 1:8. Now the fruits, apparently, include none pertaining to fortitude. Therefore, neither does any beatitude correspond to it. On the contrary, Augustine says in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount, 1. Fortitude becomes the hungry and thirsty, since those who desire to enjoy true goods and wish to avoid loving earthly and material things must toil. I answer that, as stated above in question 121, Article 2, Augustine makes the Beatitudes correspond to the gifts according to the order in which they are set forth, observing at the same time a certain fittingness between them. Wherefore he ascribes the fourth Beatitude, concerning the hunger and thirst for justice, to the fourth gift, namely fortitude. Yet there is a certain congruity between them, because, as stated in Article 1, fortitude is about difficult things. Now, it is very difficult, not merely to do virtuous deeds, which receive the common designation of works of justice, but furthermore to do them with an unsatiable desire, which may be signified by hunger and thirst for justice. Reply to objection 1. As Chrysostom says in his 15th homily on the Gospel of Matthew, we may understand here not only particular, but also universal justice, which is related to all virtuous deeds according to Ethics 5:1, wherein whatever is hard is the object of that fortitude which is a gift. Reply to objection 2. charity is the root of all the virtues and gifts, as stated above in question 23, Article 8, third reply, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 68, Article 4, third reply. Hence, whatever pertains to fortitude may also be referred to charity. Reply to Objection 3. There are two of the fruits which correspond sufficiently to the gift of fortitude, namely, patience, which regards the enduring of evils, and longanimity, which may regard the long delay and accomplishment of goods. End of question 139. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 140 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 140 of the Precepts of Fortitude, in 2 articles. We must next consider the precepts of fortitude. First, the precepts of fortitude itself. Second, the precepts of its parts. First article, whether the precepts of fortitude are suitably given in the divine law. Objection 1. It seems that the precepts of fortitude are not suitably given in the divine law. For the new law is more perfect than the old law. Yet the old law contains precepts of fortitude, as stated in Deuteronomy 20. Therefore, precepts of fortitude should have been given in the new law also. Objection 2 further. Affirmative precepts are of greater import than negative precepts, since the affirmative include the negative, but not vice versa. Therefore, it is unsuitable for the divine law to contain none but negative precepts in prohibition of fear. Objection 3 further. Fortitude is one of the principal virtues, as stated above in question 123, Article 2, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 61, Article 2. Now the precepts are directed to the virtues as to their end, wherefore they should be proportionate to them. Therefore, the precepts of fortitude should have been placed among the precepts of the Decalogue, which are the chief precepts of the law. On the contrary, stands Holy Writ, which contains these precepts. I answer that precepts of law are directed to the end intended by the lawgiver. Wherefore precepts of law must needs be framed in various ways according to the various ends intended by lawgivers, so that even in human affairs there are laws of democracies, others of kingdoms, and others again of tyrannical governments. Now the end of the divine law is that man may adhere to God, wherefore the divine law contains precepts both of fortitude and of the other virtues, with a view to directing the mind to God. For this reason it is written in Deuteronomy 20, verses 3 and 4, "Fear ye them not, because the Lord your God is in the midst of you, and will fight for you against your enemies." As to human laws, they are directed to certain earthly goods, and among them we find precepts of fortitude according to the requirements of those goods. Reply to Objection 1. The Old Testament contained temporal promises, while the promises of the New Testament are spiritual and eternal, according to Augustine in Against Faustus 4. Hence, in the Old Law, there was need for the people to be taught how to fight, even in a bodily contest, in order to obtain an earthly possession. But in the New Testament, men were taught how to come to the possession of eternal life by fighting spiritually, according to Matthew 11:12. "The kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and the violent bear it away." Hence Peter commands, in 1 Peter 5, verses 8 and 9, "Your adversary the devil, as a roaring lion, goeth about, seeking whom he may devour. Whom resist ye, strong in faith." As also James 4:7, "Resist the devil, and he will fly from you." Since, however, men, while tending to spiritual goods, may be withdrawn from them by corporal dangers, precepts of fortitude had to be given even in the New Law, that they might bravely endure temporal evils, according to Matthew 10:28, "Fear ye not them that kill the body." Reply to Obj. 2. The law gives general directions in its precepts, but the things that have to be done in cases of danger are not, like the things to be avoided, reducible to some common thing. Hence the precepts of fortitude are negative rather than affirmative. Reply to Obj. 3. As stated above in question 122, Article 1, the precepts of the Decalogue are placed in the law as first principles, which need to be known to all from the outset. Wherefore the precepts of the Decalogue had to be chiefly about those acts of justice in which the notion of duty is manifest, and not about acts of fortitude, because it is not so evident that it is a duty for a person not to fear dangers of death. Second article: whether the precepts of the parts of fortitude are suitably given in the divine law. Objection 1. It seems that the precept of the parts of fortitude are unsuitably given in the divine law. For just as patience and perseverance are parts of fortitude, so also are magnificence, magnanimity, and confidence, as stated above in question 128. Now we find precepts of patience in the divine law, as also of perseverance. Therefore, there should also have been precepts of magnificence and magnanimity. Objection 2 further. Patience is a very necessary virtue, since it is the guardian of the other virtues, as Gregory says in his homily 35 on the Gospel. Now, the other virtues are commanded absolutely. Therefore, patience should not have been commanded merely, as Augustine says in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount, as to preparedness of the mind. Objection 3 further. Patience and perseverance are parts of fortitude, as stated above in question 128 and question 136, Article 4, as well as in question 137, Article 2. Now the precepts of fortitude are not affirmative, but only negative, as stated above in Article 1, second reply. Therefore, the precepts of patience and perseverance should have been negative and not affirmative. The contrary, however, follows from the way in which they are given by Holy Writ. I answer that the divine law instructs man perfectly about such things as are necessary for right living. Now, in order to live aright, man needs not only the principal virtues, but also the secondary and annexed virtues. Wherefore the divine law contains precepts not only about the acts of the principal virtues, but also about the acts of the secondary and annexed virtues. Reply to Objection 1. Magnificence and magnanimity do not belong to the genus of fortitude, except by reason of a certain excellence of greatness which they regard in their respective matters. Now things pertaining to excellence come under the counsels of perfection rather than under precepts of obligation. Wherefore there was need of counsels rather than of precepts about magnificence and magnanimity. On the other hand, the hardships and toils of the present life pertain to patience and perseverance, not by reason of any greatness observable in them, but on account of the very nature of those virtues. Hence the need of precepts of patience and perseverance. Reply to Obj. 2. As stated above in question 3, Article 2, although affirmative precepts are always binding, they are not binding for always, but according to time and place. Wherefore, just as the affirmative precepts about the other virtues are to be understood as to the preparedness of the mind, in the sense that man be prepared to fulfill them when necessary, so too are the precepts of patience to be understood in the same way. Reply to Obj. 3. Fortitude, as distinct from patience and perseverance, is about the greatest dangers wherein one must proceed with caution, nor is it necessary to determine what is to be done in particular. On the other hand, patience and perseverance are about minor hardships and toils, wherefore there is less danger in determining, especially in general, what is to be done in such cases. End of question 140. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 141 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 141 of Temperance, in 8 articles. In the next place, we must consider temperance. 1. Temperance itself. 2. Its parts. 3. Its precepts. With regard to temperance, we must consider 1. Temperance itself. 2. The contrary vices. Under the first head, there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether temperance is a virtue. Second, whether it is a special virtue. Third, whether it is only about desires and pleasures. Fourth, whether it is only about pleasures of touch. Fifth, whether it is about pleasures of taste as such, or only as a kind of touch. Sixth, what is the rule of temperance? Seventh, whether it is a cardinal or principal virtue. Eighth, whether it is the greatest of virtues. First article, whether temperance is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that temperance is not a virtue. For no virtue goes against the inclination of nature, since "there is in us a natural aptitude for virtue," as stated in Ethics 2:1. Now temperance withdraws us from pleasures to which nature inclines, according to Ethics 2:3 and 8. Therefore, temperance is not a virtue. Objection 2. Further, virtues are connected with one another, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 65, Article 1. But some people have temperance without having the other virtues. For we find many who are temperate, and yet covetous or timid. Therefore temperance is not a virtue. Obj. 3: Further, to every virtue there is a corresponding gift, as appears from what we have said above (Prima Secundae, Q. 68, A. 4). But seemingly no gift corresponds to temperance, since all the gifts have already been ascribed to other virtues, as already seen in questions 8, 9, 19, 45, 52, 71, and 139. Therefore temperance is not a virtue. On the contrary, Augustine says On Music 6:15, "Temperance is the name of a virtue." I answer that, as stated above Prima Secundae, Q. 55, A. 3, it is essential to virtue to incline man to good. Now the good of man is to be in accordance with reason, as Dionysius states (Div. Nom. iv). Hence human virtue is that which inclines man to something in accordance with reason. Now temperance evidently inclines man to this, since its very name implies moderation or temperateness, which reason causes. Therefore temperance is a virtue. Reply Obj. 1: Nature inclines everything to whatever is becoming to it. Wherefore man naturally desires pleasures that are becoming to him. Since, however, man as such is a rational being, it follows that those pleasures are becoming to man which are in accordance with reason. From such pleasures temperance does not withdraw him, but from those which are contrary to reason. Wherefore it is clear that temperance is not contrary to the inclination of human nature, but is in accord with it. It is, however, contrary to the inclination of the animal nature that is not subject to reason. Reply Obj. 2: The temperance which fulfills the conditions of perfect virtue is not without prudence, while this is lacking to all who are in sin. Hence those who lack other virtues, through being subject to the opposite vices, have not the temperance which is a virtue, though they do acts of temperance from a certain natural disposition, in so far as certain imperfect virtues are either natural to man, as stated above Prima Secundae, Q. 63, A. 1, or acquired by habituation, which virtues, through lack of prudence, are not perfected by reason, as stated above Prima Secundae, Q. 65, A. 1. Reply Obj. 3: Temperance also has a corresponding gift, namely fear, whereby man is withheld from the pleasures of the flesh, according to Psalm 118:120, "Pierce thou my flesh with thy fear." The gift of fear has for its principal object God, whom it avoids offending, and in this respect it corresponds to the virtue of hope, as stated above (Q. 19, A. 9, first reply). But it may have for its secondary object whatever a man shuns in order to avoid offending God. Now man stands in the greatest need of the fear of God, in order to shun those things which are most seductive, and these are the matter of temperance. Wherefore the gift of fear corresponds to temperance also. Second article: Whether temperance is a special virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that temperance is not a special virtue. For Augustine says On the Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans, 15, that "it belongs to temperance to preserve one's integrity and freedom from corruption for God's sake." But this is common to every virtue. Therefore temperance is not a special virtue. Obj. 2: Further, Ambrose says On the Duties of the Clergy 1:42 that "what we observe and seek most in temperance is tranquillity of soul." But this is common to every virtue. Therefore temperance is not a special virtue. Obj. 3: Further, Tully says, as referred to On the Duties of the Clergy 1:27, that "we cannot separate the beautiful from the virtuous," and that "whatever is just is beautiful." Now the beautiful is considered as proper to temperance, according to the same authority. Therefore temperance is not a special virtue. On the contrary, the Philosopher Ethic. ii, 7 and Ethic. iii, 10 reckons it a special virtue. I answer that, it is customary in human speech to employ a common term in a restricted sense in order to designate the principal things to which that common term is applicable. Thus the word city is used antonomastically to designate Rome. Translators note: antonomasia in Greek is the figure of speech whereby we substitute the general for the individual term. For example, the philosopher for Aristotle. Accordingly, the word temperance has a twofold acceptation. First, in accordance with its common signification, and thus temperance is not a special but a general virtue, because the word temperance signifies a certain temperateness or moderation, which reason appoints to human operations and passions, and this is common to every moral virtue. Yet there is a logical difference between temperance and fortitude, even if we take them both as general virtues, since temperance withdraws man from things which seduce the appetite from obeying reason, while fortitude incites him to endure or withstand those things on account of which he forsakes the good of reason. On the other hand, if we take temperance antonomastically, as withholding the appetite from those things which are most seductive to man, it is a special virtue, for thus it has, like fortitude, a special matter. Reply Obj. 1: Man's appetite is corrupted chiefly by those things which seduce him into forsaking the rule of reason and divine law. Wherefore integrity, which Augustine ascribes to temperance, can, like the latter, be taken in two ways: first in a general sense, and secondly in a sense of excellence. Reply Obj. 2: The things about which temperance is concerned have a most disturbing effect on the soul, for the reason that they are natural to man, as we shall state further on (AA. 4 and 5). Hence tranquillity of soul is ascribed to temperance by way of excellence, although it is a common property of all the virtues. Reply Obj. 3: Although beauty is becoming to every virtue, it is ascribed to temperance by way of excellence for two reasons. First, in respect of the generic notion of temperance, which consists in a certain moderate and fitting proportion, and this is what we understand by beauty, as attested by Dionysius (Div. Nom. iv). Secondly, because the things from which temperance withholds us hold the lowest place in man, and are becoming to him by reason of his animal nature, as we shall state further on Articles 4 and 5, as well as question 142, Article 4. Wherefore it is natural that such things should defile him. In consequence, beauty is a foremost attribute of temperance, which above all hinders man from being defiled. In like manner, honesty. Translators note, honesty must be taken here in its broad sense, as synonymous with moral goodness, from the point of view of decorum, is a special attribute of temperance. For Isidore says in Etymologies 10, "An honest man is one who has no defilement, for honesty means an honorable state." This is most applicable to temperance, which withstands the vices that bring most dishonor on man, as we shall state further on in question 142, Article 4. Third article: whether temperance is only about desires and pleasures. Objection 1: It would seem that temperance is not only about desires and pleasures. For Tully says in On the Art of Rhetoric 254 that "temperance is reason's firm and moderate mastery of lust and other wanton emotions of the mind." Now all passions of the soul are called emotions of the mind. Therefore it seems that temperance is not only about desires and pleasures. Obj. 2: Further, virtue is about the difficult and the good, as stated in Ethics 2:3. Now it seems more difficult to temper fear, especially with regard to dangers of death, than to moderate desires and pleasures, which are despised on account of deadly pains and dangers, according to Augustine, in his 83 Questions, question 36. Therefore it seems that the virtue of temperance is not chiefly about desires and pleasures. Obj. 3: Further, according to Ambrose (On the Duties of the Clergy, 143), "the grace of moderation belongs to temperance." And Tully says that "it is the concern of temperance to calm all disturbances of the mind and to enforce moderation." Now moderation is needed not only in desires and pleasures, but also in external acts and whatever pertains to the exterior. Therefore temperance is not only about desires and pleasures. On the contrary, Isidore says in his Etymologies that "it is temperance whereby lust and desire are kept under control." Translators note, the words quoted do not occur in the work referred to. Confer rather to his On the Supreme Good, chapters 37 and 42. I answer that, as stated above in question 123, Article 12, and question 136, Article 1, it belongs to moral virtue to safeguard the good of reason against the passions that rebel against reason. Now the movement of the soul's passions is twofold, as stated above in Prima Secundae, question 23, Article 2, when we were treating of the passions. The one, whereby the sensitive appetite pursues sensible and bodily goods; the other, whereby it flies from sensible and bodily evils. The first of these movements of the sensitive appetite rebels against reason chiefly by lack of moderation, because sensible and bodily goods, considered in their species, are not in opposition to reason, but are subject to it as instruments which reason employs in order to attain its proper end. And that they are opposed to reason is owing to the fact that the sensitive appetite fails to tend towards them in accord with the mode of reason. Hence it belongs properly to moral virtue to moderate those passions which denote a pursuit of the good. On the other hand, the movement of the sensitive appetite in flying from sensible evil is mostly in opposition to reason, not through being immoderate, but chiefly in respect of its flight. Because, when a man flies from sensible and bodily evils, which sometimes accompany the good of reason, the result is that he flies from the good of reason. Hence it belongs to moral virtue to make man, while flying from evil, to remain firm in the good of reason. Accordingly, just as the virtue of fortitude, which by its very nature bestows firmness, is chiefly concerned with the passion, notably fear, which regards flight from bodily evils, and consequently with daring, which attacks the objects of fear in the hope of attaining some good, so too temperance, which denotes a kind of moderation, is chiefly concerned with those passions that tend towards sensible goods, notably desire and pleasure, and consequently with the sorrows that arise from the absence of those pleasures. For just as daring presupposes objects of fear, so too such like sorrow arises from the absence of the aforesaid pleasures. Reply to Obj. 1. As stated above in Prima Secundae, question 23, articles 1 and 2, as well as question 25, article 1 of Prima Secundae, when we were treating of the passions, those passions which pertain to avoidance of evil presuppose the passions pertaining to the pursuit of good. And the passions of the irascible presuppose the passions of the concupiscible. Hence, while temperance directly moderates the passions of the concupiscible which tend towards good, as a consequence it moderates all the other passions, inasmuch as moderation of the passions that precede results in moderation of the passions that follow. Since he that is not immoderate in desire is moderate in hope, and grieves moderately for the absence of the things he desires. Reply to Obj. 2. Desire denotes an impulse of the appetite towards the object of pleasure, and this impulse needs control, which belongs to temperance. On the other hand, fear denotes a withdrawal of the mind from certain evils, against which man needs firmness of mind, which fortitude bestows. Hence temperance is properly about desires, and fortitude about fears. Reply to Obj. 3. External acts proceed from the internal passions of the soul, wherefore their moderation depends on the moderation of the internal passions. Fourth article. Whether temperance is only about desires and pleasures of touch? Objection 1. It would seem that temperance is not only about desires and pleasures of touch. For Augustine says On the Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans 19 that the function of temperance is to control and quell the desires which draw us to the things which withdraw us from the laws of God and from the fruit of His goodness. And a little further on he adds that it is the duty of temperance to spurn all bodily allurements and popular praise. Now, we are withdrawn from God's laws, not only by the desire for pleasures of touch, but also by the desire for pleasures of the other senses, for these too belong to the bodily allurements, and again by the desire for riches or for worldly glory, wherefore it is written in 1 Timothy 6:10, "Desire is the root of all evils." Translator's note: desire is translated from the Latin cupiditas, which the Douay version, following the Greek philargeria, renders desire of money. Therefore temperance is not only about desires of pleasures of touch. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iv, 3) that "one who is worthy of small things and deems himself worthy of them is temperate, but he is not magnificent." Now honors, whether small or great, of which he is speaking there, are an object of pleasure, not of touch, but in the soul's apprehension. Therefore temperance is not only about desires for pleasure of touch. Obj. 3: Further, things that are of the same genus would seem to pertain to the matter of a particular virtue under one same aspect. Now all pleasures of sense are apparently of the same genus. Therefore they all equally belong to the matter of temperance. Obj. 4: Further, spiritual pleasures are greater than the pleasures of the body, as stated above (I II, Q. 31, A. 5) in the Treatise on the Passions. Now sometimes men forsake God's laws and the state of virtue through desire for spiritual pleasures, for instance, through curiosity in matters of knowledge. Wherefore the devil promised man knowledge, saying (Gen. 3:5): "Ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." Therefore temperance is not only about pleasures of touch. Obj. 5: Further, if pleasures of touch were the proper matter of temperance, it would follow that temperance is about all pleasures of touch. But it is not about all, for instance, about those which occur in games. Therefore pleasures of touch are not the proper matter of temperance. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 10) that "temperance is properly about desires of pleasures of touch." I answer that, as stated above (A. 3), temperance is about desires and pleasures in the same way as fortitude is about fear and daring. Now fortitude is about fear and daring with respect to the greatest evils whereby nature itself is dissolved, and such are dangers of death. Wherefore, in like manner, temperance must needs be about desires for the greatest pleasures. And since pleasure results from a natural operation, it is so much the greater according as it results from a more natural operation. Now to animals the most natural operations are those which preserve the nature of the individual by means of meat and drink, and the nature of the species by the union of the sexes. Hence temperance is properly about pleasures of meat and drink and sexual pleasures. Now these pleasures result from the sense of touch, wherefore it follows that temperance is about pleasures of touch. Reply to Obj. 1: In the passage quoted, Augustine apparently takes temperance not as a special virtue having a determinate matter, but as concerned with the moderation of reason in any matter whatever, and this is a general condition of every virtue. However, we may also reply that if a man can control the greatest pleasures, much more can he control lesser ones. Wherefore it belongs chiefly and properly to temperance to moderate desires and pleasures of touch, and secondarily other pleasures. Reply to Obj. 2: The Philosopher takes temperance as denoting moderation in external things, when, to wit, a man tends to that which is proportionate to him, but not as denoting moderation in the soul's emotions, which pertains to the virtue of temperance. Reply to Obj. 3: The pleasures of the other senses play a different part in man and in other animals. For in other animals pleasures do not result from the other senses, save in relation to sensibles of touch. Thus the lion is pleased to see the stag, or to hear its voice, in relation to his food. On the other hand, man derives pleasure from the other senses, not only for this reason, but also on account of the becomingness of the sensible object. Wherefore temperance is about the pleasures of the other senses in relation to pleasures of touch, not principally, but consequently; while in so far as the sensible objects of the other senses are pleasant on account of their becomingness, as when a man is pleased at a well-harmonized sound, this pleasure has nothing to do with the preservation of nature. Hence these passions are not of such importance that temperance can be referred to them antinomastically. Reply to Obj. 4: Although spiritual pleasures are by their nature greater than bodily pleasures, they are not so perceptible to the senses, and consequently they do not so strongly affect the sensitive appetite, against whose impulse the good of reason is safeguarded by moral virtue. We may also reply that spiritual pleasures, strictly speaking, are in accordance with reason, wherefore they need no control save accidentally, in so far as one spiritual pleasure is a hindrance to another greater and more binding. Reply to Obj. 5: Not all pleasures of touch regard the preservation of nature, and consequently it does not follow that temperance is about all pleasures of touch. Fifth article: Whether temperance is about the pleasures proper to the taste? Objection 1: It would seem that temperance is about pleasures proper to the taste. For pleasures of the taste result from food and drink, which are more necessary to man's life than sexual pleasures which regard the touch. But according to what has been said in A. 4, temperance is about pleasures and things that are necessary to human life. Therefore temperance is about pleasures proper to the taste rather than about those proper to the touch. Obj. 2: Further, temperance is about the passions rather than about things themselves. Now, according to De Anima ii, 3, the touch is the sense of food, as regards the very substance of the food, whereas savor, which is the proper object of the taste, is the pleasing quality of the food. Therefore temperance is about the taste rather than about the touch. Obj. 3: Further, according to Ethic. vii, 4, 7, temperance and intemperance are about the same things, and so are continence and incontinence, perseverance and effeminacy, to which delicacy pertains. Now delicacy seems to regard the delight taken in savors, which are the object of the taste. Therefore temperance is about pleasures proper to the taste. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 10) that seemingly temperance and intemperance have little, if anything, to do with the taste. I answer that, as stated above in A. 4, temperance is about the greatest pleasures, which chiefly regard the preservation of human life, either in the species or in the individual. In these matters, certain things are to be considered as principal, and others as secondary. The principal thing is the use itself of the necessary means, of the woman who is necessary for the preservation of the species, or of food and drink, which are necessary for the preservation of the individual, while the very use of these necessary things has a certain essential pleasure annexed thereto. In regard to either use, we consider as secondary whatever makes the use more pleasurable, such as beauty and adornment in woman, and a pleasing savor, and likewise odor in food. Hence temperance is chiefly about the pleasure of touch, that results essentially from the use of these necessary things, which use is in all cases attained by the touch. Secondarily, however, temperance and intemperance are about pleasures of the taste, smell, or sight, inasmuch as the sensible objects of these senses conduce to the pleasurable use of the necessary things that have relation to the touch. But since the taste is more akin to the touch than the other senses are, it follows that temperance is more about the taste than about the other senses. Reply to Obj. 1. The use of food and the pleasure that essentially results therefrom pertain to the touch. Hence the Philosopher says in De Anima ii, 3 that touch is the sense of food, for food is hot or cold, wet or dry. To the taste belongs the discernment of savors, which makes the food pleasant to eat, in so far as they are signs of its being suitable for nourishment. Reply to Obj. 2. The pleasure resulting from savor is additional, so to speak, whereas the pleasure of touch results essentially from the use of food and drink. Reply to Obj. 3. Delicacy regards principally the substance of the food, but secondarily it regards its delicious savor and the way in which it is served. Sixth article. Whether the rule of temperance depends on the need of the present life. Objection 1. It would seem that the rule of temperance does not depend on the needs of the present life. For higher things are not regulated according to lower. Now, as temperance is a virtue of the soul, it is above the needs of the body. Therefore, the rule of temperance does not depend on the needs of the body. Objection 2. Further, whoever exceeds a rule sins. Therefore, if the needs of the body were the rule of temperance, it would be a sin against temperance to indulge in any other pleasure than those required by nature, which is content with a very little. But this would seem unreasonable. Objection 3. Further, no one sins in observing a rule. Therefore, if the need of the body were the rule of temperance, there would be no sin in using any pleasure for the needs of the body, for instance, for the sake of health. But this is apparently false. Therefore, the need of the body is not the rule of temperance. On the contrary, Augustine says in On the Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans, 21, in both testaments, the temperate man finds confirmation of the rule forbidding him to love the things of this life, or to deem any of them desirable for its own sake, and commanding him to avail himself of those things with the moderation of a user, not the attachment of a lover, in so far as they are requisite for the needs of this life and of his station. I answer that, As stated above in Article 1, as well in question 109, Article 2, and question 123, Article 12, the good of moral virtue consists chiefly in the order of reason, because man's good is to be in accord with reason, as Dionysius asserts in On the Divine Names 4. Now the principal order of reason is that by which it directs certain things towards their end, and the good of reason consists chiefly in this order, since good has the aspect of end, and the end is the rule of whatever is directed to the end. Now all the pleasurable objects that are at man's disposal are directed to some necessity of this life as to their end. Wherefore temperance takes the need of this life as the rule of the pleasurable objects of which it makes use, and uses them only for as much as the need of this life requires. Reply to Obj. 1. As stated above, the need of this life is regarded as a rule, insofar as it is an end. Now it must be observed that sometimes the end of the worker differs from the end of the work. Thus it is clear that the end of building is a house, whereas sometimes the end of the builder is profit. Accordingly, the end and rule of temperance itself is happiness, while the end and rule of the thing it makes use of is the need of human life, to which whatever is useful for life is subordinate. Reply to Obj. 2. The need of human life may be taken in two ways. First, it may be taken in the sense in which we apply the term necessary to that without which a thing cannot be at all. Thus food is necessary to an animal. Secondly, it may be taken for something without which a thing cannot be becomingly. Now temperance regards not only the former of these needs, but also the latter. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:11 that the temperate man desires pleasant things for the sake of health, or for the sake of a sound condition of body. Other things that are not necessary for this purpose may be divided into two classes. For some are a hindrance to health and a sound condition of body, and these temperance makes not use of whatever, for this would be a sin against temperance. But others are not a hindrance to those things, and these temperance uses moderately, according to the demands of place and time, and in keeping with those among whom one dwells. Hence the Philosopher, in Ethics 3:11, says that the temperate man also desires other pleasant things, those namely that are not necessary for health or a sound condition of body, so long as they are not prejudicial to these things. Reply to Obj. 3. As stated in the second reply, temperance regards need according to the requirements of life, and this depends not only on the requirements of the body, but also on the requirements of external things, such as riches and station, and more still on the requirements of good conduct. Hence the Philosopher adds in Ethics 3:11 that the temperate man makes use of pleasant things, provided that not only they be not prejudicial to health and a sound bodily condition, but also that they be not inconsistent with good, that is, good conduct, nor beyond his substance, that is, his means. And Augustine says On the Morals of the Catholic Church and On the Morals of the Manichaeans 21 that the temperate man considers the need, not only of this life, but also of his station. Seventh article. Whether temperance is a cardinal virtue? Objection 1. It would seem that temperance is not a cardinal virtue. For the good of moral virtue depends on reason. But temperance is about those things that are furthest removed from reason, namely, about pleasures common to us and the lower animals, as stated in Ethics 3:10. Therefore, temperance, seemingly, is not a principal virtue. Objection 2. Further, the greater the impetus, the more difficult it is to control. Now anger, which is controlled by meekness, seems to be more impetuous than desire, which is controlled by temperance. For it is written in Proverbs 27:4, "Anger hath no mercy, nor fury when it breaketh forth. And who can bear the violence (impetum) of one provoked?" Therefore, meekness is a principal virtue rather than temperance. Objection 3. Further, hope as a movement of the soul takes precedence of desire and concupiscence, as stated above in Secunda Secundae, question 25, Article 4. But humility controls the presumption of immoderate hope. Therefore, seemingly, humility is a principal virtue rather than temperance, which controls concupiscence. On the contrary, Gregory reckons temperance among the principal virtues, in his commentary on Job 2:49. I answer that, as stated above, in question 123, Article 11, and in question 61, Article 3, a principal or cardinal virtue is so called because it has a foremost claim to praise on account of one of those things that are requisite for the notion of virtue in general. Now moderation, which is requisite in every virtue, deserves praise principally in pleasures of touch, with which temperance is concerned, both because these pleasures are most natural to us, so that it is more difficult to abstain from them, and to control the desire for them, and because their objects are more necessary to the present life, as stated above in Article 4. For this reason, temperance is reckoned a principal or cardinal virtue. Reply to Objection 1. The longer the range of its operation, the greater is the agent's power, virtus, shown to be. Wherefore, the very fact that the reason is able to moderate desires and pleasures that are furthest removed from it proves the greatness of reason's power. This is how temperance comes to be a principal virtue. Reply to Objection 2. The impetuousness of anger is caused by an accident, for instance, a painful hurt. Wherefore it soon passes, although its impetus be great. On the other hand, the impetuousness of the desire for pleasures of touch proceeds from a natural cause, wherefore it is more lasting and more general, and consequently its control regards a more principal virtue. Reply to Objection 3. The object of hope is higher than the object of desire, wherefore hope is accounted the principal passion in the irascible. But the objects of desire and pleasures of touch move the appetite with greater force, since they are more natural. Therefore, temperance, which appoints the mean in such things, is a principal virtue. Eighth article. Whether temperance is the greatest of the virtues? Objection 1. It would seem that temperance is the greatest of the virtues. For Ambrose says On the Duties of the Clergy 143 that "whatever we observe and seek most in temperance is the safeguarding of what is honorable and the regard for what is beautiful." Now virtue deserves praise for being honorable and beautiful. Therefore temperance is the greatest of the virtues. Objection 2. Further, the more difficult the deed, the greater the virtue. Now, it is more difficult to control desires and pleasures of touch than to regulate external actions, the former pertaining to temperance, and the latter to justice. Therefore, temperance is a greater virtue than justice. Objection 3. Further, seemingly, the more general a thing is, the more necessary and the better it is. Now fortitude is about dangers of death, which occur less frequently than pleasures of touch, for these occur every day. So that temperance is in more general use than fortitude. Therefore, temperance is a more excellent virtue than fortitude. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Rhetoric 1:9) that "the greatest virtues are those which are most profitable to others, for which reason we give the greatest honor to the brave and the just." I answer that, as the Philosopher declares (Ethic. i, 2), "the good of the many is more of the godlike than the good of the individual. Wherefore the more a virtue regards the good of the many, the better it is. Now justice and fortitude regard the good of the many more than temperance does, since justice regards the relations between one man and another, while fortitude regards dangers of battle which are endured for the common weal. Whereas temperance moderates only the desires and pleasures which affect man himself. Hence it is evident that justice and fortitude are more excellent virtues than temperance, while prudence and the theological virtues are more excellent still. Reply to Obj. 1. Honor and beauty are especially ascribed to temperance, not on account of the excellence of the good proper to temperance, but on account of the disgrace of the contrary evil, from which it withdraws us, by moderating the pleasures common to us and the lower animals. Reply to Obj. 2. Since virtue is about the difficult and the good, the excellence of a virtue is considered more under the aspect of good, wherein justice excels, than under the aspect of difficult, wherein temperance excels. Reply to Obj. 3. That which is general, because it regards the many, conduces more to the excellence of goodness than that which is general because it occurs frequently. Fortitude excels in the former way, temperance in the latter. Hence fortitude is greater simply, although in some respects temperance may be described as greater not only than fortitude, but also than justice. End of question 141. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 142 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the Virtue of Temperance, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 142. Of the vices opposed to temperance, in 4 articles. We must now consider the vices opposed to temperance. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether insensibility is a sin. Second, whether intemperance is a childish sin. Third, of the comparison between intemperance and timidity. Fourth, whether intemperance is the most disgraceful of vices. First article, whether insensibility is a vice. Objection 1. It would seem that insensibility is not a vice. For those are called insensible who are deficient with regard to pleasures of touch. Now seemingly it is praiseworthy and virtuous to be altogether deficient in such matters. For it is written in Daniel 10, verses 2 and 3, "In those days Daniel mourned the days of 3 weeks. I ate no desirable bread, and neither flesh nor wine entered my mouth, neither was I anointed with ointment." Therefore, insensibility is not a sin. Objection 2. Further, man's good is to be in accord with reason, according to Dionysius in On the Divine Names 4. Now abstinence from all pleasures of touch is most conducive to man's progress in the good of reason, for it is written in Daniel 1:17 that to the children who took pulse for their food, God gave knowledge and understanding in every book and wisdom. Therefore, insensibility which rejects these pleasures altogether is not sinful. Objection 3. Further, that which is a very effective means of avoiding sin would seem not to be sinful. Now the most effective remedy in avoiding sin is to shun pleasures, and this pertains to insensibility. For the Philosopher says in Ethics 2:9 that if we deny ourselves pleasures, we are less liable to sin. Therefore, there is nothing vicious in insensibility. On the contrary, nothing save vice is opposed to virtue. Now insensibility is opposed to the virtue of temperance according to the Philosopher in Ethics 2:7 and in 3:11. Therefore, insensibility is a vice. I answer that whatever is contrary to the natural order is vicious. Now nature has introduced pleasure into the operations that are necessary for man's life. Wherefore, the natural order requires that man should make use of these pleasures insofar as they are necessary for man's well-being, as regards the preservation either of the individual or of the species. Accordingly, if anyone were to reject pleasure to the extent of omitting things that are necessary for nature's preservation, he would sin, as acting counter to the order of nature. And this pertains to the vice of insensibility. It must be observed, however, that it is sometimes praiseworthy and even necessary, for the sake of an end, to abstain from such pleasures as result from these operations. Thus, for the sake of the body's health, certain persons refrain from pleasures of meat, drink, and sex, as also for the fulfillment of certain engagements. Thus athletes and soldiers have to deny themselves many pleasures in order to fulfill their respective duties. In like manner, penitents, in order to recover health of soul, have recourse to abstinence from pleasures, as a kind of diet, and those who are desirous of giving themselves up to contemplation and divine things need much to refrain from carnal things. Nor do any of these things pertain to the vice of insensibility, because they are in accord with right reason. Reply to Obj. 1. Daniel abstained thus from pleasures, not through any horror of pleasure, as though it were evil in itself, but for some praiseworthy end, in order, namely, to adapt himself to the heights of contemplation by abstaining from pleasures of the body. Hence the text goes on to tell of the revelation that he received immediately afterwards. Reply to Obj. 2. Since man cannot use his reason without his sensitive powers, which need a bodily organ, as stated in the first part, question 84, articles 7 and 8, man needs to sustain his body in order that he may use his reason. Now the body is sustained by means of operations that afford pleasure, wherefore the good of reason cannot be in a man if he abstain from all pleasures. Yet this need for using pleasures of the body will be greater or less according as man needs more or less the powers of his body in accomplishing the act of reason. Wherefore it is commendable for those who undertake the duty of giving themselves to contemplation, and of imparting to others a spiritual good, by a kind of spiritual procreation as it were, to abstain from many pleasures, but not for those who are in duty bound to bodily occupations and carnal procreation. Reply to Obj. 3. In order to avoid sin, pleasure must be shunned, not altogether, but so that it is not sought more than necessity requires. Second article. Whether intemperance is a childish sin. Objection 1. It would seem that intemperance is not a childish sin. For Jerome, in commenting on Matthew 18:3, "Unless you be converted and become as little children," says that "a child persists not in anger, is unmindful of injuries, takes no pleasure in seeing a beautiful woman," all of which is contrary to intemperance. Therefore, intemperance is not a childish sin. Objection 2. Further, children have none but natural desires. Now, in respect of natural desires, few sin by intemperance, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 3:11. Therefore, intemperance is not a childish sin. Objection 3. Further, children should be fostered and nourished, whereas concupiscence and pleasure, about which intemperance is concerned, are always to be thwarted and uprooted, according to Colossians 3:5. "Mortify your members upon the earth, which are concupiscence," etc. Therefore, intemperance is not a childish sin. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:12 that "we apply the term intemperance to childish faults." Translator's note: akolasia, which Aristotle refers to kolatzo, to punish, so that its original sense would be impunity or unrestraint. I answer that a thing is said to be childish for two reasons. First, because it is becoming to children, and the Philosopher does not mean that the sin of intemperance is childish in this sense. Secondly, by way of likeness, and it is in this sense that sins of intemperance are said to be childish. For the sin of intemperance is one of unchecked concupiscence, which is likened to a child in three ways. First, as regards that which they both desire, for like a child, concupiscence desires something disgraceful. This is because, in human affairs, a thing is beautiful according as it harmonizes with reason. Wherefore Tully says, in his Morals, 127, under the heading, Comeliness is twofold, that the beautiful is that which is in keeping with man's excellence, in so far as his nature differs from other animals. Now a child does not attend to the order of reason, and in like manner, concupiscence does not listen to reason, according to Ethics 7:6. Secondly, they are alike as to the results. For a child, if left to his own will, becomes more self-willed. Hence it is written in Ecclesiasticus 30:8, "A horse not broken becometh stubborn, and a child left to himself will become headstrong." So too, concupiscence, if indulged, gathers strength. Wherefore Augustine says, in his Confessions, 8:5, "Lust served became a custom, and custom not resisted became necessity." Thirdly, as to the remedy, which is applied to both. For a child is corrected by being restrained. Hence it is written in Proverbs 23:13 and 14, "Withhold not correction from a child. Thou shalt beat him with a rod, and deliver his soul from hell." In like manner, by resisting concupiscence, we moderate it according to the demands of virtue. Augustine indicates this when he says, in his Treatise on Music, 6:11, that if the mind be lifted up to spiritual things, and remain fixed thereon, the impulse of custom, that is, carnal concupiscence, is broken, and being suppressed is gradually weakened, for it was stronger when we followed it, and though not wholly destroyed, it is certainly less strong when we curb it. Hence the Philosopher says, in Ethics 3:12, that "as a child ought to live according to the direction of his tutor, so ought the concupiscible to accord with reason." Reply to Obj. 1. This argument takes the term childish as denoting what is observed in children. It is not in this sense that the sin of intemperance is said to be childish, but by way of likeness, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 2. A desire may be said to be natural in two ways. First, with regard to its genus, and thus temperance and intemperance are about natural desires, since they are about desires of food and sex, which are directed to the preservation of nature. Secondly, a desire may be called natural with regard to the species of the thing that nature requires for its own preservation, and in this way it does not happen often that one sins in the matter of natural desires, for nature requires only that which supplies its need, and there is no sin in desiring this, save only where it is desired in excess as to quantity. This is the only way in which sin can occur with regard to natural desires, according to the Philosopher, in Ethics 3:11. There are other things in respect of which sins frequently occur, and these are certain incentives to desire devised by human curiosity. Cf. Question 167. Such as the nice, curiosa, preparation of food, or the adornment of women. And though children do not affect these things much, yet intemperance is called a childish sin for the reason given above. Reply to Obj. 3. That which regards nature should be nourished and fostered in children, but that which pertains to the lack of reason in them should not be fostered but corrected, as stated above. Third article: whether cowardice is a greater vice than intemperance. Objection 1. It would seem that cowardice is a greater vice than intemperance. For a vice deserves reproach through being opposed to the good of virtue. Now cowardice is opposed to fortitude, which is a more excellent virtue than temperance, as stated above in Article 2, as well as in question 141, Article 8. Therefore, cowardice is a greater vice than intemperance. Objection 2. Further, the greater the difficulty to be surmounted, the less is a man to be reproached for failure. Wherefore the Philosopher says, in Ethic. 7:7, that "it is no wonder, in fact it is pardonable, if a man is mastered by strong and overwhelming pleasures or pains." Now seemingly, it is more difficult to control pleasures than other passions. Hence it is stated in Ethic. 2:3 that "it is more difficult to contend against pleasure than against anger, which would seem to be stronger than fear." Therefore, intemperance, which is overcome by pleasure, is a less grievous sin than cowardice, which is overcome by fear. Objection 3. Further, it is essential to sin that it be voluntary. Now cowardice is more voluntary than intemperance, since no man desires to be intemperate, whereas some desire to avoid dangers of death, which pertains to cowardice. Therefore, cowardice is a more grievous sin than intemperance. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:12 that "intemperance seems more akin to voluntary action than cowardice. Therefore, it is more sinful." I answer that one may be compared with another in two ways. First, with regard to the matter or object. Secondly, on the part of the man who sins. And in both ways intemperance is a more grievous sin than cowardice. First, as regards the matter. For cowardice shuns dangers of death, to avoid which the principal motive is the necessity of preserving life. On the other hand, intemperance is about pleasures, the desire of which is not so necessary for the preservation of life, because, as stated above in Article 2, second reply, intemperance is more about certain annexed pleasures or desires than about natural desires or pleasures. Now the more necessary the motive of sin, the less grievous the sin. Wherefore intemperance is a more grievous vice than cowardice on the part of the object or motive matter. In like manner again, on the part of the man who sins, and this for three reasons. First, because the more sound-minded a man is, the more grievous his sin, wherefore sins are not imputed to those who are demented. Now grave fear and sorrow, especially in dangers of death, stun the human mind, but not so pleasure, which is the motive of intemperance. Secondly, because the more voluntary a sin, the graver it is. Now intemperance has more of the voluntary in it than cowardice has, and this for two reasons. The first is because actions done through fear have their origin in the compulsion of an external agent, so that they are not simply voluntary but mixed, as stated in Ethic. 3:1, whereas actions done for the sake of pleasure are simply voluntary. The second reason is because the actions of an intemperate man are more voluntary individually and less voluntary generically. For no one would wish to be intemperate, yet man is enticed by individual pleasures which make of him an intemperate man. Hence, the most effective remedy against intemperance is not to dwell on the consideration of singulars. It is the other way about in matters relating to cowardice, because the particular action that imposes itself on a man is less voluntary, for instance, to cast aside his shield, and the like, whereas the general purpose is more voluntary, for instance, to save himself by flight. Now that which is more voluntary in the particular circumstances in which the act takes place is simply more voluntary. Wherefore intemperance, being simply more voluntary than cowardice, is a greater vice. Thirdly, because it is easier to find a remedy for intemperance than for cowardice, since pleasures of food and sex, which are the matter of intemperance, are of everyday occurrence, and it is possible for man, without danger, by frequent practice in their regard, to become temperate, whereas dangers of death are of rare occurrence, and it is more dangerous for man to encounter them frequently in order to cease being a coward. Reply to Obj. 1. The excellence of fortitude in comparison with temperance may be considered from two standpoints. First, with regard to the end, which has the aspect of good, because fortitude is directed to the common good more than temperance is. And from this point of view, cowardice has a certain precedence over intemperance, since by cowardice some people forsake the defense of the common good. Secondly, with regard to the difficulty, because it is more difficult to endure dangers of death than to refrain from any pleasures whatever. And from this point of view, there is no need for cowardice to take precedence of intemperance. For just as it is a greater strength that does not succumb to a stronger force, so on the other hand, to be overcome by a stronger force is a proof of a lesser vice, and to succumb to a weaker force is the proof of a greater vice. Reply to Obj. 2. Love of self-preservation, for the sake of which one shuns perils of death, is much more connatural than any pleasures whatever of food and sex which are directed to the preservation of life. Hence it is more difficult to overcome the fear of dangers of death than the desire of pleasure in matters of food and sex, although the latter is more difficult to resist than anger, sorrow, and fear occasioned by certain other evils. Reply to Obj. 3. The voluntary, in cowardice, depends rather on a general than on a particular consideration, wherefore in such cases we have the voluntary not simply but in a restricted sense. Fourth article. Whether intemperance is the most disgraceful of sins. Objection 1. It would seem that intemperance is not the most disgraceful of sins. As honor is due to virtue, so is disgrace due to sin. Now some sins are more grievous than intemperance, for instance, murder, blasphemy, and the like. Therefore, intemperance is not the most disgraceful of sins. Objection 2, further, those sins which are the more common are seemingly less disgraceful, since men are less ashamed of them. Now sins of intemperance are most common, because they are about things connected with the common use of human life, and in which many happen to sin. Therefore, sins of intemperance do not seem to be the most disgraceful. Obj. 3. Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 7:6, "Temperance and intemperance are about human desires and pleasures." Now certain desires and pleasures are more shameful than human desires and pleasures. Such are brutal pleasures and those caused by disease, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. 7:5. Therefore, intemperance is not the most disgraceful of sins. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:10 that "intemperance is justly more deserving of reproach than other vices." I answer that, disgrace is seemingly opposed to honor and glory. Now honor is due to excellence, as stated above in question 103, Article 1, and glory denotes clarity, as stated in question 103, Article 1, third reply. Accordingly, intemperance is most disgraceful for two reasons. First, because it is most repugnant to human excellence, since it is about pleasures common to us and the lower animals, as stated above in question 141, Articles 2 and 3. Wherefore it is written in Psalm 48, verse 21, "Man, when he was in honor, did not understand. He hath been compared to senseless beasts, and made like to them." Secondly, because it is most repugnant to man's clarity or beauty, inasmuch as the pleasures which are the matter of intemperance dim the light of reason from which all clarity and beauty of virtue arises. Wherefore these pleasures are described as being most slavish. Reply to Obj. 1. As Gregory says in his commentary on Job 33:12, "The sins of the flesh, which are comprised under the head of intemperance, although less culpable, are most disgraceful." The reason is that culpability is measured by inordinateness in respect of the end, while disgrace regards shamefulness, which depends chiefly on the unbecomingness of the sin in respect of the sinner. Reply to Obj. 2. The commonness of a sin diminishes the shamefulness and disgrace of a sin in the opinion of men, but not as regards the nature of the vices themselves. Reply to Obj. 3. When we say that intemperance is most disgraceful, we mean in comparison with human vices, those, namely, that are connected with human passions, which to a certain extent are in conformity with human nature. But those vices which exceed the mode of human nature are still more disgraceful. Nevertheless, such vices are apparently reducible to the genus of intemperance by way of excess. For instance, if a man delight in eating human flesh, or in committing the unnatural vice. End of question 142. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 143 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 143. Of the parts of temperance in general. We must now consider the parts of temperance. We shall consider these same parts: 1. In general; 2. each of them in particular. Article: Whether the parts of temperance are rightly assigned. Objection 1. It would seem that Tully, On the Art of Rhetoric 254, unbecomingly assigns the parts of temperance, when he asserts them to be continence, mildness, and modesty. For continence is reckoned to be distinct from virtue in Ethics 7:1, whereas temperance is comprised under virtue. Therefore, continence is not a part of temperance. Objection 2. Further, mildness seemingly softens hatred or anger. But temperance is not about these things, but about pleasures of touch, as stated above in question 141, Article 4. Therefore, mildness is not a part of temperance. Objection 3. Further, modesty concerns external action, wherefore the Apostle says in Philippians 4:5, "Let your modesty be known to all men." Now external actions are the matter of justice, as stated above in question 58, Article 8. Therefore, modesty is a part of justice rather than of temperance. Objection 4. Further, Macrobius reckons many more parts of temperance, for he says that temperance results in modesty, shamefacedness, abstinence, chastity, honesty, moderation, lowliness, sobriety, purity. Andronicus also says On the Affections that the companions of temperance are gravity, continence, humility, simplicity, refinement, method, contentment. Therefore, it seems that Tully insufficiently reckoned the parts of temperance. I answer that, as stated above, in questions 48 and 128, a cardinal virtue may have three kinds of parts, namely integral, subjective, and potential. The integral parts of a virtue are the conditions, the concurrence of which are necessary for virtue, and in this respect there are two integral parts of temperance: shamefacedness, whereby one recoils from the disgrace that is contrary to temperance, and honesty, whereby one loves the beauty of temperance. For, as stated above in question 141, Article 2, third reply, temperance, more than any other virtue, lays claim to a certain comeliness, and the vices of intemperance excel others in disgrace. The subjective parts of a virtue are its species, and the species of a virtue have to be differentiated according to the difference of matter or object. Now temperance is about pleasures of touch, which are of two kinds. For some are directed to nourishment, and in these, as regards meat, there is abstinence, and as regards drink, properly, there is sobriety. Other pleasures are directed to the power of procreation, and in these, as regards the principal pleasure of the act itself of procreation, there is chastity. And as to the pleasures incidental to the act, resulting for instance from kissing, touching, or fondling, we have purity. The potential parts of a principal virtue are called secondary virtues. For while the principal virtue observes the mode in some principal matter, these observe the mode in some other matter wherein moderation is not so difficult. Now it belongs to temperance to moderate pleasures of touch, which are most difficult to moderate. Wherefore any virtue that is effective of moderation in some matter or another, and restrains the appetite in its impulse towards something, may be reckoned a part of temperance, as a virtue annexed thereto. This happens in three ways. First, in the inward movements of the soul. Secondly, in the outward movements and actions of the body. Thirdly, in outward things. Now, besides the movement of concupiscence, which temperance moderates and restrains, we find in the soul three movements towards a particular object. In the first place, there is the movement of the will when stirred by the impulse of passion, and this movement is restrained by continence, the effect of which is that, although a man suffer immoderate concupiscences, his will does not succumb to them. Another inward movement towards something is the movement of hope, and of the resultant daring, and this is moderated or restrained by humility. The third movement is that of anger, which tends toward revenge, and this is restrained by meekness or mildness. With regard to bodily movements and actions, moderation and restraint is the effect of modesty, which, according to Andronicus, has three parts. The first of these enables one to discern what to do and what not to do, and to observe the right order, and to persevere in what we do. This he assigns to method. The second is that a man observe decorum in what he does, and this he ascribes to refinement. The third has to do with the conservation or any other intercourse between a man and his friends, and this is called gravity. With regard to external things, a twofold moderation has to be observed. First, we must not desire too many, and to this Macrobius assigns lowliness, and Andronicus contentment. Secondly, we must not be too nice in our requirements, and to this Macrobius assigns moderation, Andronicus simplicity. Reply to objection 1. It is true that continence differs from virtue, just as imperfect differs from perfect, as we shall state further on in question 165, Article 1. And in this sense it is condivided with virtue. Yet it has something in common with temperance, both as to matter, since it is about pleasures of touch, and as to mode, since it is a kind of restraint. Hence it is suitably assigned as a part of temperance. Reply to objection 2. Mildness or meekness is reckoned a part of temperance, not because of a likeness of matter, but because they agree as to the mode of restraint and moderation, as stated above. Reply to objection 3. In the matter of external action, justice considers what is due to another. Modesty does not consider this, but only a certain moderation. Hence it is reckoned a part not of justice, but of temperance. Reply to objection 4. Under modesty, Tully includes whatever pertains to the moderation of bodily movements and external things, as well as the moderation of hope, which we reckoned as pertaining to humility. End of question 143. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 144 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 144. Of shamefacedness, in 4 articles. We must now consider the parts of temperance in particular, and in the first place the integral parts, which are shamefacedness and honesty. With regard to shamefacedness, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether shamefacedness is a virtue. Second, what is its object? Third, who are the cause of a man being ashamed? Fourth, what kind of people are ashamed? First article. Whether shamefacedness is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that shamefacedness is a virtue. For it is proper to a virtue to observe the mean as fixed by reason. This is clear from the definition of virtue given in Ethics 2:6. Now shamefacedness observes the mean in this way, as the Philosopher observes in Ethics 2:7. Therefore, shamefacedness is a virtue. Objection 2. Further, whatever is praiseworthy is either a virtue or something connected with virtue. Now shamefacedness is praiseworthy, but it is not a part of virtue, for it is not part of prudence, since it is not in the reason but in the appetite, nor is it a part of justice, since shamefacedness implies a certain passion, whereas justice is not about the passions, nor again is it a part of fortitude, because it belongs to fortitude to be persistent and aggressive, while it belongs to shamefacedness to recoil from something. Nor, lastly, is it a part of temperance, since the latter is about desires, whereas shamefacedness is a kind of fear, according as the Philosopher states in Ethics 4:9, and Damascene in On the True Faith 2:15. Hence, it follows that shamefacedness is a virtue. Objection 3. Further, the honest and the virtuous are convertible, according to Tully, in his Morals 127. Now shamefacedness is a part of honesty, for Ambrose says in On the Duties of the Clergy 143 that shamefacedness is the companion and familiar of the restful mind, averse to wantonness, a stranger to any kind of excess, the friend of sobriety, and the support of what is honest, a seeker after the beautiful. Therefore, shamefacedness is a virtue. Objection 4. Further, every vice is opposed to a virtue. Now certain vices are opposed to shamefacedness, namely shamelessness and inordinate prudery. Therefore, shamefacedness is a virtue. Objection 5. Further, like acts beget like habits, according to Ethics 2:1. Now shamefacedness implies a praiseworthy act, wherefore from many such acts a habit results. But a habit of praiseworthy deeds is a virtue, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 1:12. Therefore, shamefacedness is a virtue. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 2:7 and in Ethics 4:9 that shamefacedness is not a virtue. I answer that virtue is taken in 2 ways, in a strict sense and in a broad sense. Taken strictly, virtue is a perfection, as stated in Physics 7:17 and 18. Wherefore, anything that is inconsistent with perfection, though it be good, falls short of the notion of virtue. Now, shamefacedness is inconsistent with perfection, because it is the fear of something base, namely of that which is disgraceful. Hence Damascene says, in On the True Faith 2:15, that shamefacedness is fear of a base action. Now, just as hope is about a possible and difficult good, so is fear about a possible and arduous evil, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 40, Article 1, question 41, Article 2, and question 42, Article 3, when we were treating of the passions. But one who is perfect as to a virtuous habit does not apprehend that which would be disgraceful and base to do as being possible and arduous, that is to say, difficult for him to avoid. Nor does he actually do anything base so as to be in fear of disgrace. Therefore, shamefacedness, properly speaking, is not a virtue, since it falls short of the perfection of virtue. Taken, however, in a broad sense, virtue denotes whatever is good and praiseworthy in human actions or passions, and in this way shamefacedness is sometimes called a virtue, since it is a praiseworthy passion. Reply to Objection 1. Observing the mean is not sufficient for the notion of virtue, although it is one of the conditions included in virtue's definition. But it is requisite, in addition to this, that it be an elective habit, that is to say, operating from choice. Now, shamefacedness denotes not a habit, but a passion, nor does its movement result from choice, but from an impulse of passion. Hence, it falls short of the notion of virtue. Reply to Objection 2. As stated above, shamefacedness is fear of baseness and disgrace. Now, it has been stated, in question 142, Article 4, that the vice of intemperance is most base and disgraceful. Wherefore, shamefacedness pertains more to temperance than to any other virtue, by reason of its motive cause, which is a base action, though not according to the species of the passion, namely fear. Nevertheless, in so far as the vices opposed to other virtues are base and disgraceful, shamefacedness may also pertain to other virtues. Reply to Objection 3. Shamefacedness fosters honesty, by removing that which is contrary thereto, but not so as to attain to the perfection of honesty. Reply to Objection 4. Every defect causes a vice, but not every good is sufficient for the notion of virtue. Consequently, it does not follow that whatever is directly opposed to vice is a virtue, although every vice is opposed to a virtue as regards its origin. Hence, shamelessness, insofar as it results from excessive love of disgraceful things, is opposed to temperance. Reply to Objection 5. Being frequently ashamed causes the habit of an acquired virtue, whereby one avoids disgraceful things which are the object of shamefacedness, without continuing to be ashamed in their regard, although as a consequence of this acquired virtue, a man would be more ashamed if confronted with the matter of shamefacedness. Second article. Whether shamefacedness is about a disgraceful action. Objection 1. It would seem that shamefacedness is not about a disgraceful action. For the philosopher says in Ethics 4:9 that shamefacedness is fear of disgrace. Now sometimes those who do nothing wrong suffer ignominy, according to Psalm 67, verse 8. For thy sake I have borne reproach, shame hath covered my face. Therefore, shamefacedness is not properly about a disgraceful action. Objection 2: Further, nothing apparently is disgraceful, but what is sinful. Yet man is ashamed of things that are not sins, for instance, when he performs a menial occupation. Therefore, it seems that shamefacedness is not properly about a disgraceful action. Objection 3: Further, virtuous deeds are not disgraceful, but most beautiful, according to Ethics 1:8. Yet sometimes people are ashamed to do virtuous deeds, according to Luke 9:26. "He that shall be ashamed of me and my words, of him the Son of Man shall be ashamed," etc. Therefore, shamefacedness is not about a disgraceful action. Objection 4: Further, if shamefacedness were properly about a disgraceful action, it would follow that the more disgraceful the action, the more ashamed would one be. Yet sometimes a man is more ashamed of lesser sins, while he glories in those which are most grievous, according to Psalm 51:3. "Why dost thou glory in malice?" Therefore, shamefacedness is not properly about a disgraceful action. On the contrary, Damascene (On the True Faith 2:15) and Gregory of Nyssa say that "shamefacedness is fear of doing a disgraceful deed, or of a disgraceful deed done." I answer that, as stated above in the Prima Secundae, question 41, Article 2, and question 42, Article 3, when we were treating of the passions, fear is properly about an arduous evil, one, namely, that is difficult to avoid. Now disgrace is twofold. There is the disgrace inherent to vice, which consists in the deformity of a voluntary act, and this, properly speaking, has not the character of an arduous evil. For that which depends on the will alone does not appear to be arduous and above man's ability, wherefore it is not apprehended as fearful, and for this reason the Philosopher says (Rhetoric. ii, 5) that such evils are not a matter of fear. The other kind of disgrace is penal, so to speak, and it consists in the reproach that attaches to a person, just as the clarity of glory consists in a person being honored. And since this reproach has the character of an arduous evil, just as honor has the character of an arduous good, shamefacedness, which is fear of disgrace, regards first and foremost reproach or ignominy. And since reproach is properly due to vice, as honor is due to virtue, it follows that shamefacedness regards also the disgrace inherent to vice. Hence the Philosopher says (Rhetoric. ii, 5) that "a man is less ashamed of those defects which are not the result of any fault of his own." Now shamefacedness regards fault in two ways. In one way, a man refrains from vicious acts through fear of reproach. In another way, a man, while doing a disgraceful deed, avoids the public eye through fear of reproach. In the former case, according to Gregory of Nyssa, we speak of a person blushing. In the latter we say that he is ashamed. Hence he says that "the man who is ashamed acts in secret, but he who blushes fears to be disgraced." Reply to Obj. 1: Shamefacedness properly regards disgrace as due to sin which is a voluntary defect. Hence the Philosopher says (Rhetoric. ii, 6) that "a man is more ashamed of those things of which he is the cause." Now the virtuous man despises the disgrace to which he is subject, on account of virtue, because he does not deserve it. as the Philosopher says of the magnanimous in Ethics 4:3. Thus we find it said of the Apostles in Acts 5:41 that they, the Apostles, went from the presence of the council, rejoicing that they were accounted worthy to suffer reproach for the name of Jesus. It is owing to imperfection of virtue that a man is sometimes ashamed of the reproaches which he suffers on account of virtue, since the more virtuous a man is, the more he despises external things, whether good or evil. Wherefore it is written in Isaiah 51:7, "Fear ye not the reproach of men." Reply to Obj. 2. As stated above in Question 63, Article 3, though honor is not really due save to virtue alone, yet it regards a certain excellence, and the same applies to reproach, for though it is properly due to sin alone, yet, at least in man's opinion, it regards any kind of defect. Hence a man is ashamed of poverty, disrepute, servitude, and the like. Reply to Obj. 3. Shamefacedness does not regard virtuous deeds as such, yet it happens accidentally that a man is ashamed of them either because he looks upon them as vicious according to human opinion, or because he is afraid of being marked as presumptuous or hypocritical for doing virtuous deeds. Reply to Obj. 4. Sometimes more grievous sins are less shameful, either because they are less disgraceful, as spiritual sins in comparison with sins of the flesh, or because they connote a certain abundance of some temporal good. Thus a man is more ashamed of cowardice than of daring, of theft than of robbery, on account of a semblance of power. The same applies to other sins. Third article: whether man is more shamefaced of those who are more closely connected with him. Objection 1. It would seem that man is not more shamefaced of those who are more closely connected with him. For it is stated in Rhetorics 2:6 that men are more shamefaced of those from whom they desire approbation. Now men desire this especially from people of the better sort, who are sometimes not connected with them. Therefore man is not more shamefaced of those who are more closely connected with him. Objection 2. Further, seemingly those are more closely connected who perform like deeds. Now man is not made ashamed of his sin by those whom he knows to be guilty of the same sin, because according to Rhetorics 2:6, a man does not forbid his neighbor what he does himself. Therefore he is not more shamefaced of those who are more closely connected with him. Objection 3. Further, the Philosopher says in Rhetorics 2:6 that men take more shame from those who retail their information to many, such as jokers and fable-tellers. But those who are more closely connected with a man do not retail his vices. Therefore, one should not take shame chiefly from them. Objection 4. Further, the Philosopher says in Rhetorics 2:6 that men are most liable to be made ashamed by those among whom they have done nothing amiss, by those of whom they ask something for the first time, by those whose friends they wish to become. Now these are less closely connected with us. Therefore man is not made most ashamed by those who are most closely united to him. On the contrary, it is stated in Rhetorics 2:6 that man is made most ashamed by those who are to be continually with him. I answer that, since reproach is opposed to honor, just as honor denotes attestation to someone's excellence, especially the excellence which is according to virtue, so too reproach, the fear of which is shamefacedness, denotes attestation to a person's defect, especially that which results from sin. Hence, the more weighty a person's attestation is considered to be, the more does he make another person ashamed. Now, a person's attestation may be considered as being more weighty, either because he is certain of the truth or because of its effect. Certitude of the truth attaches to a person's attestations for two reasons. First, on account of the rectitude of his judgment, as in the case of wise and virtuous men, by whom man is more desirous of being honored, and by whom he is brought to a greater sense of shame. Hence children and the lower animals inspire no one with shame by reason of their lack of judgment. Secondly, on account of his knowledge of the matter attested, because everyone judges well of what is known to him, according to Ethics 1:3. In this way, we are more liable to be made ashamed by persons connected with us, since they are better acquainted with our deeds, whereas strangers and persons entirely unknown to us, who are ignorant of what we do, inspire us with no shame at all. An attestation receives weight from its effect by reason of some advantage or harm resulting therefrom. Wherefore men are more desirous of being honored by those who can be of use to them, and are more liable to be made ashamed by those who are able to do them some harm. And for this reason again, in a certain respect, persons connected with us make us more ashamed, since we are to be continually in their society, as though this entailed a continual harm to us, whereas the harm that comes from strangers and passers-by ceases almost at once. Reply to Obj. 1. People of the better sort make us ashamed for the same reason as those who are more closely connected with us. Because, just as the attestation of the better men carries more weight, since they have a more universal knowledge of things, and in their judgments hold fast to the truth, so too the attestation of those among whom we live is more cogent, since they know more about our concerns in detail. Reply to Obj. 2. We fear not the attestation of those who are connected with us in the likeness of sin, because we do not think that they look upon our defect as disgraceful. Reply to Obj. 3. Tale-bearers make us ashamed on account of the harm they do by making many think ill of us. Reply to Obj. 4. Even those among whom we have done no wrong make us more ashamed on account of the harm that would follow, because to which we should forfeit the good opinion they had of us. And again, because when contraries are put in juxtaposition, their opposition seems greater, so that when a man notices something disgraceful in one whom he esteemed good, he apprehends it as being the more disgraceful. The reason why we are made more ashamed by those of whom we ask something for the first time, or whose friends we wish to be, is that we fear to suffer some injury, by being disappointed in our request, or by failing to become their friends. Fourth article. Whether even virtuous men can be ashamed. Objection 1. It would seem that even virtuous men can be ashamed. For contraries have contrary effects. Now those who excel in wickedness are not ashamed, according to Jeremiah 3:3. Thou hadst a harlot's forehead, thou wouldst not blush. Therefore, those who are virtuous are more inclined to be ashamed. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:6 that Men are ashamed not only of vice, but also of the signs of evil. And this happens also in the virtuous. Therefore, virtuous men can be ashamed. Objection 3: Further, shamefacedness is fear of disgrace, according to Ethics 4:9. Now, virtuous people may happen to be ignominious, for instance, if they are slandered, or if they suffer reproach undeservedly. Therefore, a virtuous man can be ashamed. Objection 4: Further, shamefacedness is a part of temperance, as stated above in question 143. Now, a part is not separated from its whole. Since then temperance is in a virtuous man, it means that shamefacedness is also. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:9 that a virtuous man is not shamefaced. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 1 and 2, shamefacedness is fear of some disgrace. Now, it may happen in two ways that an evil is not feared. First, because it is not reckoned an evil. Secondly, because one reckons it impossible with regard to oneself, or is not difficult to avoid. Accordingly, shame may be lacking in a person in two ways. First, because the things that should make him ashamed are not deemed by him to be disgraceful, and in this way those who are steeped in sin are without shame, for instead of disapproving of their sins, they boast of them. Secondly, because they apprehend disgrace as impossible to themselves, or as easy to avoid. In this way, the old and the virtuous are not shamefaced. Yet they are so disposed that if there were anything disgraceful in them, they would be ashamed of it. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:9 that shame is in the virtuous hypothetically. Reply to Objection 1. Lack of shame occurs in the best and in the worst men through different causes, as is stated in the article. In the average men it is found insofar as they have a certain love of good, and yet are not altogether free from evil. Reply to Objection 2. It belongs to the virtuous man to avoid not only vice, but also whatever has the semblance of vice, according to 1 Thessalonians 5:22. From all appearance of evil refrain yourselves. The Philosopher too says in Ethics 4:9 that the virtuous man should avoid not only what is really evil, but also those things that are regarded as evil. Reply to Objection 3. As stated above in Article 1, first reply, the virtuous man despises ignominy and reproach as being things he does not deserve, wherefore he is not much ashamed of them. Nevertheless, to a certain extent, shame, like the other passions, may forestall reason. Reply to Objection 4. Shamefacedness is a part of temperance, not as though it entered into its essence, but as a disposition to it. Wherefore Ambrose says, in On the Duties of the Clergy, 143, that shamefacedness lays the first foundation of temperance, by inspiring man with the horror of whatever is disgraceful. End of question 144. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 145 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae.
Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, The Virtue of Temperance, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 145. Of honesty, in 4 articles. Translator's note. Honesty must be taken here in its broad sense, as synonymous with moral goodness, from the point of view of decorum. We must now consider honesty, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, the relation between the honest and the virtuous. Second, its relation with the beautiful. Translator's note: as honesty here denotes moral goodness, so beauty stands for moral beauty. Third, its relation with the useful and the pleasant. Fourth, whether honesty is a part of temperance. First article: whether honesty is the same as virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that honesty is not the same as virtue. For Tully says, On the Art of Rhetoric, 253, that "the honest is what is desired for its own sake." Now virtue is desired not for its own sake, but for the sake of happiness, for the Philosopher says in Ethics 1:9 that "happiness is the reward and the end of virtue." Therefore, honesty is not the same as virtue. Objection 2: Further, according to Isidore in his Etymologies 10, honesty means an honorable state. Now honor is due to many things besides virtue, since "it is praise that is the proper due of virtue," according to Ethics 1:12. Therefore, honesty is not the same as virtue. Objection 3: Further, the principal part of a virtue is the interior choice, as the Philosopher says in Ethics 8:13. But honesty seems to pertain rather to exterior conduct, according to 1 Corinthians 14:40. "Let all things be done decently (honeste) and according to order among you." Therefore, honesty is not the same as virtue. Objection 4. Further, honesty apparently consists in external wealth, according to Ecclesiasticus 11:14, "Good things and evil, life and death, poverty and riches are from God." But virtue does not consist in external wealth. Therefore, honesty is not the same as virtue. On the contrary, Tully, in his Morals, as well as in his Rhetoric 253, divides honesty into the 4 principal virtues, into which virtue is also divided. Therefore, honesty is the same as virtue. I answer that, as Isidore says in his Etymologies 10, honesty means an honorable state. Wherefore a thing may be said to be honest through being worthy of honor. Now honor, as stated above in question 144, Article 2, Second Reply, is due to excellence. And the excellence of a man is gauged chiefly according to his virtue, as stated in Physics 7:17. Therefore, properly speaking, honesty refers to the same thing as virtue. Reply to Objection 1. According to the Philosopher, in Ethics 1:7, of those things that are desired for their own sake, some are desired for their own sake alone, and never for the sake of something else, such as happiness, which is the last end; while some are desired not only for their own sake, inasmuch as they have an aspect of goodness in themselves, even if no further good accrued to us through them, but also for the sake of something else,
inasmuch as they are conducive to some more perfect good. It is thus that the virtues are desirable for their own sake, wherefore Tully says On the Art of Rhetoric 252 that "some things allure us by their own force, and attract us by their own worth, such as virtue, truth, knowledge." And this suffices to give a thing the character of honest. Reply to Obj. 2. Some of the things which are honored besides virtue are more excellent than virtue, namely, God and happiness, and such like things are not so well known to us by experience as virtue which we practice day by day. Hence, virtue has a greater claim to the name of honesty. Other things which are beneath virtue are honored, in so far as they are a help to the practice of virtue, such as rank, power, and riches. For as the Philosopher says (Ethic. iv, 3) that these things "are honored by some people, but in truth it is only the good man who is worthy of honor." Now a man is good in respect of virtue. Wherefore praise is due to virtue, in so far as the latter is desirable for the sake of something else, while honor is due to virtue for its own sake. And it is thus that virtue has the character of honesty. Reply to Obj. 3. As we have stated, honest denotes that to which honor is due. Now honor is an attestation to someone's excellence, as stated above in Q. 103, Articles 1 and 2. But one attests only to what one knows, and the internal choice is not made known save by external actions. Wherefore external conduct has the character of honesty, in so far as it reflects internal rectitude. For this reason honesty consists radically in the internal choice, but its expression lies in the external conduct. Reply to Obj. 4. It is because the excellence of wealth is commonly regarded as making a man deserving of honor, that sometimes the name of honesty is given to external prosperity. Second article. Whether the honest is the same as the beautiful. Objection 1. It would seem that the honest is not the same as the beautiful. For the aspect of honest is derived from the appetite, since the honest is "what is desirable for its own sake," according to Cicero on the Art of Rhetoric 253. But the beautiful regards rather the faculty of vision, to which it is pleasing. Therefore the beautiful is not the same as the honest. Objection 2. Further, beauty requires a certain clarity, which is characteristic of glory, whereas the honest regards honor. Since, then, honor and glory differ, as stated above in Q. 103, Article 1, third reply, it seems also that the honest and the beautiful differ. Objection 3. Further, honesty is the same as virtue, as stated above in Article 1. But a certain beauty is contrary to virtue, wherefore it is written in Ezekiel 16:15, "Trusting in thy beauty, thou playest the harlot because of thy renown." Therefore the honest is not the same as the beautiful. On the contrary, the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 12, verses 23 and 24, "Those that are our uncomely in honesta parts have more abundant comeliness honestatem, but our comely honesta parts have no need." Now by uncomely parts he means the baser members, and by comely parts the beautiful members. Therefore the honest and the beautiful are apparently the same. I answer that, as may be gathered from the words of Dionysius (On the Divine Names IV), beauty, or comeliness, results from the concurrence of clarity and due proportion. For he states that God is said to be beautiful as being "the cause of the harmony and clarity of the universe." Hence the beauty of the body consists in a man having his bodily limbs well proportioned, together with a certain clarity of color. In like manner, spiritual beauty consists in a man's conduct or actions being well proportioned in respect of the spiritual clarity of reason. Now this is what is meant by honesty, which we have stated in Article 1 to be the same as virtue. And it is virtue that moderates according to reason all that is connected with man. Wherefore, honesty is the same as spiritual beauty. Hence Augustine says, in his 83 Questions, question 30, "By honesty I mean intelligible beauty, which we properly designate as spiritual." And further on he adds that "many things are beautiful to the eye, which it would be hardly proper to call honest." Reply to Obj. 1. The object that moves the appetite is an apprehended good. Now if a thing is perceived to be beautiful as soon as it is apprehended, it is taken to be something becoming and good. Hence Dionysius says, On the Divine Names IV, that "the beautiful and the good are beloved by all." Wherefore the honest, inasmuch as it implies spiritual beauty, is an object of desire, and for this reason Tully says, in his Morals I, 5, "Thou perceivest the form and the features, so to speak, of honesty, and were it to be seen with the eye, would, as Plato declares, arouse a wondrous love of wisdom." Reply to Obj. 2. As stated above, in question 103, Article 1, third reply, glory is the effect of honor, because through being honored or praised, a person acquires clarity in the eyes of others. Wherefore, just as the same thing makes a man honorable and glorious, so is the same thing honest and beautiful. Reply to Obj. 3. This argument applies to the beauty of the body, although it might be replied that to be proud of one's honesty is to play the harlot because of one's spiritual beauty, according to Ezekiel 28:17. "Thy heart was lifted up with thy beauty, thou hast lost thy wisdom in thy beauty." Third article. Whether the honest differs from the useful and the pleasant. Objection 1. It would seem that the honest does not differ from the useful and the pleasant. For the honest is "what is desirable for its own sake," according to Cicero, On the Art of Rhetoric, 253. Now pleasure is desired for its own sake, for "it seems ridiculous to ask a man why he wishes to be pleased," as the Philosopher remarks in Ethic. x, 2. Therefore the honest does not differ from the pleasant. Objection 2: Further, riches are comprised under the head of useful good. For Tully says, in the Art of Rhetoric, 252, "There is a thing that attracts the desire, not by any force of its own, nor by its very nature, but on account of its fruitfulness and utility. And that is money." Now riches come under the head of honesty, for it is written in Ecclesiasticus 11:14, "Poverty and riches (honestas) are from God." And in Ecclesiasticus 13:2, "He shall take a burden upon him that hath fellowship with one more honorable," that is, richer than himself. Therefore the honest differs not from the useful. Obj. 3: Further, Tully proves in his Morals ii, 3 that nothing can be useful unless it be honest. And Ambrose makes the same statement in On the Duties of the Clergy 2:6. Therefore the useful differs not from the honest. On the contrary, Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 30, "The honest is that which is desirable for its own sake. The useful implies reference to something else." I answer that, the honest concurs in the same subject with the useful and the pleasant, but it differs from them in aspect. For, as stated above in Article 2, a thing is said to be honest in so far as it has a certain beauty through being regulated by reason. Now whatever is regulated in accordance with reason is naturally becoming to man. Again, it is natural for a thing to take pleasure in that which is becoming to it. Wherefore an honest thing is naturally pleasing to man. And the Philosopher proves this with regard to acts of virtue in Ethics 1:8. Yet not all that is pleasing is honest, since a thing may be becoming according to the senses, but not according to reason. A pleasing thing of this kind is beside man's reason, which perfects his nature. Even virtue itself, which is essentially honest, is referred to something else as its end, namely happiness. Accordingly, the honest, the useful, and the pleasant concur in the one subject. Nevertheless, they differ in aspect. For a thing is said to be honest as having a certain excellence deserving of honor on account of its spiritual beauty, while it is said to be pleasing as bringing rest to desire, and useful as referred to something else. The pleasant, however, extends to more things than the useful and the honest, since whatever is useful and honest is pleasing in some respect, whereas the converse does not hold, according to Ethics 2:3. Reply to Obj. 1: A thing is said to be honest if it is desired for its own sake by the rational appetite, which tends to that which is in accordance with reason, while a thing is said to be pleasant if it is desired for its own sake by the sensitive appetite. Reply to Obj. 2: Riches are denominated honesty according to the opinion of many who honor wealth, or because they are intended to be the instruments of virtuous deeds, as stated above in Article 1, second reply. Reply to Obj. 3: Tully and Ambrose mean to say that nothing incompatible with honesty can be simply and truly useful, since it follows that it is contrary to man's last end, which is a good in accordance with reason, although it may perhaps be useful in some respect with regard to a particular end. But they do not mean to say that every useful thing as such may be classed among those that are honest. Fourth article: Whether honesty should be reckoned a part of temperance. Objection 1: It would seem that honesty should not be reckoned a part of temperance. For it is not possible for a thing to be a part and whole in respect of one same thing. Now, temperance is a part of honesty, according to Tully On the Art of Rhetoric 2:53. Therefore honesty is not a part of temperance. Objection 2: Further, it is stated in the 3rd Esdra 3:21 that "wine makes all thoughts honest." But the use of wine, especially in excess, in which sense the passage quoted should seemingly be taken, pertains to intemperance rather than to temperance. Therefore, honesty is not a part of temperance. Obj. 3: Further, the honest is that which is deserving of honor. Now, "it is the just and the brave who receive most honor," according to the Philosopher (Rhet. i, 9). Therefore honesty pertains not to temperance, but rather to justice and fortitude. Wherefore Eleazar said, as related in 2 Maccabees 6:28, "I suffer an honorable (honesta) death for the most venerable and most holy laws." On the contrary, Macrobius reckons honesty a part of temperance, and Ambrose (On the Duties of the Clergy 143) ascribes honesty as pertaining especially to temperance. I answer that, as stated above in A. 2, honesty is a kind of spiritual beauty. Now the disgraceful is opposed to the beautiful, and opposites are most manifest of one another. Wherefore, seemingly, honesty belongs especially to temperance, since the latter repels that which is most disgraceful and unbecoming to man, namely animal lusts. Hence by its very name, temperance is most significative of the good of reason, to which it belongs to moderate and temper evil desires. Accordingly, honesty, as being ascribed for a special reason to temperance, is reckoned as a part thereof, not as a subjective part, nor as an annexed virtue, but as an integral part or condition attaching thereto. Reply to Obj. 1: Temperance is accounted a subjective part of honesty, taken in a wide sense. It is not thus that the latter is reckoned a part of temperance. Reply to Obj. 2: When a man is intoxicated, "the wine makes his thoughts honest," according to his own reckoning, because he deems himself great and deserving of honor. Reply to Obj. 3: Greater honor is due to justice and fortitude than to temperance, because they excel in the point of a greater good. Yet greater honor is due to temperance, because the vices which it holds in check are the most deserving of reproach, as stated above. Thus honesty is more to be ascribed to temperance, according to the rule given by the Apostle in 1 Corinthians 12:23, when he says that "our uncomely parts have more abundant comeliness," which, namely, destroys whatever is uncomely. End of question 145. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 146 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 146 of Abstinence, in 2 articles. We must now consider the subjective parts of temperance. First, those which are about pleasures of food. Secondly, those which are about pleasures of sex. The first consideration will include abstinence, which is about meat and drink, and sobriety, which is specifically about drink. With regard to abstinence, 3 points have to be considered. 1. Abstinence itself. 2. Its act, which is fasting. 3. Its opposite vice, which is gluttony. Under the first head, there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether abstinence is a virtue. Second, whether it is a special virtue. First article: whether abstinence is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that abstinence is not a virtue. For the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 4:20, "The kingdom of God is not in speech but in power (virtute)." Now the kingdom of God does not consist in abstinence, for the Apostle says in Romans 14:17, "The kingdom of God is not meat and drink," where a gloss observes that "justice consists neither in abstaining nor in eating." Therefore abstinence is not a virtue. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says in his Confessions (10:11), addressing himself to God, "This hast thou taught me, that I should set myself to take food as physic." Now it belongs not to virtue, but to the medical art to regulate medicine. Therefore, in like manner, to regulate one's food, which belongs to abstinence, is not an act of virtue, but of art. Obj. 3: Further, every virtue observes the mean, as stated in Ethics ii, 6, 7. But abstinence seemingly inclines not to the mean, but to deficiency, since it denotes retrenchment. Therefore abstinence is not a virtue. Obj. 4: Further, no virtue excludes another virtue. But abstinence excludes patience, for Gregory says in his Pastoral Rule 3:19 that "impatience not unfrequently dislodges the abstainer's mind from its peaceful seclusion." Likewise he says in his Pastoral Rule 3:19 that "sometimes the sin of pride pierces the thoughts of the abstainer," so that abstinence excludes humility. Therefore abstinence is not a virtue. On the contrary, it is written in 2 Peter 1:5, 6, "Join with your faith virtue, and with virtue knowledge, and with knowledge abstinence," where abstinence is numbered among other virtues. Therefore abstinence is a virtue. I answer that abstinence, by its very name, denotes retrenchment of food. Hence the term abstinence may be taken in 2 ways. First, as denoting retrenchment of food absolutely, and in this way it signifies neither a virtue nor a virtuous act, but something indifferent. Secondly, it may be taken as regulated by reason, and then it signifies either a virtuous habit or a virtuous act. This is the meaning of Peter's words quoted above, where he says that we ought to join abstinence with knowledge, namely, that in abstaining from food, a man should act with due regard for those among whom he lives, for his own person, and for the requirements of health. Reply to Obj. 1. The use of and abstinence from food, considered in themselves, do not pertain to the kingdom of God, since the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 8:8, "Meat doth not commend us to God, for neither, if we eat not, shall we have the less, nor if we eat, shall we have the more," that is, spiritually. Nevertheless, they both belong to the kingdom of God, in so far as they are done reasonably through faith and love of God. Reply to Obj. 2. The regulation of food, in the point of quantity and quality, belongs to the art of medicine as regards the health of the body, but in the point of internal affections with regard to the good of reason, it belongs to abstinence. Hence Augustine says in his Questions on the Gospel 2:11, "It makes no difference whatever to virtue, what or how much food a man takes, so long as he does it with due regard for the people among whom he lives, for his own person, and for the requirements of his health. But it matters how readily and uncomplainingly he does without food when bound by duty or necessity to abstain." Reply Obj. 3: It belongs to temperance to bridle the pleasures which are too alluring to the soul, just as it belongs to fortitude to strengthen the soul against fears that deter it from the good of reason. Wherefore, just as fortitude is commended on account of a certain excess, from which all the parts of fortitude take their name, so temperance is commended for a kind of deficiency, from which all its parts are denominated. Hence abstinence, since it is a part of temperance, is named from deficiency, and yet it observes the mean, in so far as it is in accord with right reason. Reply Obj. 4: Those vices result from abstinence in so far as it is not in accord with right reason. For right reason makes one abstain as one ought, that is, with gladness of heart, and for the due end, that is, for God's glory and not one's own. Second article: Whether abstinence is a special virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that abstinence is not a special virtue. For every virtue is praiseworthy by itself. But abstinence is not praiseworthy by itself, for Gregory says in the Pastoral Rule 3:19 that "the virtue of abstinence is praised only on account of the other virtues." Therefore abstinence is not a special virtue. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says that "the saints abstain from meat and drink, not that any creature of God is evil, but merely in order to chastise the body." Now this belongs to chastity, as its very name denotes. Therefore abstinence is not a special virtue distinct from chastity. Obj. 3: Further, as a man should be content with moderate meat, so should he be satisfied with moderate clothes, according to 1 Timothy 6:8. "Having food, and wherewith to be covered, with these should we be content." Now there is no special virtue in being content with moderate clothes. Neither, therefore, is there in abstinence which moderates food. On the contrary, Macrobius reckons abstinence as a special part of temperance. I answer that, as stated above (Q. 136, A. 1, as well as in Q. 141, A. 3), moral virtue maintains the good of reason against the onslaught of the passions. Hence, whenever we find a special motive why a passion departs from the good of reason, there is need of a special virtue. Now pleasures of the table are of a nature to withdraw man from the good of reason, both because they are so great, and because food is necessary to man who needs it for the maintenance of life, which he desires above all other things. Therefore abstinence is a special virtue. Reply Obj. 1: Virtues are of necessity connected together, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae question 65, A. 1. Wherefore one virtue receives help and commendation from another, as justice from fortitude. Accordingly, in this way, the virtue of abstinence receives commendation on account of the other virtues. Reply Obj. 2: The body is chastised by means of abstinence, not only against the allurements of lust, but also against those of gluttony, since by abstaining a man gains strength for overcoming the onslaughts of gluttony, which increase in force the more he yields to them. Yet abstinence is not prevented from being a special virtue through being a help to chastity, since one virtue helps another. Reply to Obj. 3. The use of clothing was devised by art, whereas the use of food is from nature. Hence it is more necessary to have a special virtue for the moderation of food than for the moderation of clothing. End of question 146. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 147 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 147. Of Fasting, in 8 articles. We must now consider fasting, under which head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether fasting is an act of virtue. Second, of what virtue is it the act? Third, whether it is a matter of precept. Fourth, whether anyone is excused from fulfilling this precept. Fifth, the time of fasting. Sixth, whether it is requisite for fasting to eat but once. Seventh, the hour of eating for those who fast. Eighth, the meats from which it is necessary to abstain. First article. Whether fasting is an act of virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that fasting is not an act of virtue. For every act of virtue is acceptable to God. But fasting is not always acceptable to God, according to Isaiah 58:3. Why have we fasted, and thou hast not regarded? Therefore, fasting is not an act of virtue. Objection 2. Further, no act of virtue forsakes the mean of virtue. Now fasting forsakes the mean of virtue, which in the virtue of abstinence takes account of the necessity of supplying the needs of nature, whereas by fasting something is retrenched therefrom. Else those who do not fast would not have the virtue of abstinence. Therefore, fasting is not an act of virtue. Objection 3. Further, that which is competent to all, both good and evil, is not an act of virtue. Now such is fasting, since everyone is fasting before eating. Therefore, fasting is not an act of virtue. On the contrary, it is reckoned together with other virtuous acts, in 2 Corinthians 6, verses 5 and 6, where the Apostle says, "In fasting, in knowledge, in chastity," etc. I answer that, an act is virtuous through being directed by reason to some virtuous good. Translator's note: virtuous comes from the Latin word honestum. Now this is consistent with fasting, because fasting is practiced for a threefold purpose. First, in order to bridle the lusts of the flesh, wherefore the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 6, verses 5 and 6, "In fasting, in chastity," since fasting is the guardian of chastity. For according to Jerome, Venus is cold when Ceres and Bacchus are not there. That is to say, lust is cooled by abstinence in meat and drink. Secondly, we have recourse to fasting in order that the mind may arise more freely to the contemplation of heavenly things. Hence it is related in Daniel chapter 10 that he received a revelation from God after fasting for 3 weeks. Thirdly, in order to satisfy for sins. Wherefore it is written in the prophet Joel 2 verse 12, "Be converted to me with all your heart, in fasting, and in weeping, and in mourning." The same is declared by Augustine in a sermon, his Sermon 72. "Fasting cleanses the soul, raises the mind, subjects one flesh to the spirit, renders the heart contrite and humble, scatters the clouds of concupiscence, quenches the fire of lust, kindles the true light of chastity." Reply to Obj. 1: An act that is virtuous generically may be rendered vicious by its connection with certain circumstances. Hence the text goes on to say, "Behold, in the day of your fast your own will is founded." And a little further on, in Isaiah 58 verse 4, "You fast for debates and strife, and strike with the fist wickedly." These words are expounded by Gregory in his Pastoral Rule 3:19 as follows: "The will indicates joy, and the fist anger. In vain, then, is the flesh restrained, if the mind allowed to drift to inordinate movements be wrecked by vice." And Augustine says in the same sermon that "fasting loves not many words, deems wealth superfluous, scorns pride, commends humility, helps man to perceive what is frail and paltry." Reply to Obj. 2: The mean of virtue is measured not according to quantity, but according to right reason, as stated in Ethic. ii, 6. Now reason judges it expedient, on account of some special motive, for a man to take less food than would be becoming to him under ordinary circumstances, for instance, in order to avoid sickness, or in order to perform certain bodily works with greater ease. And much more does reason direct this to the avoidance of spiritual evils and the pursuit of spiritual goods. Yet reason does not retrench so much from one's food as to refuse nature its necessary support. Thus Jerome says, "It matters not whether thou art a long or a short time in destroying thyself, since to afflict the body immoderately, whether by excessive lack of nourishment, or by eating or sleeping too little, is to offer a sacrifice of stolen goods." Translator's note: the quotation is from the Corpus of Canon Law, the chapter Non Mediocriter de Consecrationibus. Gratian there ascribes the quotation to St. Jerome, but it is not to be found in the saint's works. In like manner, right reason does not retrench so much from a man's food as to render him incapable of fulfilling his duty. Hence Jerome says, in the same reference, "Rational man forfeits his dignity, if he sets fasting before chastity, or night watchings before the well-being of his senses." Reply to Obj. 3: The fasting of nature, in respect of which a man is said to be fasting until he partakes of food, consists in a pure negation, wherefore it cannot be reckoned a virtuous act. Such is only the fasting of one who abstains in some measure from food for a reasonable purpose. Hence the former is called natural fasting, jejunium jejunii, translator's note, literally, the fast of fasting. while the latter is called the faster's fast, because he fasts for a purpose. Second article: whether fasting is an act of abstinence. Objection 1. It would seem that fasting is not an act of abstinence. For Jerome, commenting on Matthew chapter 17, verse 20, "This kind of devil," says, "To fast is to abstain not only from food, but also from all manner of lusts." Now this belongs to every virtue. Therefore, fasting is not exclusively an act of abstinence. Objection 2: Further, Gregory says in a Lenten homily, his homily 16 on the Gospel, that "the Lenten fast is a tithe of the whole year." Now paying tithes is an act of religion, as stated above in Question 87, Article 1. Therefore, fasting is an act of religion and not of abstinence. Objection 3: Further, abstinence is a part of temperance, as stated above in Question 143 and Question 146, Article 1, third reply. Now temperance is condivided with fortitude, to which it belongs to endure hardships, and this seems very applicable to fasting. Therefore, fasting is not an act of abstinence. On the contrary, Isidore says in his Etymologies 6:19 that "fasting is frugality of fare and abstinence from food." I answer that, habit and act have the same matter. Wherefore every virtuous act about some particular matter belongs to the virtue that appoints the mean in that matter. Now fasting is concerned with food, wherein the mean is appointed by abstinence. Wherefore it is evident that fasting is an act of abstinence. Reply to Obj. 1. Properly speaking, fasting consists in abstaining from food. But speaking metaphorically, it denotes abstinence from anything harmful, and such especially is sin. We may also reply that even properly speaking, fasting is abstinence from all manner of lust, since, as stated above in Article 1, first reply, an act ceases to be virtuous by the conjunction of any vice. Reply to Obj. 2. Nothing prevents the act of one virtue belonging to another virtue, insofar as it is directed to the end of that virtue, as explained above in Question 32, Article 1, second reply, as well as in Question 85, Article 3. Accordingly, there is no reason why fasting should not be an act of religion, or of chastity, or of any other virtue. Reply to Obj. 3. It belongs to fortitude, as a special virtue, to endure, not any kind of hardship, but only those connected with the danger of death. To endure hardships resulting from privation of pleasure of touch belongs to temperance and its parts, and such are the hardships of fasting. Third article: whether fasting is a matter of precept. Objection 1. It would seem that fasting is not a matter of precept. For precepts are not given about works of supererogation, which are a matter of counsel. Now fasting is a work of supererogation, else it would have to be equally observed at all places and times. Therefore, fasting is not a matter of precept. Objection 2. Further, whoever infringes a precept commits a mortal sin. Therefore, if fasting were a matter of precept, all who do not fast would sin mortally, and a widespreading snare would be laid for all men. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine says (On the True Religion 17) that "the wisdom of God having taken human nature, and called us to a state of freedom, instituted a few most salutary sacraments whereby the community of the Christian people, that is, of the free multitude, should be bound together in subjection to one God." Now the liberty of the Christian people seems to be hindered by a greater number of observances, no less than by a greater number of sacraments. For Augustine says in his letter 55 that "whereas God in His mercy wished our religion to be distinguished by its freedom and the evidence and small number of its solemn sacraments, some people render it oppressive with slavish burdens." Therefore it seems that the Church should not have made fasting a matter of precept. On the contrary, Jerome, in his letter 71, speaking of fasting, says, "Let each province keep to its own practice, and look upon the commands of the elders as though they were laws of the apostles." Therefore fasting is a matter of precept. I answer that, just as it belongs to the secular authority to make legal precepts which apply the natural law to matters of common weal in temporal affairs, so it belongs to ecclesiastical superiors to prescribe by statute those things that concern the common weal of the faithful in spiritual goods. Now it has been stated above in Article 1 that fasting is useful as atoning for and preventing sin, and as raising the mind to spiritual things. And everyone is bound by the natural dictate of reason to practice fasting as far as it is necessary for these purposes. Wherefore fasting in general is a matter of precept of the natural law, while the fixing of the time and manner of fasting as becoming and profitable to the Christian people is a matter of precept of positive law established by ecclesiastical authority. The latter is the church fast; the former is the fast prescribed by nature. Reply to Obj. 1: Fasting, considered in itself, denotes something not eligible but penal. Yet it becomes eligible in so far as it is useful to some end. Wherefore, considered absolutely, it is not binding under precept. But it is binding under precept to each one that stands in need of such a remedy. And since men, for the most part, need this remedy, both because "in many things we all offend," according to James 3:2, and because "the flesh lusteth against the Spirit," according to Galatians 5:17, it was fitting that the Church should appoint certain fasts to be kept by all in common. In doing this, the Church does not make a precept of a matter of supererogation, but particularizes in detail that which is of general obligation. Reply to Obj. 2: Those commandments which are given under the form of a general precept do not bind all persons in the same way, but subject to the requirements of the end intended by the lawgiver. It will be a mortal sin to disobey a commandment through contempt of the lawgiver's authority, or to disobey it in such a way as to frustrate the end intended by him. But it is not a mortal sin if one fails to keep a commandment when there is a reasonable motive, and especially if the lawgiver would not insist on its observance if he were present. Hence it is that not all who do not keep the fasts of the Church sin mortally. Reply to Obj. 3: Augustine is speaking there of those things that are neither contained in the authorities of Holy Scripture, nor found among the ordinances of bishops and council, nor sanctioned by the custom of the universal Church. On the other hand, the fasts that are of obligation are appointed by the councils of bishops and are sanctioned by the custom of the universal Church. Nor are they opposed to the freedom of the faithful, rather are they of use in hindering the slavery of sin, which is opposed to spiritual freedom, of which it is written in Galatians 5:13, "You, brethren, have been called unto liberty. Only make not liberty an occasion to the flesh." Fourth Article. Whether all are bound to keep the fasts of the Church? Objection 1. It would seem that all are bound to keep the fasts of the Church. For the commandments of the Church are binding, even as the commandments of God, according to Luke 10:16. "He that heareth you, heareth me." Now all are bound to keep the commandments of God. Therefore, in like manner, all are bound to keep the fasts appointed by the Church. Objection 2. Further, children especially are seemingly not exempt from fasting, on account of their age. For it is written in Joel 2:15, "Sanctify a fast," and further on in Joel 2:16, "Gather together the little ones, and them that suck the breasts." Much more, therefore, are all others bound to keep the fasts. Objection 3. Further, spiritual things should be preferred to temporal, and necessary things to those that are not necessary. Now bodily works are directed to temporal gain, and pilgrimages, though directed to spiritual things, are not a matter of necessity. Therefore, since fasting is directed to a spiritual gain, and is made a necessary thing by the commandment of the Church, it seems that the fasts of the Church ought not to be omitted on account of a pilgrimage or bodily works. Objection 4. Further, it is better to do a thing willingly than through necessity, as stated in 2 Corinthians 9:7. Now the poor are wont to fast through necessity, owing to lack of food. Much more, therefore, ought they to fast willingly. On the contrary, it seems that no righteous man is bound to fast. For the commandments of the Church are not binding in opposition to Christ's teaching. But our Lord said in Luke chapter 5:34 that "the children of the bridegroom cannot fast whilst the bridegroom is with them." Now he is with all the righteous by dwelling in them in a special manner. Wherefore our Lord said in Matthew 28:20, "Behold, I am with you, even to the consummation of the world." Therefore, the righteous are not bound by the commandment of the Church to fast. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 90, Article 2, as well as in question 98, Articles 2 and 6, general precepts are framed according to the requirements of the many. Wherefore, in making such precepts, the lawgiver considers what happens generally and for the most part, and he does not intend the precept to be binding on a person in whom, for some special reason, there is something incompatible with the observance of the precept. Yet discretion must be brought to bear on the point. For if the reason be evident, it is lawful for a man to use his own judgment in omitting to fulfill the precept, especially if custom be in his favor, or if it be difficult for him to have recourse to a superior authority. On the other hand, if the reason be doubtful, one should have recourse to the superior who has power to grant a dispensation in such cases. And this must be done in the fasts appointed by the Church, to which all are bound in general, unless there be some special obstacle to this observance. Reply to Obj. 1. The commandments of God are precepts of the natural law, which are, of themselves, necessary for salvation. But the commandments of the Church are about matters which are necessary for salvation, not of themselves, but only through the ordinance of the Church. Hence there may be certain obstacles on account of which certain persons are not bound to keep the fasts in question. Reply to Obj. 2. In children there is a most evident reason for not fasting, both on account of their natural weakness, owing to which they need to take food frequently, and not much at a time, and because they need much nourishment owing to the demands of growth, which results from the residuum of nourishment. Wherefore, as long as the stage of growth lasts, which as a rule lasts until they have completed the third period of 7 years, they are not bound to keep the Church fasts. And yet it is fitting that even during that time they should exercise themselves in fasting, more or less, in accordance with their age. Nevertheless, when some great calamity threatens, even children are commanded to fast, in sign of more severe penance, according to Jonah 3:7. "Let neither men nor beasts taste anything, nor drink water." Reply to Obj. 3. Apparently, a distinction should be made with regard to pilgrims and working people. For if the pilgrimage or laborious work can be conveniently deferred or lessened without detriment to the bodily health and such external conditions as are necessary for the upkeep of bodily or spiritual life, there is no reason for omitting the fasts of the Church. But if one be under the necessity of starting on the pilgrimage at once, and of making long stages, or of doing much work, either for one's bodily livelihood or for some need of the spiritual life, and it be impossible at the same time to keep the fasts of the Church, one is not bound to fast, because in ordering fasts the Church would not seem to have intended to prevent other pious and more necessary undertakings. Nevertheless, in such cases one ought seemingly to seek the superior's dispensation, except perhaps when the above course is recognized by custom, since when superiors are silent they would seem to consent. Reply to Obj. 4. Those poor who can provide themselves with sufficient for one meal are not excused, on account of poverty, from keeping the fasts of the Church. On the other hand, those would seem to be exempt who beg their food piecemeal, since they are unable at any one time to have a sufficiency of food. Reply to Obj. 5. This saying of our Lord may be expounded in 3 ways. First, according to Chrysostom, in his Homily 30 on the Gospel of Matthew, who says that "the disciples, who are called children of the bridegroom, were as yet of weakly disposition, wherefore they are compared to an old garment." Hence, while Christ was with them in body, they were to be fostered with kindness rather than drilled with the harshness of fasting. According to this interpretation, it is fitting that dispensations should be granted to the imperfect and to beginners, rather than to the elders and the perfect, according to a gloss on Psalm 130:2, "as a child that is weaned is towards his mother." Secondly, we may say with Jerome that our Lord is speaking here of the fasts of the observances of the Old Law. Wherefore our Lord means to say that the apostles were not to be held back by the old observances, since they were to be filled with the newness of grace. Thirdly, according to Augustine, who states that fasting is of two kinds. One pertains to those who are humbled by disquietude, and this is not befitting perfect men, for they are called children of the bridegroom. Hence, when we read in Luke, "The children of the bridegroom cannot fast," we read in Matthew 9, verse 15, "The children of the bridegroom cannot mourn." The other pertains to the mind that rejoices in adhering to spiritual things, and this fasting is befitting the perfect. Fifth article. Whether the times for the church fast are fittingly ascribed. Objection 1. It would seem that the times for the church fast are unfittingly appointed. For we read in Matthew chapter 4 that Christ began to fast immediately after being baptized. Now we ought to imitate Christ, according to 1 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 16, "Be ye followers of me, as I also am of Christ." Therefore, we ought to fast immediately after the Epiphany, when Christ's baptism is celebrated. Objection 2. Further, it is unlawful in the New Law to observe the ceremonies of the Old Law. Now it belongs to the solemnities of the Old Law to fast in certain particular months, for it is written in Zechariah 8:19, "The fast of the 4th month, and the fast of the 5th, and the fast of the 7th, and the fast of the 10th shall be to the house of Judah joy and gladness and great solemnities." Therefore, the fast of certain months, which are called Ember Days, are unfittingly kept in the Church. Objection 3. Further, according to Augustine, just as there is a fast of sorrow, so is there a fast of joy. Now, it is most becoming that the faithful should rejoice spiritually in Christ's resurrection. Therefore, during the 5 weeks which the Church solemnizes on account of Christ's resurrection, and on Sundays which commemorate the resurrection, fasts ought to be appointed. On the contrary, stands the general custom of the Church. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 1 and 3, fasting is directed to two things: the deletion of sin, and the raising of the mind to heavenly things. Wherefore fasting ought to be appointed specially for those times when it behooves man to be cleansed from sin, and the minds of the faithful to be raised to God by devotion. And these things are particularly requisite before the feast of Easter, when sins are loosed by baptism, which is solemnly conferred on Easter Eve, on which day our Lord's burial is commemorated, because "we are buried together with Christ by baptism unto death," according to Romans 6:4. Moreover, at the Easter festival, the mind of man ought to be devoutly raised to the glory of eternity, which Christ restored by rising from the dead, and so the Church ordered a fast to be observed immediately before the Paschal feast. And for the same reason, on the eve of the chief festivals, because it is then that one ought to make ready to keep the coming feast devoutly. Again, it is the custom in the Church for holy orders to be conferred every quarter of the year, in sign whereof our Lord fed 4,000 men with 7 loaves, which signify the New Testament year, as Jerome says, in his commentary on the Gospel of Mark. And then both the ordainer and the candidates for ordination, and even the whole people, for whose good they are ordained, need to fast in order to make themselves ready for the ordination. Hence it is related in Luke 6, verse 12, that, before choosing his disciples, our Lord "went out into a mountain to pray." And Ambrose, in his exposition on the Gospel of Luke, commenting on these words, says, "What shouldest thou do, when thou desirest to undertake some pious work, since Christ prayed before sending his apostles?" With regard to the 40 days fast, according to Gregory (Homily 16 on the Gospel), there are 3 reasons for the number. First, because the power of the Decalogue is accomplished in the 4 books of the Holy Gospels, since 40 is the product of 10 multiplied by 4. Or, because we are composed of 4 elements in this mortal body, through whose lusts we transgress the Lord's commandments which are delivered to us in the Decalogue. Wherefore it is fitting we should punish that same body 40 times. Or because, just as under the law it was commanded that tithes should be paid of things, so we strive to pay God a tithe of days, for since a year is composed of 366 days, by punishing ourselves for 36 days. Namely, the fasting days during the 6 weeks of Lent. We pay God a tithe of our year. According to Augustine, On the Christian Faith, 2:16, a 4th reason may be added. For the Creator is the Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, while the number 3 refers to the invisible creature, since we are commanded to love God with our whole heart, with our whole soul, and with our whole mind. And the number 4 refers to the visible creature, by reason of heat, cold, wet, and dry. Thus the number 10, translator's note, 10 is the sum of 3, 3, and 4, signifies all things. And if this be multiplied by 4, which refers to the body whereby we make use of things, we have the number 40. Each fast of the ember days is composed of 3 days, on account of the number of months in each season, or on account of the number of holy orders which are conferred at these times. Reply to Obj. 1: Christ needed not baptism for his own sake, but in order to commend baptism to us. Wherefore it was competent for him to fast, not before, but after his baptism, in order to invite us to fast before our baptism. Reply to Obj. 2: The Church keeps the ember fasts, neither at the very same time as the Jews, nor for the same reasons. For they fasted in July, which is the 4th month from April, which they count as the 1st, because it was then that Moses, coming down from Mount Sinai, broke the tables of the law, as is reported in Exodus chapter 32, and that, according to Jeremiah 39, verse 2, "the walls of the city were first broken through." In the 5th month, which we call August, they fasted because they were commanded not to go up onto the mountain when the people had rebelled on account of the spies, as recounted in Numbers chapter 14. Also in this month the temple of Jerusalem was burnt down by Nabuchodonosor, Jeremiah chapter 52, and afterwards by Titus. In the 7th month, which we call October, Godalias was slain, and the remnants of the people were dispersed, as recounted in Jeremiah chapter 51. In the 10th month, which we call January, the people who were with Ezekiel in captivity heard of the destruction of the temple, as recounted in Ezekiel chapter 4. Reply to Obj. 3: The fasting of joy proceeds from the instigation of the Holy Ghost, who is the Spirit of liberty. Wherefore this fasting should not be a matter of precept. Accordingly, the fasts appointed by the commandment of the Church are rather fasts of sorrow, which are inconsistent with days of joy. For this reason, fasting is not ordered by the Church during the whole of the Paschal season, nor on Sundays. And if anyone were to fast at these times in contradiction to the custom of Christian people, which, as Augustine declares in his letter 36, is to be considered as law, or even through some erroneous opinion. Thus the Manichees fast because they deem such fasting to be of obligation. He would not be free from sin. Nevertheless, fasting considered in itself is commendable at all times. Thus Jerome wrote, in his letter 71, "Would that we might fast always." Sixth Article. Whether it is requisite for fasting that one eat but once? Objection 1. It would seem that it is not requisite for fasting that one eat but once. For, as stated above in Article 2, fasting is an act of the virtue of abstinence, which observes due quantity of food not less than the number of meals. Now the quantity of food is not limited for those who fast. Therefore, neither should the number of meals be limited. Obj. 2: Further, just as man is nourished by meat, so is he by drink. Wherefore drink breaks the fast, and for this reason we cannot receive the Eucharist after drinking. Now we are not forbidden to drink at various hours of the day. Therefore those who fast should not be forbidden to eat several times. Obj. 3. Further, digestives are a kind of food, and yet many take them on fasting days after eating. Therefore it is not essential to fasting to take only one meal. On the contrary stands the custom of the Christian people. I answer that, fasting is instituted by the Church in order to bridle concupiscence, yet so as to safeguard nature. Now only one meal is seemingly sufficient for this purpose, since thereby man is able to satisfy nature, and yet he withdraws something from concupiscence by minimizing the number of meals. Therefore it is appointed by the Church, in her moderation, that those who fast should take one meal in the day. Reply to Obj. 1. It was not possible to fix the same quantity of food for all, on account of the various bodily temperaments, the result being that one person needs more and another less food, whereas for the most part all are able to satisfy nature by only one meal. Reply to Obj. 2. Fasting is of two kinds. One is the natural fast, which is requisite for receiving the Eucharist. This is broken by any kind of drink, even of water, after which it is not lawful to receive the Eucharist. The fast of the Church is another kind, and is called the fasting of the faster, and this is not broken save by such things as the Church intended to forbid in instituting the fast. Now the Church does not intend to command abstinence from drink, for this is taken more for bodily refreshment and digestion of the food consumed, although it nourishes somewhat. It is, however, possible to sin and lose the merit of fasting by partaking of too much drink, and also by eating immoderately at one meal. Reply to Obj. 3. Although digestives nourish somewhat, they are not taken chiefly for nourishment, but for digestion. Hence one does not break one's fast by taking them or any other medicines, unless one were to take digestives with a fraudulent intention, in great quantity and by way of food. Seventh Article. Whether the 9th hour is suitably fixed for the faster's meal? Objection 1. It would seem that the 9th hour is not suitably fixed for the faster's meal. For the state of the new law is more perfect than the state of the old law. Now in the Old Testament they fasted until evening, for it is written in Leviticus 23:32, "It is a Sabbath, and you shall afflict your souls." And then the text continues, "From evening until evening you shall celebrate your Sabbaths." Much more, therefore, under the New Testament, should the fast be ordered until the evening. Obj. 2: Further, the fast ordered by the Church is binding on all. But all are not able to know exactly the 9th hour. Therefore it seems that the fixing of the 9th hour should not form part of the commandment to fast. Obj. 3: Further, fasting is an act of the virtue of abstinence, as stated above in A. 2. Now the mean of moral virtue does not apply in the same way to all, since what is much for one is little for another, as stated in Ethics ii, 6. Therefore the 9th hour should not be fixed for those who fast. On the contrary, the Council of Chalons says, "During Lent those are by no means to be credited with fasting, who eat before the celebration of the office of Vespers," which in the Lenten season is said after the 9th hour. Therefore we ought to fast until the 9th hour. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 1, 3, and 5, fasting is directed to the deletion and prevention of sin. Hence it ought to add something to the common custom, yet so as not to be a heavy burden to nature. Now the right and common custom is for men to eat about the 6th hour, both because digestion is seemingly finished, the natural heat being withdrawn inwardly at night time on account of the surrounding cold of the night, and the humor spread about through the limbs, to which result the heat of the day conduces until the sun has reached its zenith. And again, because it is then chiefly that the nature of the human body needs assistance against the external heat that is in the air, lest the humors be parched within. Hence, in order that those who fast may feel some pain in satisfaction for their sins, the 9th hour is suitably fixed for their meal. Moreover, this hour agrees with the mystery of Christ's Passion, which was brought to a close at the 9th hour, when "bowing his head, he gave up the ghost," according to John 19:30. Because those who fast by punishing their flesh are conformed to the passion of Christ, according to Galatians 5:24. "They that are Christ's have crucified their flesh with the vices and concupiscences." Reply to Obj. 1: The state of the Old Testament is compared to the night, while the state of the New Testament is compared to the day, according to Romans 13:12. "The night is past and the day is at hand." Therefore, in the Old Testament they fasted until night, but not in the New Testament. Reply to Obj. 2: Fasting requires a fixed hour, based not on strict calculation, but on a rough estimate, for it suffices that it be about the 9th hour, and this is easy for anyone to ascertain. Reply to Obj. 3: A little more or a little less cannot do much harm. Now it is not a long space of time from the 6th hour, at which men for the most part are wont to eat, until the 9th hour, which is fixed for those who fast. Wherefore the fixing of such a time cannot do much harm to anyone, whatever his circumstances may be. If, however, this were to prove a heavy burden to a man on account of sickness, age, or some similar reason, he should be dispensed from fasting, or be allowed to forestall the hour by a little. Eighth Article. Whether it is fitting that those who fast should be bidden to abstain from flesh meat, eggs, and milk foods. Objection 1: It would seem unfitting that those who fast should be bidden to abstain from flesh meat, eggs, and milk foods. For it has been stated above (A. 6) that fasting was instituted as a curb on the concupiscence of the flesh. Now concupiscence is kindled by drinking wine more than by eating flesh. According to Proverbs 20:1, "Wine is a luxurious thing," and in Ephesians 5:18, "Be not drunk with wine, wherein is luxury." Since, then, those who fast are not forbidden to drink wine, it seems that they should not be forbidden to eat flesh meat. Obj. 2: Further, some fish are as delectable to eat as the flesh of certain animals. Now, concupiscence is desire of the delectable, as stated above in the Prima Secundae, Q. 30, A. 1. Therefore, since fasting, which was instituted in order to bridle concupiscence, does not exclude the eating of fish, neither should it exclude the eating of flesh meat. Obj. 3: Further, on certain fasting days, people make use of eggs and cheese. Therefore one can likewise make use of them during the Lenten fast. On the contrary stands the common custom of the faithful. I answer that, as stated above in A. 6, fasting was instituted by the Church in order to bridle the concupiscences of the flesh, with regard to pleasures of touch in connection with food and sex. Wherefore the Church forbade those who fast to partake of those foods which both afford most pleasure to the palate, and besides are a very great incentive to lust. Such are the flesh of animals that take their rest on the earth, and of those that breathe the air and their products, such as milk from those that walk on the earth, and eggs from birds. For, since such like animals are more like man in body, they afford greater pleasure as food, and greater nourishment to the human body, so that from their consumption there results a greater surplus available for seminal matter, which when abundant becomes a great incentive to lust. Hence the Church has bidden those who fast to abstain especially from these foods. Reply to Obj. 1: Three things concur in the act of procreation, namely, heat, spirit, and humor. Wine and other things that heat the body conduce especially to heat. Flatulent foods seemingly cooperate in the production of the vital spirit. But it is chiefly the use of flesh meat which is most productive of nourishment, that conduces to the production of humor. Now the alteration occasioned by heat and the increase in vital spirits are of short duration, whereas the substance of the humor remains a long time. Hence those who fast are forbidden the use of flesh meat rather than of wine or vegetables, which are flatulent foods. Reply to Obj. 2: In the institution of fasting, the Church takes account of the more common occurrences. Now, generally speaking, eating flesh meat affords more pleasure than eating fish, although this is not always the case. Hence the Church forbade those who fast to eat flesh meat rather than to eat fish. Reply to Obj. 3: Eggs and milk foods are forbidden to those who fast, forasmuch as they originate from animals that provide us with flesh, wherefore the prohibition of flesh meat takes precedence in the prohibition of eggs and milk foods. Again, the Lenten fast is the most solemn of all, both because it is kept in imitation of Christ, and because it disposes us to celebrate devoutly the mysteries of our redemption. For this reason, the eating of flesh meat is forbidden in every fast, while the Lenten fast lays a general prohibition even on eggs and milk foods. As to the use of the latter things in other fasts, the custom varies among different people, and each person is bound to conform to that custom which is in vogue with those among whom he is dwelling. Hence Jerome says, "Let each province keep to its own practice, and look upon the commands of the elders as though they were the laws of the apostles." End of question 147. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 148 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 148. Of gluttony, in 6 articles. We must now consider gluttony. Under this head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether gluttony is a sin. Second, whether it is a mortal sin. Third, whether it is the greatest of sins. Fourth, its species. Fifth, whether it is a capital sin. Sixth, its daughters. First article, whether gluttony is a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that gluttony is not a sin. For our Lord said in Matthew 15:11, "Not that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man." Now gluttony regards food which goes into a man. Therefore, since every sin defiles a man, it seems that gluttony is not a sin. Objection 2. Further, no man sins in what he cannot avoid. Now gluttony is immoderation in food, and man cannot avoid this, for Gregory says in his commentary on Job 30:18, "Since in eating pleasure and necessity go together, we fail to discern between the call of necessity and the seduction of pleasure." And Augustine says in Confessions 10:31, "Who is it, Lord, that does not eat a little more than necessary?" Therefore, gluttony is not a sin. Objection 3. Further, in every kind of sin, the first movement is a sin. But the first movement in taking food is not a sin, else hunger and thirst would be sinful. Therefore, gluttony is not a sin. On the contrary, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 30:18 that "unless we first tame the enemy dwelling within us, namely our gluttonous appetite, we have not even stood up to engage in the spiritual combat." But man's inward enemy is sin. Therefore, gluttony is a sin. I answer that gluttony denotes not any desire of eating and drinking, but an inordinate desire. Now desire is said to be inordinate through leaving the order of reason, wherein the good of moral virtue consists. And a thing is said to be a sin through being contrary to virtue. Wherefore it is evident that gluttony is a sin. Reply to Obj. 1. That which goes into a man by way of food, by reason of its substance and nature, does not defile a man spiritually. But the Jews, against whom our Lord is speaking, as well as the Manichees, deemed certain foods to make a man unclean, not on account of their signification, but by reason of their nature. It is the inordinate desire of food that defiles a man spiritually. Reply to Obj. 2. As stated above, the vice of gluttony does not regard the substance of food, but in the desire thereof not being regulated by reason. Wherefore, if a man exceed in quantity of food, not from desire of food, but through deeming it necessary to him, this pertains not to gluttony, but to some kind of inexperience. It is a case of gluttony only when a man knowingly exceeds the measure in eating, from a desire for the pleasures of the palate. Reply to Obj. 3. The appetite is twofold. There is the natural appetite, which belongs to the powers of the vegetal soul. In these powers, virtue and vice are impossible, since they cannot be subject to reason. Wherefore the appetitive power is differentiated from the powers of secretion, digestion, and excretion, and to it hunger and thirst are to be referred. Besides this, there is another, the sensitive appetite, and it is in the concupiscence of this appetite that the vice of gluttony consists. Hence the first movement of gluttony denotes inordinateness in the sensitive appetite, and this is not without sin. Second article: Whether gluttony is a mortal sin? Objection 1. It would seem that gluttony is not a mortal sin. For every mortal sin is contrary to a precept of the Decalogue, and this apparently does not apply to gluttony. Therefore, gluttony is not a mortal sin. Objection 2. Further, every mortal sin is contrary to charity, as stated above in question 132, Article 3. But gluttony is not opposed to charity, neither as regards the love of God, nor as regards the love of one's neighbor. Therefore, gluttony is never a mortal sin. Objection 3. Further, Augustine says in a sermon on Purgatory, "Whenever a man takes more meat and drink than is necessary, he should know that this is one of the lesser sins." But this pertains to gluttony. Therefore, gluttony is accounted among the lesser, that is to say, venial sins. On the contrary, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 30:18, "As long as the vice of gluttony has a hold on a man, all that he has done valiantly is forfeited by him, and as long as the belly is unrestrained, all virtue comes to naught. But virtue is not done away save by mortal sin. Therefore, gluttony is a mortal sin." I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, the vice of gluttony properly consists in inordinate concupiscence. Now the order of reason in regulating the concupiscence may be considered from two points of view. First, with regard to things directed to the end, inasmuch as they may be incommensurate and consequently improportionate to the end. Secondly, with regard to the end itself, inasmuch as concupiscence turns man away from his due end. Accordingly, if the inordinate concupiscence and gluttony be found to turn man away from the last end, gluttony will be a mortal sin. This is the case when he adheres to the pleasure of gluttony as his end, for the sake of which he contemns God, being ready to disobey God's commandments in order to obtain those pleasures. On the other hand, if the inordinate concupiscence and the vice of gluttony be found to affect only such things as are directed to the end, for instance when a man has too great a desire for the pleasures of the palate, yet would not for their sake do anything contrary to God's law, it is a venial sin. Reply to Obj. 1. the vice of gluttony becomes a mortal sin by turning man away from his last end, and accordingly, by a kind of reduction, it is opposed to the precept of hallowing the Sabbath, which commands us to rest in our last end. For mortal sins are not all directly opposed to the precepts of the Decalogue, but only those which contain injustice, because the precepts of the Decalogue pertain specially to justice and its parts, as stated above in question 122, Article 1. Reply to Obj. 2. In so far as it turns man away from his last end, gluttony is opposed to the love of God, who is to be loved as our last end, above all things. And only in this respect is gluttony a mortal sin. Reply to Obj. 3. This saying of Augustine refers to gluttony as denoting inordinate concupiscence merely in regard of things directed to the end. Reply to Obj. 4. Gluttony is said to bring virtue to naught, not so much on its own account, as on account of the vices which arise from it. For as Gregory says in his Pastoral Rule 3:19, "When the belly is distended by gluttony, the virtues of the soul are destroyed by lust." Third article: Whether gluttony is the greatest of sins. Objection 1. It would seem that gluttony is the greatest of sins. For the grievousness of a sin is measured by the grievousness of the punishment. Now the sin of gluttony is most grievously punished, for Chrysostom says, "Gluttony turned Adam out of paradise. Gluttony it was that drew down the deluge at the time of Noah." And according to Ezekiel 16:49, "This was the iniquity of Sodom thy sister, fullness of bread," etc. Therefore the sin of gluttony is the greatest of all. Obj. 2. Further, in every genus the cause is the most powerful. Now gluttony is apparently the cause of other sins, for a gloss on Psalm 135:10, "Who smote Egypt with their firstborn," says, "Lust, concupiscence, pride are the firstborn of gluttony." Therefore gluttony is the greatest of sins. Obj. 3. Further, man should love himself in the first place after God, as stated above in question 25, Article 4. Now man, by the vice of gluttony, inflicts an injury on himself, for it is written in Ecclesiasticus 37:34, "By surfeiting many have perished." Therefore gluttony is the greatest of sins, at least excepting those that are against God. On the contrary, the sins of the flesh, among which gluttony is reckoned, are less culpable according to Gregory, in his commentary on Job 33. I answer that the gravity of a sin may be measured in three ways. First and foremost, it depends on the matter in which the sin is committed, and in this way sins committed in connection with divine things are the greatest. From this point of view, gluttony is not the greatest sin, for it is about matters connected with the nourishment of the body. Secondly, the gravity of a sin depends on the person who sins, and from this point of view the sin of gluttony is diminished rather than aggravated, both on account of the necessity of taking food and on account of the difficulty of proper discretion and moderation in such matters. Thirdly, from the point of view of the result that follows, and in this way gluttony has a certain gravity, inasmuch as certain sins are occasioned thereby. Reply to Obj. 1. These punishments are to be referred to the vices that resulted from gluttony, or to the root from which gluttony sprang, rather than to gluttony itself. For the first man was expelled from paradise on account of pride, from which he went on to an act of gluttony, while the deluge and the punishment of the people of Sodom were inflicted for sins occasioned by gluttony. Reply Obj. 2. This objection argues from the standpoint of the sins that result from gluttony. Nor is a cause necessarily more powerful unless it be a direct cause. And gluttony is not the direct cause, but the accidental cause, as it were, and the occasion of other vices. Reply Obj. 3. The glutton intends not the harm to his body, but the pleasure of eating. And if injury results to his body, this is accidental. Hence, this does not directly affect the gravity of gluttony, the guilt of which is nevertheless aggravated, if a man incur some bodily injury through taking too much food. Fourth Article. Whether the species of gluttony are fittingly distinguished. Objection 1. It seems that the species of gluttony are unfittingly distinguished by Gregory, who says in his commentary on Job 30:18, "The vice of gluttony tempts us in 5 ways. Sometimes it forestalls the hour of need. Sometimes it seeks costly meats. Sometimes it requires the food to be daintily cooked. Sometimes it exceeds the measures of refreshment by taking too much. Sometimes we sin by the very heat of an immoderate appetite," which are contained in the following verse: "Hastily, sumptuously, too much, greedily, daintily." For the above are distinguished according to diversity of circumstance. Now circumstances, being the accidents of an act, do not differentiate its species. Therefore, the species of gluttony are not distinguished according to the aforesaid. Obj. 2: Further, as time is a circumstance, so is place. If then gluttony admits of one species in respect of time, it seems that there should likewise be others in respect of place and other circumstances. Obj. 3. Further, just as temperance observes due circumstances, so do the other moral virtues. Now the species of the vices opposed to the other moral virtues are not distinguished according to various circumstances. Neither, therefore, are the species of gluttony distinguished thus. On the contrary, stands the authority of Gregory quoted above. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, gluttony denotes inordinate concupiscence in eating. Now 2 things are to be considered in eating, namely, the food we eat, and the eating thereof. Accordingly, the inordinate concupiscence may be considered in 2 ways. First, with regard to the food consumed, and thus, as regards the substance or species of food, a man seeks sumptuous, that is, costly food. As regards its quality, he seeks food prepared too nicely, that is, daintily. And as regards quantity, he exceeds by eating too much. Secondly, the inordinate concupiscence is considered as to the consumption of food, either because one forestalls the proper time for eating, which is to eat hastily, or one fails to observe the due manner of eating by eating greedily. Isidore, in On the Highest Good, 242, comprises the first and second under one heading when he says that the glutton exceeds in what he eats, or in how much, how, or when he eats. Reply Obj. 1. The corruption of various circumstances causes the various species of gluttony, on account of the various motives, by reason of which the species of moral things are differentiated. For in him that seeks sumptuous food, concupiscence is aroused by the very species of the food. In him that forestalls the time, concupiscence is disordered through impatience of delay, and so forth. Reply to Obj. 2. Place and other circumstances include no special motive connected with eating that can cause a different species of gluttony. Reply to Obj. 3. In all other vices, whenever different circumstances correspond to different motives, the difference of circumstances argues a specific difference of vice. But this does not apply to all circumstances, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 72, Article 9. Fifth article. Whether gluttony is a capital vice. Objection 1. It would seem that gluttony is not a capital vice. For capital vices denote those whence, under the aspect of final cause, other vices originate. Now food, which is the matter of gluttony, has not the aspect of end, since it is sought not for its own sake, but for the body's nourishment. Therefore, gluttony is not a capital vice. Objection 2. Further, a capital vice would seem to have a certain preeminence in sinfulness. But this does not apply to gluttony, which, in respect of its genus, is apparently the least of sins, seeing that it is most akin to what is according to nature. Therefore, gluttony is not a capital vice. Objection 3. Further, sin results from a man forsaking the good of virtue on account of something useful to the present life or pleasing to the senses. Now, as regards goods having the aspect of utility, there is but one capital vice, namely covetousness. Therefore, seemingly, there would be but one capital vice in respect of pleasures, and this is lust, which is a greater vice than gluttony, and is about greater pleasures. Therefore, gluttony is not a capital vice. On the contrary, Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31:45, reckons gluttony among the capital vices. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 84, Article 3, a capital vice denotes one from which, considered as final cause, that is, as having a most desirable end, other vices originate. Wherefore, through desiring that end, men are incited to sin in many ways. Now an end is rendered most desirable through having one of the conditions of happiness which is desirable by its very nature. And pleasure is essential to happiness, according to Ethic. 1:8, 10:3, 7, and 8. Therefore, the vice of gluttony, being about pleasures of touch which stand foremost among other pleasures, is fittingly reckoned among the capital vices. Reply to Obj. 1. It is true that food itself is directed to something as its end, but since that end, namely, the sustaining of life, is most desirable, and whereas life cannot be sustained without food, it follows that food too is most desirable. Indeed, nearly all the toil of man's life is directed thereto, according to Ecclesiasticus 6:7. All the labor of man is for his mouth. Yet gluttony seems to be about pleasures of food rather than about food itself. Wherefore, as Augustine says (On True Religion 53), with such food as is good for the worthless body, men desire to be fed. Wherein, namely, the pleasure consists? Rather than to be filled, since the whole end of that desire is this, not to thirst and not to hunger. Reply to Obj. 2. in sin the end is ascertained with respect to the conversion, while the gravity of sin is determined with regard to the aversion. Wherefore it does not follow that the capital sin which has the most desirable end surpasses the others in gravity. Reply to Obj. 3. That which gives pleasure is desirable in itself, and consequently, corresponding to its diversity, there are two capital vices, namely, gluttony and lust. On the other hand, that which is useful is desirable, not in itself, but as directed to something else. Wherefore seemingly in all useful things there is one aspect of desirability. Hence there is but one capital vice in respect of such things. Sixth article. Whether 5 daughters are fittingly assigned to gluttony? Objection 1. It would seem that 5 daughters are unfittingly assigned to gluttony, to wit, unseemly joy, scurrility, uncleanness, loquaciousness, and dullness of mind as regards the understanding. For unseemly joy results from every sin, according to Proverbs 2:14, "Who are glad when they have done evil, and rejoice in most wicked things." Likewise, dullness of mind is associated with every sin, according to Proverbs 14:22, "They err that work evil." Therefore they are unfittingly reckoned to be daughters of gluttony. Objection 2: Further, the uncleanness which is particularly the result of gluttony would seem to be connected with vomiting, according to Isaiah 28:8, "All tables were full of vomit and filth." But this seems to be not a sin, but a punishment, or even a useful thing that is a matter of counsel, according to Ecclesiasticus 31:25, "If thou hast been forced to eat much, arise, go out, and vomit, and it shall refresh thee." Therefore it should not be reckoned among the daughters of gluttony. Obj. 3: Further, Isidore, in his Questions on Deuteronomy 16, reckons scurrility as a daughter of lust. Therefore it should not be reckoned among the daughters of gluttony. On the contrary, Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31:45, assigns these daughters to gluttony. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 1, 2, and 3, gluttony consists properly in an immoderate pleasure in eating and drinking. Wherefore those vices are reckoned among the daughters of gluttony, which are the results of eating and drinking immoderately. These may be accounted for either on the part of the soul or on the part of the body. On the part of the soul, these results are of 4 kinds. First, as regards the reason, whose keenness is dulled by immoderate meat and drink, and in this respect we reckon as the daughter of gluttony dullness of sense in the understanding, on account of the fumes of food disturbing the brain. Even so, on the other hand, abstinence conduces to the penetrating power of wisdom, according to Ecclesiasticus 2:3, "I thought in my heart to withdraw my flesh from wine, that I might turn my mind to wisdom." Secondly, as regards the appetite, which is disordered in many ways by immoderation in eating and drinking, as though reason were fast asleep at the helm, and in this respect unseemly joy is reckoned, because all the other inordinate passions are directed to joy or sorrow, as stated in Ethics 2:5. To this we must refer the saying of 3 Esdras 3:20 that "wine gives every one a confident and joyful mind." Thirdly, as regards inordinate words, and thus we have loquaciousness, because as Gregory says in his Pastoral Rule 3:19, Unless gluttons were carried away by immoderate speech, that rich man who is stated to have feasted sumptuously every day would not have been so tortured in his tongue. Fourthly, as regards inordinate action, and in this way we have scurrility, that is, a kind of levity resulting from lack of reason, which is unable not only to bridle the speech, but also to restrain outward behavior. Hence a gloss on Ephesians 5:4, "Of foolish talking or scurrility," says that "fools call this geniality, that is, jocularity, because it is wont to raise a laugh." Both of these, however, may be referred to the words which may happen to be sinful, either by reason of excess which belongs to loquaciousness, or by reason of unbecomingness which belongs to scurrility. On the part of the body, mention is made of uncleanness, which may refer either to the inordinate emission of any kind of superfluities, or especially to the emission of the semen. Hence a gloss on Ephesians 5:3, "But fornication and all uncleanness," says, that is, any kind of incontinence that has reference to lust. Reply to Obj. 1: Joy in the act or end of sin results from every sin, especially the sin that proceeds from habit. But the random riotous joy which is described as unseemly arises chiefly from immoderate partaking of meat or drink. In like manner, we reply that dullness of sense as regards matters of choice is common to all sin, whereas dullness of sense in speculative matters arises chiefly from gluttony, for the reason given above. Reply to Obj. 2: Although it does one good to vomit after eating too much, yet it is sinful to expose oneself to its necessity by immoderate meat or drink. However, it is no sin to procure vomiting as a remedy for sickness if the physician prescribes it. Reply to Obj. 3: Scurrility proceeds from the act of gluttony, and not from the lustful act, but from the lustful will, wherefore it may be referred to either vice. End of question 148. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 149 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 149. Of sobriety, in 4 articles. We must now consider sobriety and the contrary vice, namely drunkenness. As regards sobriety, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, what is the matter of sobriety? Second, whether it is a special virtue. Third, whether the use of wine is lawful. Fourth, to whom especially is sobriety becoming? First article: whether drink is the matter of sobriety. Objection 1. It would seem that drink is not the matter proper to sobriety. For it is written in Romans 12:3, "Not to be more wise than it behoveth to be wise, but to be wise unto sobriety." Therefore, sobriety is also about wisdom, and not only about drink. Objection 2: Further, Concerning the wisdom of God, it is written in Wisdom 8:7 that "she teacheth sobriety, and prudence, and justice, and fortitude," where sobriety stands for temperance. Now temperance is not only about drink, but also about meat and sexual matters. Therefore, sobriety is not only about drink. Obj. 3: Further, sobriety would seem to take its name from measure. Translator's note: bria means a measure or a cup. Now we ought to be guided by the measure in all things appertaining to us. For it is written in Titus 2:12, "We should live soberly and justly and godly," where a gloss remarks, "soberly in ourselves," and in 1 Timothy 2:9, "Women, in decent apparel, adorning themselves with modesty and sobriety." Consequently, it would seem that sobriety regards not only the interior man, but also things appertaining to external apparel. Therefore, drink is not the matter proper to sobriety. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 31:32, "Wine taken with sobriety is equal life to men. If thou drink it moderately, thou shalt be sober." I answer that, when a virtue is denominated from some condition common to the virtues, the matter specially belonging to it is that in which it is most difficult and most commendable to satisfy that condition of virtue. Thus fortitude is about dangers of death, and temperance about pleasures of touch. Now sobriety takes its name from measure, for a man is said to be sober because he observes the bria, that is, the measure. Wherefore sobriety lays a special claim to that matter wherein the observance of the measure is most deserving of praise. Such matter is the drinking of intoxicants, because the measured use thereof is most profitable, while immoderate excess therein is most harmful, since it hinders the use of reason even more than excessive eating. Hence it is written in Ecclesiasticus 31:37, 38, "Sober drinking is health to soul and body. Wine drunken with excess raiseth quarrels, and wrath, and many ruins." For this reason, sobriety is especially concerned with drink, not any kind of drink, but that which by reason of its volatility is liable to disturb the brain, such as wine and all intoxicants. Nevertheless, sobriety may be employed in a general sense so as to apply to any matter, as stated above in question 123, Article 2, as well as in question 141, Article 2, with regard to fortitude and temperance. Reply to Obj. 1. Just as the material wine intoxicates a man as to his body, so too, speaking figuratively, the consideration of wisdom is said to be an inebriating draught, because it allures the mind by its delight, according to Psalm 22:5. "My chalice which inebriateth me, how goodly it is." Hence sobriety is applied by a kind of metaphor in speaking of the contemplation of wisdom. Reply to Obj. 2. All the things that belong properly to temperance are necessary to the present life, and their excess is harmful. Wherefore it behooves one to apply a measure in all such things. This is the business of sobriety, and for this reason sobriety is used to designate temperance. Yet slight excess is more harmful in drink than in other things, wherefore sobriety is especially concerned with drink. Reply to Obj. 3. although a measure is needful in all things, sobriety is not properly employed in connection with all things, but only in those wherein there is most need for a measure. Second article: whether sobriety is by itself a special virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that sobriety is not by itself a special virtue. For abstinence is considered with both meat and drink. Now there is no special virtue about meat. Therefore, neither is sobriety, which is about drink, a special virtue. Objection 2. Further, abstinence and gluttony are about pleasures of touch, as sensitive to food. Now meat and drink combine together to make food, since an animal needs a combination of wet and dry nourishment. Therefore, sobriety, which is about drink, is not a special virtue. Objection 3. Further, just as in things pertaining to nourishment, drink is distinguished from meat, so are there various kinds of meats and drinks. Therefore, if sobriety is by itself a special virtue, seemingly there will be a special virtue corresponding to each different kind of meat or drink, which is unreasonable. Therefore, it would seem that sobriety is not a special virtue. On the contrary, Macrobius reckons sobriety to be a special part of temperance. I answer that, as stated above in question 146, Article 2, it belongs to moral virtue to safeguard the good of reason against those things which may hinder it. Hence, whenever we find a special hindrance to reason, there must needs be a special virtue to remove it. Now, intoxicating drink is a special kind of hindrance to the use of reason, inasmuch as it disturbs the brain by its fumes. Wherefore, in order to remove this hindrance to reason, a special virtue, which is sobriety, is requisite. Reply to Obj. 1. Meat and drink are alike capable of hindering the good use of reason, by embroiling the reason with immoderate pleasure, and in this respect abstinence is about both meat and drink alike. But intoxicating drink is a special kind of hindrance, as stated above, wherefore it requires a special virtue. Reply to Obj. 2. The virtue of abstinence is about meat and drink, considered not as food but as a hindrance to reason. Hence it does not follow that special kinds of virtue correspond to different kinds of food. Reply to Obj. 3. In all intoxicating drinks, there is one kind of hindrance to the use of reason, so that the difference of drinks bears an accidental relation to virtue. Hence this difference does not call for a difference of virtue. The same applies to the difference of meats. Third article: whether the use of wine is altogether unlawful. Objection 1. It would seem that the use of wine is altogether unlawful. For without wisdom a man cannot be in the state of salvation, since it is written in Wisdom 7:28, God loveth none but him that dwelleth with wisdom. And further on in Wisdom 9:19, By wisdom they were healed, whosoever have pleased thee, O Lord, from the beginning. Now the use of wine is a hindrance to wisdom, for it is written in Ecclesiasticus 2:3, I thought in my heart to withdraw my flesh from wine, that I might turn my mind to wisdom. Therefore, wine drinking is altogether unlawful. Objection 2. Further, the Apostle says in Romans 14:21, It is good not to eat flesh, and not to drink wine, nor anything whereby thy brother is offended or scandalized or made weak. Now it is sinful to forsake the good of virtue, as likewise to scandalize one's brethren. Therefore it is unlawful to make use of wine. Obj. 3: Further, Jerome says that after the deluge wine and flesh were sanctioned, but Christ came in the last of the ages and brought back the end into line with the beginning. Therefore it seems unlawful to use wine under the Christian law. On the contrary, the Apostle says in 1 Timothy 5:23, "Do not still drink water, but use a little wine for thy stomach's sake, and thy frequent infirmities." And it is written in Ecclesiasticus 31:36, "Wine drunken with moderation is the joy of the soul and the heart." I answer that, no meat or drink, considered in itself, is unlawful, according to Matthew 15:11. "Not that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man." Wherefore it is not unlawful to drink wine as such. Yet it may become unlawful accidentally. This is sometimes owing to a circumstance on the part of the drinker, either because he is easily the worse for taking wine, or because he is bound by a vow not to drink wine. Sometimes it results from the mode of drinking, because, to wit, he exceeds the measure in drinking, and sometimes it is on account of others who would be scandalized thereby. Reply Obj. 1: A man may have wisdom in two ways. First, in a general way, according as it is sufficient for salvation, and in this way it is required, in order to have wisdom, not that a man abstain altogether from wine, but that he abstain from its immoderate use. Secondly, a man may have wisdom in some degree of perfection, and in this way, in order to receive wisdom perfectly, it is requisite for certain persons that they abstain altogether from wine, and this depends on circumstances of certain persons and places. Reply Obj. 2: The Apostle does not declare simply that it is good to abstain from wine, but that it is good in the case where this would give scandal to certain people. Reply Obj. 3: Christ withdraws us from some things as being altogether unlawful, and from others as being obstacles to perfection. It is in the latter way that he withdraws some from the use of wine, that they may aim at perfection, even as from riches and the like. Fourth Article: Whether sobriety is more requisite in persons of greater standing? Objection 1: It would seem that sobriety is more requisite in persons of greater standing. For old age gives a man a certain standing, wherefore honor and reverence are due to the old, according to Leviticus 19:32, "Rise up before the hoary head, and honor the person of the aged man." Now the Apostle declares that older men especially should be exhorted to sobriety, according to Titus 2:2, "That the aged man be sober." Therefore sobriety is most requisite in persons of standing. Obj. 2: Further, a bishop has the highest degree in the Church, and the Apostle commands him to be sober, according to 1 Timothy 3:2, "It behooveth a bishop to be blameless, the husband of one wife, sober, prudent," etc. Therefore sobriety is chiefly required in persons of high standing. Obj. 3: Further, sobriety denotes abstinence from wine. Now wine is forbidden to kings, who hold the highest place in human affairs, while it is allowed to those who are in a state of affliction, according to Proverbs 31:4, "Give not wine to kings, And further on, in Proverbs 31:6, "Give strong drink to them that are sad, and wine to them that are grieved in mind." Therefore sobriety is more requisite in persons of standing. On the contrary, the Apostle says in 1 Timothy 3:11, "The women in like manner, chaste, sober," etc., and in Titus 2:6, "Young men in like manner exhort that they be sober." I answer that, virtue includes relationship in two things: to the contrary vices which it removes, and to the end to which it leads. Accordingly, a particular virtue is more requisite in certain persons for two reasons. First, because they are more prone to the concupiscences which need to be restrained by virtue, and to the vices which are removed by virtue. In this respect, sobriety is most requisite in the young and in women, because concupiscence of pleasure thrives in the young on account of the heat of youth, while in women there is not sufficient strength of mind to resist concupiscence. Hence, according to Valerius Maximus, among the ancient Romans, women drank no wine. Secondly, sobriety is more requisite in certain persons, as being more necessary for the operations proper to them. Now, immoderate use of wine is a notable obstacle to the use of reason. Wherefore sobriety is especially prescribed to the old, in whom reason should be vigorous in instructing others; to bishops and all ministers of the Church, who should fulfill their spiritual duties with a devout mind; and to kings, who should rule their subjects with wisdom. This suffices for the replies to the objections. End of question 149. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 150 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 150. Of drunkenness, in 4 articles. We must now consider drunkenness. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether drunkenness is a sin. Second, whether it is a mortal sin. Third, whether it is the most grievous sin. Fourth, whether it excuses from sin. First article, whether drunkenness is a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that drunkenness is not a sin. For every sin has a corresponding contrary sin. Thus timidity is opposed to daring, and presumption to pusillanimity. But no sin is opposed to drunkenness. Therefore, drunkenness is not a sin. Objection 2. Further, every sin is voluntary. But no man wishes to be drunk, since no man wishes to be deprived of the use of reason. Therefore, drunkenness is not a sin. Objection 3. Further, whoever causes another to sin, sins himself. Therefore, if drunkenness were a sin, it would follow that it is a sin to ask a man to drink that which makes him drunk, which would seem very hard. Objection 4. Further, every sin calls for correction. But correction is not applied to drunkards, for Gregory says that we must forbear with their ways, lest they become worse if they be compelled to give up the habit. Therefore, drunkenness is not a sin. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Romans 13:13, "Not in rioting and drunkenness." I answer that drunkenness may be understood in two ways. First, it may signify the defect itself of a man resulting from his drinking much wine, the consequence being that he loses the use of reason. In this sense, drunkenness denotes not a sin, but a penal defect resulting from a fault. Secondly, drunkenness may denote the act by which a man incurs this defect. This act may cause drunkenness in two ways. In one way, through the wine being too strong, without the drinker being cognizant of this, and in this way too, drunkenness may occur without sin, especially if it is not through his negligence, and thus we believe that Noah was made drunk as related in Genesis 9. In another way, drunkenness may result from inordinate concupiscence and use of wine. In this way, it is accounted a sin, and is comprised under gluttony, as a species under its genus. For gluttony is divided into surfeiting and drunkenness, which are forbidden by the Apostle in Romans 13:13. Reply to Obj. 1. As the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:11, insensibility, which is opposed to temperance, is not very common, so that like its species which are opposed to the species of intemperance, it has no name. Hence the vice opposed to drunkenness is unnamed, and yet if a man were knowingly to abstain from wine to the extent of molesting nature grievously, he would not be free from sin. Reply to Obj. 2. This objection regards the resulting defect which is involuntary, whereas immoderate use of wine is voluntary, and it is in this that the sin consists. Reply to Obj. 3. Even as he that is drunk is excused if he knows not the strength of the wine, so too is he that invites another to drink excused from sin, if he be unaware that the drinker is the kind of person to be made drunk by the drink offered. But if ignorance be lacking, neither is excused from sin. Reply to Obj. 4. Sometimes the correction of a sinner is to be foregone, as stated above in Question 33, Article 6. Hence Augustine says in a letter, his letter 22, "Meseems, such things are cured not by bitterness, severity, harshness, but by teaching rather than commanding, by advice rather than threats. Such is the course to be followed with the majority of sinners. Few are they whose sins should be treated with severity." Second article: Whether drunkenness is a mortal sin? Objection 1. It would seem that drunkenness is not a mortal sin. For Augustine says in a sermon on Purgatory that drunkenness, if indulged in assiduously, is a mortal sin. Now assiduity denotes a circumstance which does not change the species of a sin, so that it cannot aggravate a sin infinitely and make a mortal sin of a venial sin, as shown above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Question 88, Article 5. Therefore, if drunkenness is not a mortal sin for some other reason, neither is it for this. Objection 2: Further, Augustine says in his Sermon 104, "Whenever a man takes more meat and drink than is necessary, he should know that this is one of the lesser sins. Now the lesser sins are called venial. Therefore, drunkenness, which is caused by immoderate drink, is a venial sin. Obj. 3. Further, no mortal sin should be committed on the score of medicine. Now some drink too much at the advice of the physician, that they may be purged by vomiting, and from this excessive drink drunkenness ensues. Therefore, drunkenness is not a mortal sin. On the contrary, we read in the canons of the Apostles, Canons 41 and 42, "A bishop, priest, or deacon who is given to drunkenness or gambling, or incites others thereto, must either cease or be disposed. A subdeacon, reader, or precentor who does these things must either give them up or be excommunicated. The same applies to the laity." Now such punishments are not inflicted save for mortal sins. Therefore, drunkenness is a mortal sin. I answer that the sin of drunkenness, as stated in the foregoing article, consists in the immoderate use and concupiscence of wine. Now this may happen to a man in 3 ways. First, so that he knows not the drink to be immoderate and intoxicating, and then drunkenness may be without sin, as stated above in Article 1. Secondly, so that he perceives the drink to be immoderate, but without knowing it to be intoxicating, and then drunkenness may involve a venial sin. Thirdly, it may happen that a man is well aware that the drink is immoderate and intoxicating, and yet he would rather be drunk than abstain from drink. Such a man is a drunkard, properly speaking, because morals take their species not from things that occur accidentally and beside the intention, but from that which is directly intended. In this way, drunkenness is a mortal sin, because then a man willingly and knowingly deprives himself of the use of reason, whereby he performs virtuous deeds and avoids sin, and thus he sins mortally by running the risk of falling into sin. For Ambrose says On the Patriarchs, "We learn that we should shun drunkenness, which prevents us from avoiding grievous sins. For the things we avoid when sober, we unknowingly commit through drunkenness." Therefore, drunkenness, properly speaking, is a mortal sin. Reply to Obj. 1. Assiduity makes drunkenness a mortal sin, not on account of the mere repetition of the act, but because it is impossible for a man to become drunk assiduously without exposing himself to drunkenness knowingly and willingly, since he has many times experienced the strength of wine and his own liability to drunkenness. Reply to Obj. 2. To take more meat or drink than is necessary belongs to the vice of gluttony, which is not always a mortal sin, but knowingly to take too much drink to the point of being drunk is a mortal sin. Hence Augustine says in his Confessions 10:31, "Drunkenness is far from me. Thou wilt have mercy, that it come not near me. But full feeding sometimes hath crept upon thy servant." Reply to Obj. 3. As stated above in question 141, Article 6, meat and drink should be moderate in accordance with the demands of the body's health. Wherefore, just as it happens sometimes that the meat and drink which are moderate for a healthy man are immoderate for a sick man, so it too may happen conversely that what is excessive for a healthy man is moderate for one that is ailing. In this way, when a man eats or drinks much at the physician's advice in order to provoke vomiting, he is not to be deemed to have taken excessive meat or drink. There is, however, no need for intoxicating drink in order to procure vomiting, since this is caused by drinking lukewarm water. Wherefore this is no sufficient cause for excusing a man from drunkenness. Third article: whether drunkenness is the gravest of sins. Objection 1. It would seem that drunkenness is the gravest of sins. For Chrysostom says in his Homily 43 on the Gospel of Matthew that "nothing gains the devil's favor so much as drunkenness and lust, the mother of all the vices." And it is written in the Decretals, "Drunkenness, more than anything else, is to be avoided by the clergy, for it foments and fosters all the vices." Objection 2: Further, from the very fact that the thing excludes the good of reason, it is a sin. Now this is especially the effect of drunkenness. Therefore drunkenness is the greatest of sins. Objection 3: Further, the gravity of a sin is shown by the gravity of its punishment. Now seemingly drunkenness is punished most severely, for Ambrose says that "there would be no slavery, were there no drunkards." Therefore drunkenness is the greatest of sins. On the contrary, according to Gregory in his commentary on Job 33:12, spiritual vices are greater than carnal vices. Now drunkenness is one of the carnal vices. Therefore it is not the greatest of sins. I answer that, a thing is said to be evil because it removes a good. Wherefore the greater the good removed by an evil, the graver the evil. Now it is evident that a divine good is greater than a human good. Wherefore the sins that are directly against God are graver than the sin of drunkenness, which is directly opposed to the good of human reason. Reply to Obj. 1. Man is most prone to sins of intemperance, because such like concupiscences and pleasures are connatural to us, and for this reason these sins are said to find greatest favor with the devil, not for being graver than other sins, but because they occur more frequently among men. Reply to Obj. 2. The good of reason is hindered in two ways: in one way by that which is contrary to reason, in another by that which takes away the use of reason. Now that which is contrary to reason has more the character of an evil than that which takes away the use of reason for a time, since the use of reason, which is taken away by drunkenness, may be either good or evil, whereas the goods of virtue, which are taken away by things that are contrary to reason, are always good. Reply to Obj. 3. Drunkenness was the occasional cause of slavery, in so far as Cam brought the curse of slavery onto his descendants, for having laughed at his father when the latter was made drunk. But slavery was not the direct punishment of drunkenness. Fourth article: whether drunkenness excuses from sin. Objection 1. It would seem that drunkenness does not excuse from sin. For the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:5 that "the drunkard deserves double punishment." Therefore drunkenness aggravates a sin instead of excusing from it. Objection 2. Further, one sin does not excuse another, but increases it. Now drunkenness is a sin. Therefore it is not an excuse for sin. Objection 3. Further, The Philosopher says in Ethics 7:3 that just as a man's reason is tied by drunkenness, so it is by concupiscence. But concupiscence is not an excuse for sin. Neither, therefore, is drunkenness. On the contrary, according to Augustine and against Faustus the Manichee, 22:43, Lot was to be excused from incest on account of drunkenness. I answer that two things are to be observed in drunkenness, as stated above in Article 1, namely, the resulting defect and the preceding act. On the part of the resulting defect, whereby the use of reason is fettered, drunkenness may be an excuse for sin insofar as it causes an act to be involuntary through ignorance. But on the part of the preceding act, a distinction would seem necessary. Because if the drunkenness that results from the act be without sin, the subsequent sin is entirely excused from fault, as perhaps in the case of Lot. If, however, the preceding act was sinful, the person is not altogether excused from the subsequent sin, because the latter is rendered voluntary through the voluntariness of the preceding act, inasmuch as it was through doing something unlawful that he fell into the subsequent sin. Nevertheless, the resulting sin is diminished, even as the character of voluntariness is diminished. Wherefore Augustine says in Against Faustus the Manichee, 22:44, that Lot's guilt is to be measured not by the incest, but by his drunkenness. Reply to Obj. 1. The Philosopher does not say that the drunkard deserves more severe punishment, but that he deserves double punishment for his twofold sin. Or we may reply that he is speaking in view of the law of a certain Pittacus, who, as stated in Politics 2:9, ordered "those guilty of assault while drunk to be more severely punished than if they had been sober, because they do wrong in more ways than one." In this, as Aristotle observes, again in Politics 2:9, he seems to have considered the advantage, namely, of the prevention of wrong, rather than the leniency which one should have for drunkards, seeing that they are not in possession of their faculties. Reply to Obj. 2. Drunkenness may be an excuse for sin, not in the point of its being itself a sin, but in the point of the defect that results from it, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3. Concupiscence does not altogether fetter the reason as drunkenness does, unless perchance it be so vehement as to make a man insane. Yet the passion of concupiscence diminishes sin, because it is less grievous to sin through weakness than through malice. End of question 150. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 151 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 151. Of chastity, in 4 articles. We must next consider chastity. 1. The virtue itself of chastity. 2. Virginity, which is a part of chastity. 3. Lust, which is the contrary vice. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether chastity is a virtue. Second, whether it is a general virtue. Third, whether it is a virtue distinct from abstinence. Fourth, of its relation to purity. First article: whether chastity is a virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that chastity is not a virtue. For here we are treating of virtues of the soul. But chastity seemingly belongs to the body. For a person is said to be chaste because he behaves in a certain way as regards the use of certain parts of the body. Therefore, chastity is not a virtue. Objection 2. Further, virtue is a voluntary habit, as stated in Ethics 2:6. But chastity apparently is not voluntary, since it can be taken away by force from a woman to whom violence is done. Therefore, it seems that chastity is not a virtue. Objection 3. Further, there is no virtue in unbelievers. Yet some unbelievers are chaste. Therefore, chastity is not a virtue. Objection 4. Further, the fruits are distinct from the virtues. But chastity is reckoned among the fruits in Galatians 5:23. Therefore, chastity is not a virtue. On the contrary, Augustine says in his Homily 9, "Whereas thou shouldest excel thy wife in virtue, since chastity is a virtue, thou yieldest to the first onslaught of lust, while thou wishest thy wife to be victorious." I answer that chastity takes its name from the fact that reason chastises concupiscence, which, like a child, needs curbing, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 3:12. Now the essence of human virtue consists in being something moderated by reason, as shown above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 64, Article 1. Therefore, it is evident that chastity is a virtue. Reply to Objection 1. Chastity does indeed reside in the soul as its subject, though its matter is in the body. For it belongs to chastity that a man make moderate use of bodily members in accordance with the judgment of his reason and the choice of his will. Reply to Objection 2. As Augustine says on the City of God 1:18, "So long as her mind holds to its purpose, whereby she has merited to be holy even in body, not even the violence of another's lust can deprive her body of its holiness, which is safeguarded by her preserving continency." He also says on the City of God 1:18 that "in the mind there is a virtue which is the companion of fortitude, whereby it is resolved to suffer any evil whatsoever, rather than consent to evil." Reply to Objection 3. As Augustine says Against Julian 4:3, "It is impossible to have any true virtue unless one be truly just, nor is it possible to be just unless one live by faith." Whence he argues that in unbelievers there is neither true chastity nor any other virtue, because, to wit, they are not referred to the due end, and as he adds, "Virtues are distinguished from vices, not by their functions," that is, their acts, "but by their ends." Reply to Objection 4. Chastity is a virtue insofar as it works in accordance with reason, but insofar as it delights in its act, it is reckoned among the fruits. Second article: Whether chastity is a general virtue? Objection 1. It would seem that chastity is a general virtue. For Augustine says On Lying 20 that "chastity of the mind is the well-ordered movement of the mind that does not prefer the lesser to the greater things." But this belongs to every virtue. Therefore, chastity is a general virtue. Objection 2. Further, chastity takes its name from chastisement. Now every movement of the appetitive part should be chastised by reason. Since, then, every moral virtue curbs some movement of the appetite, it seems that every moral virtue is chastity. Objection 3. Further, chastity is opposed to fornication. But fornication seems to belong to every kind of sin, for it is written in Psalm 72, verse 27, "Thou shalt destroy all them that go a-whoring from thee." Therefore, chastity is a general virtue. On the contrary, Macrobius reckons it to be a part of temperance. I answer that the word chastity is employed in two ways. First, properly, and thus it is a special virtue having a special matter, namely the concupiscences relating to venereal pleasures. Secondly, the word chastity is employed metaphorically, for just as a mingling of bodies conduces to venereal pleasure, which is the proper matter of chastity, and of lust, its contrary vice, so too the spiritual union of the mind with certain things conduces to a pleasure which is the matter of a spiritual chastity, metaphorically speaking, as well as of a spiritual fornication, likewise metaphorically so called. For if the human mind delight in the spiritual union with that to which it behooves to be united, namely God, and refrains from delighting in union with other things against the requirements of the order established by God, this may be called a spiritual chastity, according to 2 Corinthians 11:2. "I have espoused you to one husband, that I may present you as a chaste virgin to Christ." If, on the other hand, the mind be united to any other things whatsoever, against the prescription of the divine order, it will be called spiritual fornication, according to Jeremiah 3:1. "But thou hast prostituted thyself to many lovers." Taking chastity in this sense, it is a general virtue, because every virtue withdraws the human mind from delighting in a union with unlawful things. Nevertheless, the essence of this chastity consists principally in charity and the other theological virtues, whereby the human mind is united to God. Reply to Obj. 1. This argument takes chastity in the metaphorical sense. Reply to Obj. 2. As stated above in Article 1, as well as in Question 142, Article 2, the concupiscence of that which gives pleasure is especially likened to a child, because the desire of pleasure is connatural to us, especially of pleasures of touch, which are directed to the maintenance of nature. Hence it is that if the concupiscence of such pleasures be fostered by consenting to it, it will wax very strong, as in the case of a child left to his own will. Wherefore, the concupiscence of these pleasures stands in very great need of being chastised, and consequently, chastity is applied antinomastically to such like concupiscences, even as fortitude is about those matters wherein we stand in the greatest need of strength of mind. Reply to Obj. 3. This argument considers spiritual fornication metaphorically so called, which is opposed to spiritual chastity, as stated. Third Article. Whether chastity is a distinct virtue from abstinence? Objection 1. It would seem that chastity is not a distinct virtue from abstinence. Because where the matter is generically the same, one virtue suffices. Now it would seem that things pertaining to the same sense are of one genus. Therefore, since pleasures of the palate, which are the matter of abstinence, and venereal pleasures, which are the matter of chastity, pertain to the touch, it seems that chastity is not a distinct virtue from abstinence. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher in Ethics 3:12 likens all vices of intemperance to childish sins, which need chastising. Now chastity takes its name from chastisement of the contrary vices. Since, then, certain vices are bridled by abstinence, it seems that abstinence is chastity. Objection 3. Further, the pleasures of the other senses are the concern of temperance insofar as they refer to pleasures of touch, which are the matter of temperance. Now pleasures of the palate, which are the matter of abstinence, are directed to venereal pleasures, which are the matter of chastity. Wherefore Jerome says, commenting on Titus 1:7, "Not given to wine, no striker," etc. "The belly and the organs of generation are neighbors, but the neighborhood of the organs may indicate their complicity in vice." Therefore, abstinence and chastity are not distinct virtues. On the contrary, the Apostle, in 2 Corinthians 6:5-6, reckons chastity together with fastings, which pertain to abstinence. I answer that, as stated above in question 141, Article 4, temperance is properly about the concupiscences of the pleasures of touch, so that where there are different kinds of pleasure, there are different virtues comprised under temperance. Now pleasures are proportionate to the actions whose perfections they are, as stated in Ethics 9:4, 5. And it is evident that actions connected with the use of food, whereby the nature of the individual is maintained, differ generically from actions connected with the use of matters venereal, whereby the nature of the species is preserved. Therefore chastity, which is about venereal pleasures, is a distinct virtue from abstinence, which is about pleasures of the palate. Reply to Obj. 1. Temperance is chiefly about pleasures of touch, not as regards the sense's judgment concerning the objects of touch, which judgment is of uniform character concerning all such objects, but as regards the use itself of those objects, as stated in Ethics 3:10. Now the uses of meats, drinks, and venereal matters differ in character, wherefore there must needs be different virtues, though they regard the one sense. Reply to Obj. 2. Venereal pleasures are more impetuous, and are more oppressive on the reason than the pleasures of the palate, and therefore they are in greater need of chastisement and restraint, since if one consent to them, this increases the force of concupiscence and weakens the strength of the mind. Hence Augustine says in his Soliloquies 1:10, "I consider that nothing so casts down the manly mind from its heights as the fondling of women, and those bodily contacts which belong to the married state." Reply to Obj. 3. The pleasures of the other senses do not pertain to the maintenance of man's nature, except in so far as they are directed to pleasures of touch. Wherefore, in the matter of such pleasures, there is no other virtue comprised under temperance. But the pleasures of the palate, though directed somewhat to venereal pleasures, are essentially directed to the preservation of man's life, wherefore by their very nature they have a special virtue, although this virtue, which is called abstinence, directs its act to chastity as its end. Fourth article. Whether purity belongs especially to chastity. Objection 1. It would seem that purity does not belong especially to chastity. For Augustine says in On the City of God 1:18 that "purity is a virtue of the soul." Therefore it is not something belonging to chastity, but is of itself a virtue distinct from chastity. Objection 2. Further, pudicitia, purity, is derived from pudor, which is equivalent to shame. Now shame, according to Damascene in On the True Faith 2:15, is about a disgraceful act, and this is common to all sinful acts. Therefore purity belongs no more to chastity than to the other virtues. Objection 3. Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:12 that "every kind of intemperance is most deserving of reproach." Now it would seem to belong to purity to avoid all that is deserving of reproach. Therefore purity belongs to all the parts of temperance, and not especially to chastity. On the contrary, Augustine says in On Perseverance 20, "We must give praise to purity, that he who has ears to hear may put to none but a lawful use the organs intended for procreation." Now the use of these organs is the proper matter of chastity. Therefore purity belongs properly to chastity. I answer that, as stated above in objection 2, pudicitia, purity, takes its name from pudor, which signifies shame. Hence purity must needs be properly about the things of which man is most ashamed. Now men are most ashamed of venereal acts, as Augustine remarks in On the City of God 14:18. So much so that even the conjugal act, which is adorned by the honesty of marriage, is not devoid of shame, and this because the movement of the organs of generation is not subject to the command of reason, as are the movements of the other external members. Now man is ashamed not only of this sexual union, but also of all the signs thereof, as the Philosopher observes in Rhetoric 2:6. Consequently, purity regards venereal matters properly, and especially the signs thereof, such as impure looks, kisses, and touches. And since the latter are more wont to be observed, purity regards rather these external signs, whereas chastity regards rather sexual union. Therefore purity is directed to chastity, not as a virtue distinct therefrom, but as expressing a circumstance of chastity. Nevertheless, the one is sometimes used to designate the other. Reply to Obj. 1. Augustine is here speaking of purity as designating chastity. Reply to Obj. 2. Although every vice has a certain disgrace, the vices of intemperance are especially disgraceful, as stated above in question 142, Article 4. Reply to Obj. 3. Among the vices of intemperance, venereal sins are most deserving of reproach, both on account of the insubordination of the genital organs, and because by these sins especially the reason is absorbed. End of question 151. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.
Question 152 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 152. Of virginity, in 5 articles. We must now consider virginity, and under this head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, in what does virginity consist? Second, whether it is lawful. Third, whether it is a virtue. Fourth, of its excellence in comparison with marriage. Fifth, of its excellence in comparison with the other virtues. First article. Whether virginity consists in integrity of the flesh. Objection 1. It would seem that virginity does not consist in integrity of the flesh. For Augustine says On Marriage and Concupiscence, "Virginity is the continual meditation on incorruption in a corruptible flesh." But meditation does not concern the flesh. Therefore, virginity is not situated in the flesh. Objection 2. Further, virginity denotes a kind of purity. Now Augustine says On the City of God 1:18 that "purity dwells in the soul." Therefore, virginity is not incorruption of the flesh. Objection 3. Further, the integrity of the flesh would seem to consist in the seal of virginal purity. Yet sometimes the seal is broken without loss of virginity. For Augustine says On the City of God 1:18 that "those organs may be injured through being wounded by mischance. Physicians too sometimes do for the sake of health that which makes one shudder to see. And a midwife has been known to destroy by touch the proof of virginity that she sought." And he adds, "Nobody, I think, would be so foolish as to deem this maiden to have forfeited even bodily sanctity, though she lost the integrity of that organ." Therefore, virginity does not consist in incorruption of the flesh. Objection 4. Further, corruption of the flesh consists chiefly in resolution of the semen, and this may take place without copulation, whether one be asleep or awake. Yet seemingly virginity is not lost without copulation, for Augustine says On Virginity 13 that "virginal integrity and holy continency that refrains from all sexual intercourse is the portion of angels." Therefore, virginity does not consist in incorruption of the flesh. On the contrary, Augustine says On Virginity 8 that "virginity is continence, whereby integrity of the flesh is vowed, consecrated, and observed in honor of the Creator of both soul and flesh." I answer that, virginity takes its name apparently from viror, freshness, and just as a thing is described as fresh and retaining its freshness, so long as it is not parched by excessive heat, so too virginity denotes that the person possessed thereof is unseared by the heat of concupiscence, which is experienced in achieving the greatest bodily pleasure, which is that of sexual intercourse. Hence Ambrose says On Virginity 1:5 that "virginal chastity is integrity free of pollution." Now venereal pleasures offer 3 points for consideration. The first is on the part of the body, notably
the violation of the seal of virginity. The second is the link between that which concerns the soul and that which concerns the body, and this is the resolution of the semen, causing sensible pleasure. The third is entirely on the part of the soul, namely, the purpose of attaining this pleasure. Of these three, the first is accidental to the moral act, which as such must be considered in reference to the soul. The second stands in the relation of matter to the moral act, since the sensible passions are the matters of moral acts. But the third stands in the position of form and complement, because the essence of morality is perfected in that which concerns the reason. Since then virginity consists in freedom from the aforesaid corruption, it follows that the integrity of the bodily organ is accidental to virginity, while freedom from pleasure in resolution of the semen is related thereto materially, and the purpose of perpetually abstaining from this pleasure is the formal and completive element in virginity. Reply to Obj. 1. This definition of Augustine's expresses directly that which is formal in virginity. For meditation denotes reason's purpose, and the addition perpetual does not imply that a virgin must always retain this meditation actually, but that she should bear in mind the purpose of always persevering therein. The material element is expressed indirectly by the words, "on incorruption in a corruptible body." This is added to show the difficulty of virginity, for if the flesh were incorruptible, it would not be difficult to maintain a perpetual meditation on incorruption. Reply to Obj. 2. It is true that purity, as to its essence, is in the soul, but as to its matter, it is in the body, and it is the same with virginity. Wherefore Augustine says, On Virginity 8, that although virginity resides in the flesh, and for this reason is a bodily quality, yet it is a spiritual thing, which a holy continency fosters and preserves. Reply to Obj. 3. As stated above, the integrity of a bodily organ is accidental to virginity, insofar as a person, through purposely abstaining from venereal pleasure, retains the integrity of a bodily organ. Hence, if the organ lose its integrity by chance in some other way, this is no more prejudicial to virginity than being deprived of a hand or foot. Reply to Obj. 4. Pleasure resulting from resolution of semen may arise in two ways. If this be the result of the mind's purpose, it destroys virginity, whether copulation takes place or not. Augustine, however, mentions copulation because such like resolution is the ordinary and natural result thereof. In another way this may happen beside the purpose of the mind, either during sleep or through violence and without the mind's consent, although the flesh derives pleasure from it, or again through weakness of nature, as in the case of those who are subject to a flow of semen. In such cases, virginity is not forfeit, because such like pollution is not the result of impurity, which excludes virginity. Second article. Whether virginity is unlawful. Objection 1. It would seem that virginity is unlawful. For whatever is contrary to a precept of the natural law is unlawful. Now just as the words of Genesis 2:16, "Of every tree that is in paradise thou shalt eat," indicate a precept of the natural law in reference to the preservation of the individual, so also the words of Genesis 1:28, "Increase and multiply and fill the earth," express a precept of the natural law in reference to the preservation of the species. Therefore, just as it would be a sin to abstain from all food, as this would be to act counter to the good of the individual, so too is it a sin to abstain altogether from the act of procreation, for this is to act against the good of the species. Obj. 2: Further, whatever declines from the mean of virtue is apparently sinful. Now virginity declines from the mean of virtue, since it abstains from all venereal pleasures. For the Philosopher says in Ethics 2:2 that "he who revels in every pleasure, and abstains from not even one, is intemperate. But he who refrains from all is loutish and insensible." Therefore, virginity is something sinful. Obj. 3: Further, punishment is not due save for a vice. Now in olden times those were punished who led a celibate life, as Valerius Maximus asserts. Hence, according to Augustine (On True Religion iii), Plato "is said to have sacrificed to nature, in order that he might atone for his perpetual continency, as though it were a sin." Therefore virginity is a sin. On the contrary, no sin is a matter of direct counsel. But virginity is a matter of direct counsel, for it is written in 1 Corinthians 7:25, "Concerning virgins I have no commandment of the Lord, but I give counsel." Therefore virginity is not an unlawful thing. I answer that, in human acts, those are sinful which are against right reason. Now right reason requires that things directed to an end should be used in a measure proportionate to that end. Again, man's good is threefold, as stated in Ethics 1:8. One consisting in external things, for instance, riches. Another consisting in bodily goods. The third consisting in the goods of the soul, among which the goods of the contemplative life take precedence of the goods of the active life, as the Philosopher shows in Ethics 10:7, and as our Lord declared in Luke 10:42, "Mary hath chosen the better part." Of these goods, those that are external are directed to those which belong to the body, and those which belong to the body are directed to those which belong to the soul. And furthermore, those which belong to the active life are directed to those which belong to the life of contemplation. Accordingly, right reason dictates that one use external goods in a measure proportionate to the body, and in like manner as regards the rest. Wherefore, if a man refrain from possessing certain things, which otherwise it were good for him to possess, for the sake of his body's good, or of the contemplation of truth, this is not sinful, but in accord with right reason. In like manner, if a man abstain from bodily pleasures, in order more freely to give himself to the contemplation of truth, this is in accordance with the rectitude of reason. Now holy virginity refrains from all venereal pleasure, in order more freely to have leisure for divine contemplation. For the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 7:34, "The unmarried woman and the virgin thinketh on the things of the Lord, that she may be holy in both body and in spirit. But she that is married thinketh on the things of the world, how she may please her husband." Therefore it follows that virginity, instead of being sinful, is worthy of praise. Reply to Obj. 1: A precept implies a duty, as stated above in Question 122, Article 1. Now there are two kinds of duty. There is the duty that has to be fulfilled by one person, and a duty of this kind cannot be set aside without sin. The other duty has to be fulfilled by the multitude, and the fulfillment of this kind of duty is not binding on each one of the multitude. For the multitude has many obligations which cannot be discharged by the individual, but are fulfilled by one person doing this, and another doing that. Accordingly, the precept of natural law which binds man to eat must needs be fulfilled by each individual, otherwise the individual cannot be sustained. On the other hand, the precept of procreation regards the whole multitude of men, which needs not only to multiply in body, but also to advance spiritually. Wherefore, sufficient provision is made for the human multitude if some betake themselves to carnal procreation, while others, abstaining from this, betake themselves to the contemplation of divine things, for the beauty and welfare of the whole human race. Thus, too, in an army, some take sentry duty, others are standard-bearers, and others fight with the sword. Yet all these things are necessary for the multitude, although they cannot be done by one person. Reply to Obj. 2. The person who, beside the dictate of right reason, abstains from all pleasures through aversion, as it were, for pleasure as such is insensible as a country lout. But a virgin does not refrain from every pleasure, but only from that which is venereal, and abstains therefrom according to right reason, as stated above. Now the mean of virtue is fixed with reference not to quantity but to right reason, as stated in Ethic. 2:6. Wherefore it is said of the magnanimous in Ethic. 4:3 that "in point of quantity he goes to the extreme, but in point of becomingness he follows the mean." Reply to Obj. 3. Laws are framed according to what occurs more frequently. Now it seldom happened in olden times that anyone refrained from all venereal pleasure through love of the contemplation of truth, as Plato alone is related to have done. Hence it was not through thinking this a sin that he offered sacrifice, but "because he yielded to the false opinion of his fellow countrymen," as Augustine remarks in On True Religion 3. Third article. Whether virginity is a virtue? Objection 1. It would seem that virginity is not a virtue. For "no virtue is in us by nature," as the Philosopher says in Ethic. 2:1. Now virginity is in us by nature, since all are virgins when born. Therefore virginity is not a virtue. Objection 2. Further, whoever has one virtue has all the virtues, as stated above in Prima Secundae, question 65, Article 1. Yet some have other virtues without having virginity. Else, since none can go to the heavenly kingdom without virtue, no one could go there without virginity, which would involve the condemnation of marriage. Therefore virginity is not a virtue. Objection 3. Further, every virtue is recovered by penance. But virginity is not recovered by penance, wherefore Jerome says in his letter 22, "Other things God can do, but he cannot restore the virgin after her downfall." Therefore, seemingly, virginity is not a virtue. Objection 4. Further, no virtue is lost without sin. Yet virginity is lost without sin, namely, by marriage. Therefore, virginity is not a virtue. Objection 5. Further, virginity is condivided with widowhood and conjugal purity. But neither of these is a virtue. Therefore, virginity is not a virtue. On the contrary, Ambrose says in On Virginity 1:3, "Love of virginity moves us to say something about virginity, lest by passing it over we should seem to cast a slight on what is a virtue of high degree." I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, the formal and completive element in virginity is the purpose of abstaining from venereal pleasure, which purpose is rendered praiseworthy by its end, in so far, to wit, as this is done in order to have leisure for divine things, while the material element in virginity is integrity of the flesh free from all experience of venereal pleasure. Now it is manifest that where a good action has a special matter through having a special excellence, there is a special kind of virtue. For example, magnificence, which is about great expenditure, is for this reason a special virtue distinct from liberality, which is about all uses of money in general. Now to keep oneself free from the experience of venereal pleasure has an excellence of its own, deserving of greater praise than keeping oneself free from inordinate venereal pleasure. Wherefore virginity is a special virtue, being related to chastity as magnificence to liberality. Reply to Obj. 1: Men have from their birth that which is material in virginity, namely, integrity of the flesh and freedom from venereal experience. But they have not that which is formal in virginity, namely, the purpose of safeguarding this integrity for God's sake, which purpose gives virginity its character of virtue. Hence Augustine says On Virginity 11, "Nor do we praise virgins for being virgins, but because their virginity is consecrated to God by holy continency." Reply to Obj. 2: Virtues are connected together by reason of that which is formal in them, namely, charity, or by reason of prudence, as stated above in Q. 129, A. 3, Second Reply, but not by reason of that which is material in them. For nothing hinders a virtuous man from providing the matter of one virtue and not the matter of another virtue. Thus a poor man has the matter of temperance, but not that of magnificence. It is in this way that one who has the other virtues lacks the matter of virginity, namely the aforesaid integrity of the flesh. Nevertheless, he can have that which is formal in virginity, his mind being so prepared that he has the purpose of safeguarding this same integrity of the flesh, should it be fitting for him to do so. Even as a poor man may be so prepared in mind as to have the purpose of being magnificent in his expenditure, were he in a position to do so. Or again, as a prosperous man is so prepared in mind as to purpose bearing misfortune with equanimity, without which preparedness of the mind no man can be virtuous. Reply to Obj. 3: Virtue can be recovered by penance as regards that which is formal in virtue, but not as that to which is material therein. For if a magnificent man has squandered all his wealth, he does not recover his riches by repenting of his sin. In like manner, a person who has lost virginity by sin recovers by repenting not the matter of virginity, but the purpose of virginity. As regards the matter of virginity, there is that which can be miraculously restored by God, namely, the integrity of the organ, which we hold to be accidental to virginity, while there is something else which cannot be restored even by miracle, to wit, that one who has experienced venereal lust should cease to have had that experience. For God cannot make that which is done not to have been done, as stated in the first part, in Q. 25, A. 4. Reply to Obj. 4: virginity as a virtue denotes the purpose, confirmed by vow, of observing perpetual integrity. For Augustine says On Virginity viii that "by virginity integrity of the flesh is vowed, consecrated, and observed in honor of the Creator of both soul and flesh." Hence virginity, as a virtue, is never lost without sin. Reply Obj. 5: Conjugal chastity is deserving of praise merely because it abstains from unlawful pleasures. Hence no excellence attaches to it above that of chastity in general. Widowhood, however, adds something to chastity in general, but it does not attain to that which is perfect in this matter, namely, to entire freedom from venereal pleasure. Virginity alone achieves this. Wherefore virginity alone is accounted a virtue above chastity, even as magnificence is reckoned above liberality. Fourth article: Whether virginity is more excellent than marriage? Objection 1: It would seem that virginity is not more excellent than marriage. For Augustine says On the Good of Marriage 22, "Continence was equally meritorious in John, who remained unmarried, and Abraham, who begot children." Now a greater virtue has greater merit. Therefore virginity is not a greater virtue than conjugal chastity. Objection 2: Further, the praise accorded a virtuous man depends on his virtue. If, then, virginity were preferable to conjugal continence, it would seem to follow that every virgin is to be praised more than any married woman. But this is untrue. Therefore virginity is not preferable to marriage. Objection 3: Further, the common good takes precedence of the private good, according to the Philosopher in Ethics i, 2. Now marriage is directed to the common good. For Augustine says On the Good of Marriage 16, "What food is to a man's well-being, such is sexual intercourse to the welfare of the human race." On the other hand, virginity is ordered to the individual good, namely, in order to avoid what the Apostle calls the tribulation of the flesh, to which married people are subject, according to 1 Corinthians 7:28. Therefore virginity is not greater than conjugal continence. On the contrary, Augustine says On Virginity 19, "Both solid reason and the authority of Holy Writ show that neither is marriage sinful, nor is it to be equalled to the good of virginal continence, or even to that of widowhood." I answer that, according to Jerome, the error of Jovinian consisted in holding virginity not to be preferable to marriage. This error is refuted above all by the example of Christ, who both chose a virgin for his mother, and remained himself a virgin, and by the teaching of the Apostle who, in 1 Corinthians 7, counsels virginity as the greater good. It is also refuted by reason, both because a divine good takes precedence of a human good, and because the good of the soul is preferable to the good of the body, and again, because the good of the contemplative life is better than that of the active life. Now virginity is directed to the good of the soul in respect of the contemplative life, which consists in thinking on the things of God, whereas marriage is directed to the good of the body, namely the bodily increase of the human race, and belongs to the active life, since the man and woman who embrace the married life have to think on the things of the world, as the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 7:34. Without doubt, therefore, virginity is preferable to conjugal continence. Reply to Obj. 1. Merit is measured not only by the kind of action, but still more by the mind of the agent. Now Abraham had a mind so disposed that he was prepared to observe virginity if it were in keeping with the times for him to do so. Wherefore in him conjugal continence was equally meritorious with the virginal continence of John, as regards the essential reward, but not as regards the accidental reward. Hence Augustine says (On the Good of Marriage, 21) that both the celibacy of John and the marriage of Abraham fought Christ's battle in keeping with the difference of the times. But John was continent even in deed, whereas Abraham was continent only in habit. Reply to Obj. 2. Though virginity is better than conjugal continence, a married person may be better than a virgin for two reasons. First, on the part of chastity itself, if to wit the married person is more prepared in mind to observe virginity, if it should be expedient, than the one who is actually a virgin. Hence Augustine (On the Good of Marriage, 22) charges the virgin to say, "I am no better than Abraham, although the chastity of celibacy is better than the chastity of marriage." Further on he gives the reason for this. "For what I do now, he would have done better, if it were fitting for him to do it then. And what they did, I would even do now, if it behooved me now to do it." Secondly, because the person who is not a virgin has some more excellent virtue. Wherefore Augustine says (On Virginity, 44), "Whence does a virgin know the things that belong to the Lord, however solicitous she be about them, if perchance on account of some mental fault she be not yet ripe for martyrdom, whereas this woman, to whom she delighted in preferring herself, is already able to drink the chalice of the Lord?" Reply to Obj. 3. The common good takes precedence of the private good, if it be of the same genus. But it may be that the private good is better generically. It is thus that virginity that is consecrated to God is preferable to carnal fruitfulness. Hence Augustine says (On Virginity 9), "It must be confessed that the fruitfulness of the flesh, even of those women who in these times seek not else from marriage but children in order to make them servants of Christ, cannot compensate for lost virginity." Fifth article. Whether virginity is the greatest of virtues? Objection 1. It would seem that virginity is the greatest of virtues. For Cyprian says (On Virginity), "We address ourselves now to the virgins. Sublime is their glory, but no less exalted is their vocation. They are a flower of the Church's sowing, the pride and ornament of spiritual grace, the most honored portion of Christ's flock." Objection 2. Further, a greater reward is due to the greater virtue. Now the greatest reward is due to virginity, namely the hundredfold fruit, according to a gloss on Matthew 13:23. Therefore virginity is the greatest of the virtues. Obj. 3. Further, the more a virtue conforms us to Christ, the greater it is. Now virginity above all conforms us to Christ, for it is declared in the Apocalypse 14:4 that virgins "follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth," and in Apocalypse 14:3 that they sing "a new canticle," which "no other man could say." Therefore virginity is the greatest of the virtues. On the contrary, Augustine says in On Virginity 46, "No one, methinks, would dare prefer virginity to martyrdom." And in On Virginity 45, "The authority of the Church informs the faithful in no uncertain manner, that they know in what place the martyrs and the holy virgins who have departed this life are commemorated in the sacrament of the altar." But we are given to understand that martyrdom, and also the monastic state, are preferable to virginity. I answer that, a thing may excel all others in two ways. First, in some particular genus, and thus virginity is most excellent, namely, in the genus of chastity, since it surpasses the chastity both of widowhood and of marriage. And because comeliness is ascribed to chastity antonomastically, it follows that surpassing beauty is ascribed to chastity. Wherefore Ambrose says (On Virginity 1:7), "Can anyone esteem any beauty greater than a virgin's, since she is beloved of her king, approved by her judge, dedicated to her Lord, consecrated to her God?" Secondly, a thing may be most excellent simply, and in this way virginity is not the most excellent of the virtues. Because the end always excels that which is directed to the end, and the more effectively a thing is directed to the end, the better it is. Now the end which renders virginity praiseworthy is that one may have leisure for divine things, as stated above in Article 4. Wherefore the theological virtues, as well as the virtue of religion, the acts of which consist in being occupied about divine things, are preferable to virginity. Moreover, martyrs work more mightily in order to cleave to God, and for this end they hold their own life in contempt, and those who dwell in monasteries, since for this end they give up their own will and all that they may possess, than virgins who renounce venereal pleasure for that same purpose. Therefore, virginity is not simply the greatest of virtues. Reply to Obj. 1: Virgins are "the more honored portion of Christ's flock," and "their glory more sublime," in comparison with widows and married women. Reply to Obj. 2: The hundredfold fruit is ascribed to virginity, according to Jerome, on account of its superiority to widowhood, to which the 60-fold fruit is ascribed, and to marriage, to which is ascribed the 30-fold fruit. But according to Augustine, "the hundredfold fruit is given to martyrs, the 60-fold to virgins, and the 30-fold to married persons." Wherefore it does not follow that virginity is simply the greatest of virtues, but only in comparison with other degrees of chastity. Reply to Obj. 3: Virgins follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth, because they imitate Christ, by integrity not only of the mind but also of the flesh, as Augustine says On Virginity 27. Wherefore they follow the Lamb in more ways, but this does not imply that they follow more closely, because other virtues make us cleave to God more closely by imitation of the mind. The new hymn, which virgins alone sing, is their joy at having preserved integrity of the flesh. End of question 152. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 153 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, The Virtue of Temperance, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 153. Of Lust, in 5 Articles. We must next consider the vice of lust, which is opposed to chastity. 1. Lust in general. 2. Its species. Under the first head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, what is the matter of lust? Second, whether all copulation is unlawful. Third, whether lust is a mortal sin. Fourth, whether lust is a capital vice. Fifth, concerning its daughters. First Article. Whether the matter of lust is only venereal desires and pleasures. Objection 1. It would seem that the matter of lust is not only venereal desires and pleasures. For Augustine says in Confessions 2:6 that lust affects to be called surfeit and abundance. But surfeit regards meat and drink, while abundance refers to riches. Therefore, lust is not properly about venereal desires and pleasures. Objection 2. Further, it is written in Proverbs 20:1, "Wine is a lustful thing." Now wine is connected with pleasure of meat and drink. Therefore, these would seem to be the matter of lust. Objection 3. Further, lust is defined as the desire of wanton pleasure, according to Alexander of Hales. But wanton pleasure regards not only venereal matters, but also many others. Therefore, lust is not only about venereal desires and pleasures. On the contrary, to the lustful it is said, in On True Religion 3, written by Augustine, "He that soweth in the flesh, of the flesh shall reap corruption." Now the sowing of the flesh refers to venereal pleasures. Therefore, these belong to lust. I answer that, as Isidore says in his Etymologies 10, "A lustful man is one who is debauched with pleasures." Now, venereal pleasures, above all, debauch a man's mind. Therefore, lust is especially concerned with such like pleasures. Reply to Obj. 1. Even as temperance chiefly and properly applies to pleasures of touch, yet consequently and by a kind of likeness is referred to other matters, so too lust applies chiefly to venereal pleasures, which more than anything else work the greatest havoc in a man's mind. Yet secondarily it applies to any other matters pertaining to excess. Hence a gloss on Galatians 5:19 says, "Lust is any kind of surfeit." Reply to Obj. 2. Wine is said to be a lustful thing, either in the sense in which surfeit in any matter is ascribed to lust, or because the use of too much wine affords an incentive to venereal pleasure. Reply to Obj. 3. Although wanton pleasure applies to other matters, the name of lust has a special application to venereal pleasures, to which also wantonness is specially applicable, as Augustine remarks in On the City of God 14:15, 16. Second Article. Whether no venereal act can be without sin. Objection 1.
it would seem that no venereal act can be without sin. For nothing but sin would seem to hinder virtue. Now every venereal act is a great hindrance to virtue, for Augustine says in his Soliloquies 1:10, "I consider that nothing so casts down the manly mind from its height as the fondling of a woman and those bodily contacts." Therefore, seemingly, no venereal act is without sin. Obj. 2: Further, any excess that makes one forsake the good of reason is sinful, because virtue is corrupted by excess and deficiency, as stated in Ethics ii, 2. Now in every venereal act there is excessive pleasure, since it so absorbs the mind that "it is incompatible with the act of understanding," as the Philosopher observes in Ethics 7:11, and as Jerome states, "rendered the hearts of the prophets, for the moment, insensible to the spirit of prophecy." Therefore, no venereal act can be without sin. Obj. 3: Further, the cause is more powerful than its effect. Now original sin is transmitted to children by concupiscence, without which no venereal act is possible, as Augustine declares (On Marriage and Concupiscence, 124). Therefore no venereal act can be without sin. On the contrary, Augustine says (On the Good of Marriage, 25): "This is a sufficient answer to heretics, if only they will understand that no sin is committed in that which is against neither nature, nor morals, nor a commandment." And he refers to the act of sexual intercourse between the patriarchs of old and their several wives. Therefore, not every venereal act is a sin. I answer that, a sin, in human acts, is that which is against the order of reason. Now the order of reason consists in its ordering everything to its end in a fitting manner. Wherefore it is no sin if one, by the dictate of reason, makes use of certain things in a fitting manner and order for the end to which they are adapted, provided this end be something truly good. Now just as the preservation of the bodily nature of one individual is a true good, so too is the preservation of the nature of the human species a very great good. And so just as the use of food is directed to the preservation of life in the individual, so is the use of venereal acts directed to the preservation of the whole human race. Hence Augustine says (On the Good of Marriage, 16): "What food is to a man's well-being, such is sexual intercourse to the welfare of the whole human race." Wherefore, just as the use of food can be without sin, if it be taken in due manner and order, as required for the welfare of the body, so also the use of venereal acts can be without sin, provided they be performed in due manner and order, in keeping with the end of human procreation. Reply Obj. 1: A thing may be a hindrance to virtue in two ways. First, as regards the ordinary degree of virtue, and as to this, nothing but sin is an obstacle to virtue. Secondly, as regards the perfect degree of virtue, and as to this virtue may be hindered by that which is not a sin, but a lesser good. In this way, sexual intercourse casts down the mind not from virtue, but from the height, that is, the perfection of virtue. Hence Augustine says (On the Good of Marriage, 8): "Just as that was good which Martha did when busy about serving holy men, yet better still that which Mary did in hearing the words of God. So too we praise the good of Susanna's conjugal chastity, yet we prefer the good of the widow Anna, and much more that of the Virgin Mary." Reply to Obj. 2. As stated above in question 152, Article 2, second reply, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 64, Article 2, the mean of virtue depends not on quantity, but on conformity with right reason, and consequently the exceeding pleasure attaching to a venereal act directed according to reason is not opposed to the mean of virtue. Moreover, virtue is not concerned with the amount of pleasure experienced by the external sense, as this depends on the disposition of the body. What matters is how much the interior appetite is affected by that pleasure. Nor does it follow that the act in question is contrary to virtue, from the fact that the free act of reason, in considering spiritual things, is incompatible with the aforesaid pleasure. For it is not contrary to virtue, if the act of reason be sometimes interrupted for something that is done in accordance with reason. Else it would be against virtue for a person to set himself to sleep. That venereal concupiscence and pleasure are not subject to the command and moderation of reason is due to the punishment of the first sin, inasmuch as the reason, for rebelling against God, deserved that its body should rebel against it, as Augustine says, in On the City of God, 13:13. Reply to Obj. 3. As Augustine says, in On the City of God, 13:13, the child, shackled with original sin, is born of fleshly concupiscence, which is not imputed as sin to the regenerate, as of a daughter of sin. Hence it does not follow that the act in question is a sin, but that it contains something penal resulting from the first sin. Third article. Whether the lust that is about venereal acts can be a sin? Objection 1. It would seem that lust about venereal acts cannot be a sin. For the venereal act consists in the emission of semen, which is the surplus from food, according to the Philosopher, in On the Generation of Animals, 1:18. But there is no sin attaching to the emission of other superfluities. Therefore, neither can there be any sin in venereal acts. Objection 2. Further, everyone can lawfully make what use he pleases of what is his. But in the venereal act a man uses only what is his own, except perhaps in adultery or rape. Therefore, there can be no sin in venereal acts, and consequently lust is no sin. Objection 3. Further, every sin has an opposite vice. But seemingly no vice is opposed to lust. Therefore, lust is not a sin. On the contrary, the cause is more powerful than its effect. Now wine is forbidden on account of lust, according to the saying of the Apostle in Ephesians 5:18, "Be not drunk with wine, wherein is lust." Therefore, lust is forbidden. Further, it is numbered among the works of the flesh in Galatians 5:19. I answer that, the more necessary a thing is, the more it behooves one to observe the order of reason in its regard, wherefore the more sinful it becomes if the order of reason be forsaken. Now the use of venereal acts, as stated in the foregoing article, is most necessary for the common good, namely, the preservation of the human race. Wherefore there is the greatest necessity for observing the order of reason in this matter, so that if anything be done in this connection against the dictate of reason's ordering, it will be a sin. Now lust consists essentially in exceeding the order and mode of reason in the matter of venereal acts. Wherefore, without any doubt, lust is a sin.
Reply to Obj. 1: As the Philosopher says in the same book (On the Generation of Animals, 1:18), "the semen is a surplus that is needed." For it is said to be superfluous, because it is the residue from the action of the nutritive power, yet it is needed for the work of the generative power. But the other superfluities of the human body are such as not to be needed, so that it matters not how they are emitted, provided one observe the decencies of social life. It is different with the emission of semen, which should be accomplished in a manner befitting the end for which it is needed. Reply to Obj. 2: As the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 6:20, in speaking against lust, "You are bought with a great price: glorify and bear God in your body." Wherefore, by inordinately using the body through lust, a man wrongs God, who is the supreme Lord of our body. Hence Augustine says in his Sermon 9, "God, who thus governs His servants for their good, not for His, made this order and commandment, lest unlawful pleasures should destroy His temple which thou hast begun to be." Reply to Obj. 3: The opposite of lust is not found in many, since men are more inclined to pleasure. Yet the contrary vice is comprised under insensibility, and occurs in one who has such a dislike for sexual intercourse as not to pay the marriage debt. Fourth Article. Whether lust is a capital vice? Objection 1: It seems that lust is not a capital vice. For lust is apparently the same as uncleanness, according to a gloss on Ephesians 5:3. But uncleanness is a daughter of gluttony, according to Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31:45. Therefore lust is not a capital vice. Objection 2: Further, Isidore says (De Summo Bono 239) that "as pride of mind leads to the depravity of lust, so does humility of mind safeguard the chastity of the flesh." Now it is seemingly contrary to the nature of a capital vice to arise from another vice. Therefore lust is not a capital vice. Obj. 3: Further, lust is caused by despair, according to Ephesians 4:19, "who despairing have given themselves up to lasciviousness." But despair is not a capital vice. Indeed, it is accounted a daughter of sloth, as stated above (Q. 35, A. 4, ad 2). Much less, therefore, is lust a capital vice. On the contrary, Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31:45, places lust among the capital vices. I answer that, as stated above (Q. 148, A. 5, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 84, AA. 3, 4, a capital vice is one that has a very desirable end, so that through desire for that end a man proceeds to commit many sins, all of which are said to arise from that vice as from a principal vice. Now the end of lust is venereal pleasure, which is very great. Wherefore this pleasure is very desirable as regards the sensitive appetite, both on account of the intensity of the pleasure, and because such like concupiscence is connatural to man. Therefore it is evident that lust is a capital vice. Reply to Obj. 1: As stated above (Q. 148, A. 6), according to some, the uncleanness which is reckoned a daughter of gluttony
is a certain uncleanness of the body, and thus the objection is not to the point. If, however, it denote the uncleanness of lust, we must reply that it is caused by gluttony materially, in so far as gluttony provides the bodily matter of lust, and not under the aspect of final cause, in which respect chiefly the capital vices are said to be the causes of others. Reply to Obj. 2. As stated above in question 132, Article 4, first reply, when we were treating of vainglory, pride is accounted the common mother of all sins, so that even the capital vices originate therefrom. Reply to Obj. 3. Certain persons refrain from lustful pleasures chiefly through hope of the glory to come, which hope is removed by despair, so that the latter is a cause of lust as removing an obstacle thereto, not as its direct cause, whereas this is seemingly necessary for a capital vice. Fifth article. Whether the daughters of lust are fittingly described. Objection 1. It would seem that the daughters of lust are unfittingly reckoned to be blindness of mind, thoughtlessness, inconstancy, rashness, self-love, hatred of God, love of this world, and abhorrence or despair of a future world. For mental blindness, thoughtlessness, and rashness pertain to imprudence, which is to be found in every sin, even as prudence is in every virtue. Therefore, they should not be reckoned especially as daughters of lust. Obj. 2. Further, constancy is reckoned a part of fortitude, as stated above in question 128, sixth reply, and in question 137, Article 3. But lust is contrary, not to fortitude, but to temperance. Therefore, inconstancy is not a daughter of lust. Obj. 3. Further, self-love extending to the contempt of God is the origin of every sin, as Augustine says on the City of God 1428. Therefore, it should not be accounted a daughter of lust. Obj. 4. Further, Isidore mentions 4, namely, obscene, scurrilous, wanton, and foolish talking. Therefore, the aforesaid enumeration would seem to be superfluous. On the contrary, stands the authority of Gregory in his commentary on Job 31:45. I answer that, when the lower powers are strongly moved towards their objects, the result is that the higher powers are hindered and disordered in their acts. Now the effect of the vice of lust is that the lower appetite, namely, the concupiscible, is most vehemently intent on its object, to wit, the object of pleasure, on account of the vehemence of the pleasure. Consequently, the higher powers, namely, the reason and the will, are most grievously disordered by lust. Now the reason has 4 acts in matters of action. First, there is simple understanding, which apprehends some end as good, and this act is hindered by lust, according to Daniel 13:56. Beauty hath deceived thee, and lust hath perverted thy heart. In this respect, we have blindness of mind. The second act is counsel about what is to be done for the sake of the end, and this is also hindered by the concupiscence of lust. Hence Terence says, in Act 1, Scene 1 of his Eunuchs, speaking of lecherous love, "This thing admits of neither counsel nor moderation. Thou canst not control it by counselling." In this respect there is rashness, which denotes absence of counsel, as stated above in Question 53, Article 3. The third act is judgment about things to be done, and this again is hindered by lust. For it is said of the lustful old men in Daniel 13:9, "They perverted their own mind, that they might not remember just judgments." In this respect, there is thoughtlessness. The fourth act is the reason's command about the thing to be done, and this is also impeded by lust, in so far as, through being carried away by concupiscence, a man is hindered from doing what his reason ordered to be done. To this inconstancy must be referred. Hence Terence says, again in Act 1, Scene 1 of Eunuchs, of a man who declared that he would leave his mistress, "One little false tear would undo those words." On the part of the will there results a twofold inordinate act. One is the desire for the end, to which we refer self-love, which regards the pleasure which a man desires inordinately, while on the other hand there is hatred of God, by reason of his forbidding the desired pleasure. The other act is the desire for the things directed to the end. With regard to this there is love of this world, whose pleasures a man desires to enjoy, while on the other hand there is despair of a future world, because through being held back by carnal pleasures, he cares not to obtain spiritual pleasures, since they are distasteful to him. Reply to Obj. 1. According to the Philosopher in Ethics 6:5, intemperance is the chief corruptive of prudence, wherefore the vices opposed to prudence arise chiefly from lust, which is the principal species of intemperance. Reply to Obj. 2. The constancy, which is a part of fortitude, regards hardships and objects of fear. But constancy, in refraining from pleasures, pertains to continence, which is a part of temperance, as stated above in Question 143. Hence the inconstancy, which is opposed thereto, is to be reckoned a daughter of lust. Nevertheless, even the first named inconstancy arises from lust, inasmuch as the latter enfeebles a man's heart and renders it effeminate, according to Hosea 4:11. "Fornication, and wine, and drunkenness take away the heart." Vegetius too says that "the less a man knows of the pleasures of life, the less he fears death." Nor is there any need, as we have repeatedly stated, for the daughters of a capital vice to agree with it in matter. Cf. Question 35, Article 4, Second Reply; Question 118, Article 8, First Reply; Question 148, Article 6. Reply to Obj. 3. Self-love in respect of any goods that a man desires for himself is the common origin of all sins. But in the special point of desiring carnal pleasures for oneself, it is reckoned a daughter of lust. Reply to Obj. 4. The sins mentioned by Isidore are inordinate external acts, pertaining in the main to speech, wherein there is a fourfold inordinateness. First, on account of the matter, and to this we refer obscene words. For since "out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh," according to Matthew 12:34, the lustful man, whose heart is full of lewd concupiscences, readily breaks out into lewd words. Secondly, on account of the cause, for since lust causes thoughtlessness and rashness, the result is that it makes a man speak without weighing or giving a thought to his words, which are described as scurrilous. Thirdly, on account of the end, For since the lustful man seeks pleasure, he directs his speech thereto, and so gives utterance to wanton words. Fourthly, on account of the sentiments expressed by his words. For through causing blindness of mind, lust perverts a man's sentiments, and so he gives way to foolish talking, for instance, by expressing a preference for the pleasures he desires to anything else.
End of question 153. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.